Author's Introduction.
There are some concepts that are above us all. In the forthcoming pages, you'll read a viewpoint that may be entirely foreign to your way of thinking. Our minds are extremely limited when compared to the mind of the Creator. He invites us to reason together and to ask of Him wisdom. What is this view from above? It is a book that will inspire you to become less self-reliant and help you relinquish your self-will. God has never been the enemy of mankind. He has been unjustly blamed for most of the world's problems simply because He gave us our free will and allowed us to use it. He warned our forefathers of the consequences of using that very free will. Ours is no longer a perfect world. It is a fallen world bathed in the consequences of disobedience. The very evil we must fight against is just as much inside of us as it is external. It is my hope that you are inspired by this story and find some heroes in these pages that will lend you their shoes to walk in.
Chapter 1. The Death Angel.
"Lucifer," I called out, "your thoughts are revealed to me. Why do you think you can usurp my power and authority? Don't you realize you were created only for the position you hold and no other? Forsake your evil thoughts, for they will lead only to your destruction." He was unprepared for my question. He didn't know that all the secrets were open to me, that every thought of every being I had created was known to me. I knew that his will was growing stronger in opposition to mine by the moment. He had passed the point of mere doubt and had gone far beyond any chance of return. I had no choice but to allow the rebellion to run its course. I made the center of the earth a molten core, a veritable lake of fire. I knew that when the rebellion struck, there would need to be a place to put those who rebelled. All around us, angels were choosing sides. Lucifer used his position and influence to convince many others to oppose me, and these chose to rebel with him against the very Creator that had made them. I saw pride growing within his soul. I gave him ample opportunity to turn away from the evil choices and thoughts he was dwelling on. I sent other messengers to entreat him to forsake his plans and continue in his position by my side, but it was to no avail. He had chosen to attempt to overthrow me. Multitudes of angels were persuaded by his lies, and it became apparent that a full-scale rebellion was imminent. He had enlisted nearly 1/3 of the angels to follow him, and they all thought him wonderful because of his independence. He moved about with an aura that beamed a beautiful yet false glow. He deceived many with his charisma and beauty, and began to compose songs that gave but lip service to me. They were hollow virtuoso showpieces, geared solely to bring him accolades and win him followers. I am patient. That is one of my qualities. Humans think this is a sign of weakness sometimes, but they do not realize it is part of the nature of love. I always give everyone every opportunity to allow my created nature to come forth within them, knowing that many times even that kindness will be turned against me. The moment came when the new creation I had announced was to be unveiled. It was also the moment Lucifer and his followers chose to overthrow me. His followers renounced my majesty and position and began to sing to him instead. The affront was a shock to all, and my warrior angels, led by Michael, began to bind and cast down the rebels who had sung in protest against me. My warrior angels bound the rebels with great chains, removed them from heaven, and cast them into the lake of fire. All except Lucifer were forbidden from ever again entering the throne room of heaven. It was a sad day. Those who remained loyal to me and who witnessed the birth of Adam took heart. They realized that heaven would have more visitors and more voices to sing praise. The battle between Lucifer's followers and my warrior angels had ended before it even started. There was no contest. No created being could ever ascend to the position of the Creator. It saddened me to see one with such lofty purpose cast so low. I looked within his heart to see if there was any sign of contrition, or any chance at all for redemption. But the seed of pride had taken root so deeply that the harvest could only be destruction. Every thought that raced through his deceived mind was of deposing me and bringing destruction to my creation. He had raised a mighty following, and I knew they were targeting the new species. I made safeguards, but I decided to let what was to be take its course. That is sufficient for the background story. This story begins with my proudest creation, Earth. It is a story some of you may be acquainted with, but for those who are not, let me assure you, I am incapable of lying. "Adam! Adam!" I called. I had gone down to Eden, the place of perfection, to look over my newest creation. He was the first we had made in our own image, a triune being, body, soul, and spirit. Eden, the place where we had placed Adam, was beautiful. No one could imagine how wonderful it felt to walk through the garden. There were fauna and trees of every variety. In addition, the animals we put there were gentle and loving. When Adam did not respond to my call, I knew he was down by the river, frolicking. He had taken quite a fancy to the seals and was mimicking them in their games. I decided not to disturb him, so I sat to watch him. He was my son, and I was proud of him. He was a living soul made out of the very clay upon which he walked. He was created from the most elemental materials of the universe, and fashioned into a being capable of love, devotion, and independent thought. He had taken his work very seriously. He had given every creature a name, and they became friends to him. Even the elephants would stop foraging for food when he called, and they would come over and let him rub their trunks. The lions would proudly show him their latest offspring, and look with pride as he admired their cubs. He spent hours upon hours playing with the baboons and helping them fashion tools for grooming. The young baboons loved him. As if he were their own father, he filled himself on the delights of the garden. Fresh strawberries, raspberries, bananas, coconuts, grapes, pomegranates, lettuce, and tomatoes grew in abundance. There was little he did not sample. He carved out coconut shells and used them to blend the different fruits together. Each time one of the creatures gave birth, he was there to assist, comfort, and provide nurturing to their young. Several of the horses, mighty in strength and power, allowed him to ride upon their backs and took him at breakneck speeds through the many garden paths. Many times he felt completely unaware that, unseen to him, my angels were there to prevent him from incurring any injuries. As I watched him, I could sense something was troubling him. Although he enjoyed our walks and talks together, he felt alone. Because he was made like me, I could relate to his aloneness. I walked down to talk with him. "Adam, I have been watching you," I said. "Soon you'll be teaching your seals new tricks." "Yes, Lord," Adam responded, and he bounded up and hugged me around the neck. "I was wondering if you were going to remember our visit this afternoon." "Of course, Adam," I replied. "How could I forget? You are my favorite. Of all these whom I have fashioned, you are the only one made in my image." "Do you mean that, Lord?" Adam beamed. "Am I really your favorite? Even more than the hippo that can swallow the whole river? Or the chimp that can swing from branch to branch?" "Yes," I said. "You are the only one with whom I can talk." Our conversations were never private. The deer and other forest animals that came to the river to drink always surrounded us. I made it a practice to carry different fruits and nuts that I knew they would all enjoy. If I were not careful, I'd find that the elephant was poking its trunk into my bag. On several occasions, as I was conversing, I noticed my bag was gone. When I looked up, I saw the monkey in the tree having a merry time throwing bits and pieces at the other animals. It was always good for a laugh, and it did me good to see Adam's heart always filled with joy. "You know, Adam, there are many trees in the garden that you may eat from," I said. Yes, Lord, Adam smiled. Every tree but one, Lord. I do not understand what is wrong with that one. But there is plenty to eat from all the rest. I often see birds eating from the forbidden tree. Is there something wrong with its fruit? Not for animals, but there is for you. It is the tree of death to you. If you eat from it, you will die. What is death, Lord? Adam inquired. It is when your body can no longer swim, eat, or play. You disappear from here and are a spirit only, I explained. Is that bad, Lord? For you, Adam, it would be bad. But it would be worse for all of your children. They would never know me as you do, or be able to walk and talk with me face to face, I replied. Lord, how can I have children? I have no mate as the animals do, Adam asked. I know that, Adam, I said. You have not said so, but I can see by looking in your heart that it is not good that you are alone. I'm not alone, Lord. You are here, and I love you. I look forward to our visits, Adam said, smiling. Adam, I responded, I am not like you. You are flesh and blood. I am spirit. I will bring you a mate, and you will love her when you see her, for she will be everything you are not. Lord, I believe you that it is not enough for me to have only you, but I have many friends and all that I want to eat. I love you, Lord. What I have is enough for me, Adam explained. Yes, Adam, it may be enough, but there is more that I wish for you, I explained. It was at that moment that Adam looked around and saw the serpent. Lucifer was upright in those days and very beautiful. His eyes were piercing, and he blended in like a chameleon wherever he stood. He shot me a knowing glance. He believed I would never sentence him to the lake of fire as I had so many others. He knew I loved him and still wished for him the wonderful times of fellowship we had shared. He knew I would allow him to test the very creatures I had made in my image. With his eyes, he taunted me, but I knew it was just an attempt to play on my sympathies. Who's that, Lord? Adam said. That is the serpent, Adam, I answered. Is that my mate? No, Adam. That is Lucifer. Formerly a great angel, but now just a pretender. He is craftier than all the others, but yet... You love him as well, do you not, Lord? Your eyes seem sad to see him. I have never seen you like this, Adam stated. Yes, I replied. I am saddened to see him. He means to bring great destruction. He carries with him the seed of death. It is painful for me to carry thoughts of him. Lord, let us walk away from him and bid him not to follow us, Adam said. We went on a walk that day. It was to be my last day to have Adam all to myself. I listened as Adam talked to me about all the different animals and plants and their functions. We sampled food together. Quite a few of the animals followed us on our walk. Animals that are considered ferocious now were just play pals then. As we walked along, Adam strolled up to the rhinoceros, grabbed his horn, and vaulted upon his back. He spoke a few words into his ear, and off they went. There was not an animal that did not love him. When it grew dark, Adam was weary and fell asleep. I went to work again, completing my creation. As Adam slept, I formed Eve, and I wanted her to be perfect. I not only made her physically desirable, but also compatible with his personality. She was given every attribute he could dream of. After she was completed, I put her next to him on his soft bed of grass and watched for his reaction when he awoke. Adam was truly startled. The first thing he did was throw his arms around her and draw her to himself. It was wonderful. Neither of them could tell they were different genders. Eve, he said, I am Adam, son of God. I gave them privacy and did not come down to the garden until late that evening. Adam was more cheerful than I had ever seen him. He had spent the greater part of the day showing her around and telling her the names of all the animals and plants. The many animals took to her with the same fondness they had taken to Adam. When I visited them later in the day, Adam introduced us. "Eve, this is God. He is our Creator, and this is His garden. He has put us in charge of it." "Yes, Eve," I replied. "I made you to be a companion for Adam. You will find all the trees good, but there is one tree which you must not eat from. For that day you eat from it, you will surely die." "Nice to meet you, God," Eve smiled. "This is a lovely place. Adam showed me all the different animals and plants you have made. Some of the monkeys and gorillas walk upright like us. They're so funny." "Yes, Eve," I answered. "Someday people will think that they are your relatives." "They're nothing like us," Eve said. "They can't even speak. It seems like all they want to do is groom one another and eat." "Yes," I replied, "but I love to watch them too." I watched Adam and Eve for many seasons, and they grew increasingly attached to one another. I knew Adam's devotion to me was slipping, but I continued my regular afternoon visits. Eve wanted more and more of his time. I sometimes felt like a third wheel when I came to visit them. It was nothing direct, just subtle slights, like how she turned her back to me when I was speaking and vied with me for Adam's attention. She took to more independent explorations, and when I visited with Adam, she often wandered off by herself. It was not long before Lucifer, the serpent, found her sitting in the middle of the garden alone. "Eve," he spoke, "where is Adam? Usually you are with him. Doesn't he have time for you anymore?" "Adam?" Eve responded, totally unprepared for his planned manipulation. Eve had no way to understand the jealousy Lucifer felt in his heart because of the worship Adam showed to me. "I just left him with God. Why do you never talk with God? I notice whenever he comes to visit, you're never there." "Oh, he's not the one who made me," Lucifer lied, delighted at the opening her question provided. "He isn't?" Eve was puzzled. "But Adam said God made everything on earth and in the heavens." "He made a lot, of course. But I am my own God. I decide what's best for me. I have my own kingdom as well, and my own followers. Someday, I'll rule over this one as well." Eve watched as Lucifer took a piece of fruit from the forbidden tree. "See? It is no different from any of the other fruit. Taste it, and you shall be like God. Then you can decide for yourself what is good and what is evil. Wouldn't you want to know what God knows? If you did, Adam would surely want to spend more time with you." I don't know," Eve handed it back. "I've got to go. I really don't want any." "Then take it with you," Lucifer encouraged. "You're not afraid of a piece of fruit, are you? You're not afraid of becoming like God, are you?" "I don't want to be like God," she said, and threw the fruit to the ground. She pointed to a tree full of monkeys. "Give it to one of them." Although Eve did not succumb to the temptation, a seed was planted in her mind, and she grew increasingly jealous of my relationship with Adam. Each time I visited them, it became worse. I finally had to confront Adam about it. "Adam," I said, knowing that he knew nothing about jealousy, "Eve does not like us spending so much time together. She is feeling left out. You have to encourage her to come with us on our walks and not go off on her own. She has been talking to the serpent, and he wishes to destroy her and thereby destroy all that I have made here. What about you, Adam? What do you believe?" "I believe you, Lord. You do not lie. It is as you have told me. Yet I see no harm come to the animals from the fruit," Adam questioned. "The animals are not forbidden to eat from the tree," I said. "Just you and Eve. There is no difference in the tree or its fruit. It is simply that I have commanded it. And if you love me, you will keep my commandment." The serpent wishes to destroy all of this. He wishes to bring death, and if he can encourage you to eat from the tree, he'll get his wish. Adam had no comment. I could see he was beginning to doubt the truth of what I was telling him. The constant conversations with Eve were wearing him down, just as the serpent was wearing her down. That is the power of a lie. If repeated enough times, it takes on its own twisted sense of truth. And for the one who believes it, it becomes their truth. Lucifer's words had that effect. He had convinced himself that he would rule the universe. He had spoken it so convincingly that he had persuaded 1/3 of the heavenly host to follow him in rebellion. He had convinced them that I was powerless to act against them, and that they would triumph. He overlooked his initial failure to turn me out of heaven, and believed that if he could turn the newly created humans against me, he would have valuable allies in his battle against me. It was a massive self-delusion. No more of my angels would dare follow him. They saw the fiery furnace into which the rebels were cast and wanted no part of it. The remaining hosts of heaven pitied him, and were glad they had not chosen to follow his rebellion. Knowing what was to come, I enjoyed my fellowship with Adam and Eve. I enjoyed the beauty of my creation and the perfection of everything. I knew it would not last, and I was prepared for the worst.
Chapter 2, The Choice.
Death had crept stealthily into the garden. Though outwardly, nothing had changed in appearance. I saw subtle changes everywhere. I went calling for Adam, but he answered me not, for he was ashamed. I found him hiding behind a tree. He had discovered he was different than Eve. They both had fashioned fig leaves and vines around their loins, seeking to cover their differences. "Adam," I called, "why have you covered yourself with a fig leaf?" "Eve," I said, "why have you covered yourself as well?" "We saw we were different, Lord. I thought we were the same," Adam answered. "Adam, Eve," I exclaimed, "have you eaten from the forbidden fruit?" "Lord, the woman you gave me bid me to eat it." Adam tried to excuse himself. "Lord," Eve said, "it's not my fault. The serpent tricked me." "Now you have brought death to Eden," I said sorrowfully. "Adam, for your time remaining, you shall have to toil by the sweat of your brow for your food. And when Eve gives birth, it shall be with great pain. The ground will be cursed with thorns. You have lost your innocence and have become self-conscious. Until now, you were both totally unaware of your differences. You loved each other with a pure love such as I have for all my creation. Now you have been infected with the sin of self-will. So long as you abided in my love and trusted me, you were oblivious to self-will. From now on, you will not have one waking moment where you are not conscious of your own self. My spirit can no longer live within you, for rebellion against me is sin. Now I shall clothe you both so that you are no longer ashamed of the difference between you." I took a lamb, slew it, and placed its skin on them. They both were filled with sorrow, for they loved the lamb. "Now you shall have to go out from Eden, lest you eat from the tree of life, and live forever in your sin apart from me." I stationed 2 of my warrior angels at the entrance of the garden, so that no one could ever enter and eat from the tree of life. As I watched Adam and Eve go out, I was heartbroken. I had given them only one test of their love and devotion to me, one act of free will, which simply abstaining from would have allowed them to live forever in peace and harmony. They would have been forever at one with nature and with me. They failed the simple test, and the ramifications were devastating for the entire planet. At first, it was hard for them to find food outside of the garden. I instructed their guardian angels to make sure they always had something to eat. They made hunting instruments for themselves, and because of hunger, Adam soon found himself hunting the very animals that had followed him from my garden. These were the same animals that he had once loved. And if anyone felt betrayed as I did, it was the animals. They went from being loved and cherished to becoming prey for my fallen children. It did not take long for their offspring to grow weary of Adam and his wife, and to avoid them altogether. Many of the animals learned from Adam and began to prey on the weaker animals, hiding by the watering holes and waiting for their young to be left defenseless. Those who found their young devoured soon found new ways to hide their nests. The smaller creatures, defenseless above ground, burrowed into the earth and made themselves homes deep below the surface. Those who could flee the other predators used their swiftness to do so. Some, like the mighty elephants, and the giraffes, continued to forage for leaves but learned to keep their young close by to protect them from the meat-eaters. It became a world of weak against strong, and those who survived passed their survival traits down to their offspring. They learned how to exist in a world where death waited for the unwary. It was not as I would have wanted, but it was exactly what I had expected. It had always been difficult for humanity to understand, I know what someone will do before they do it. They seem to confuse this foreknowledge with the notion of predestination. However, knowing what someone will do, given the freedom, is not the same as compelling him or her to do something. All living things had to adapt and learn how to survive in a fallen world. I had known in advance what the results of creating beings with self-will would be, but watching it unfold before me was painful. It was much different than just knowing what was going to occur. Many times, you can know someone is going to die, but when you suffer the loss and realize that it is permanent, the pain becomes overwhelming. Adam and Eve became pregnant with twins, Cain and Abel. Cain was the firstborn. He was their first of many children. In later years, they produced numerous daughters and sons. Cain loved to work with plants. He was always harvesting wild berries and fruits, and he learned how to cultivate and plant. Abel took to animal husbandry and began breeding the different goats and sheep. Although he and Cain were twins, they weren't much alike except in personal appearance. I told them to offer a sacrifice to me. Abel took the choicest of his flock and went to the hills. He built an altar and made an offering to me. I came down and visited with him. I was pleased with his sacrifice. He was showing that he knew his parents' sins had brought the spilling of blood on the earth. And I explained to him that someday I would make a perfect sacrifice to atone for their sins. Cain also presented a sacrifice, but he was unwilling to bring the best of his fruits and produce. I left it untouched, but sent down fire from heaven to consume the sacrifice of Abel. Cain stood nearby and was visibly disappointed, so I approached him. "Cain," I said, "sin is crouching at your door and it wants to devour you. You should know that the only sacrifice that is pleasing to me is when you offer your best. Even as your brother has offered, Abel has offered me the best of his possessions. You have given me your leftovers. Go and do as your brother Abel has done, and I shall accept your sacrifice as well." He left, still discontented, and while he was some way off, Lucifer approached him.
"Cain, I saw that God has no interest in your sacrifice," he lied. "Was it because it was not a blood sacrifice? Why don't you offer God what he wants? If it's blood he wants, then give him blood. Abel raises animals and I grow crops. Why should I become a hunter like my father Adam?" Cain angrily shouted out, covering up his true sin. "No, but you could take one of your father's hunting tools and kill Abel," Lucifer advised. "That would be a sacrifice. Then you'd be rid of him forever and you could marry your sister rather than he."
Cain went away troubled. He knew that killing an animal was allowed, but felt that something was wrong with the plan presented to him by Lucifer. Still, it began to take root in his heart. He returned to the dwelling place of his family. They were just about to partake of the evening meal.
"What's wrong, Cain?" Adam questioned. "You're not touching your food." "God was displeased with his sacrifice. He sent a fire from heaven to consume mine," Abel said proudly. "That's not fair," Eve challenged. "You work just as hard at raising plants as Abel does at raising sheep and goats. Did you give God your best?"
Cain avoided answering and looked over at his sister Laura.
"It's not the same, Eve," Adam explained. "God requires blood of us now that we are living out of the garden. God said it is the life of the body, and a blood sacrifice is to remind us of what we have lost by our disobedience to his commandment about the tree. I wish I didn't know good from evil, but I do know that Cain's sacrifice will never be pleasing to God." "Father," Laura spoke up, "why doesn't Cain offer up a blood sacrifice as well? He could have one of my turtle doves if he wants."
She was attracted to both her brothers, and the time for her to establish her own family was approaching. She knew of the competition that existed between her brothers and her attention, and she relished it. They both glared at her, but she smiled back, knowing that she was antagonizing them both.
"I'm planning a blood sacrifice," Cain spoke up proudly. "I won't be needing one of your animals, Laura, nor will I be needing one of Abel's. Lucifer told me what to offer." "Cain," Adam was exasperated, "I told you to avoid him. He means nothing but harm. I heard the Lord curse him, and cursed he is. Whatever he told you is surely a lie. If he is a liar, then why did you allow him to tempt you to eat from the tree of good and evil? He was right about the tree, wasn't he?" "Partially," Adam answered. "He was partially right, but he never bothered to tell either of us the consequences of our actions. Telling a half-truth is the same as telling a lie. It has the same effect. Whatever he told you is, at best, half-truth, and you will regret listening to him as much as we regret it. You have never known the world as we knew it. You only know it as it is now, a place of hardship, where the strong devour the weak, even while the offspring still suck at their mother's teats. Look how you toil now. You're never able to eradicate the very thorns that continually choke your crops. It was not like that in the beginning." "It's not the beginning anymore, Father. You and Mother changed that for all of us," Cain sneered. "I shall give God his sacrifice. If it's blood he wants, then it's blood he shall get."
Cain stared at Abel, his anger burning. Cain went out to the river, still upset by being confronted by his father. He was wrestling with his conscience and losing. Laura approached him.
"Little sister, you are more beautiful than our mother," Cain flattered. "Thank you, big brother."
Laura relished the attention.
"Why have you not sought me for a wife as Abel has? Father has not decided to whom I should be given. Perhaps I felt that you will make your own decision, and wrestling for your affections would not give me any better chance. Where is Abel?" "He is down tending his flocks. What is that in your hand?"
Her eye caught a glimpse of a hammer-shaped stone that was nestled in Cain's palm.
"Nothing," he said, avoiding her glance. "Nothing at all." "What are you planning on doing, Cain? Are you planning on catching an animal for a blood sacrifice?" "No," he answered. "What if I wasn't planning to sacrifice an animal? What if I was to sacrifice a man?" "Me?" Laura said, trembling. "No, not you. Abel. If God is pleased so much with his sacrifices, then he should be pleased with Abel as a sacrifice." "That's what Lucifer told you to do?" "Yes," Cain said. "At first, I was repulsed, as you are now, but then, why not?" "Father said Lucifer is a liar," Laura injected. "Yes, but Father and Mother listened to him, didn't they?" Cain retorted. "I have seen Abel kill his animals and make his sacrifices many times. It won't hurt him." "But he'll be dead," Laura reasoned. "Don't do it." "Everything dies sometimes, so what does it matter?"
Cain rationalized, walking away. Abel had a favorite watering spot that he would take his flocks every evening. The river ran shallow, and the sheep could wander out and cool themselves off. There were no forests to hide the predators, He loved playing with the baby ewes and was busy washing one of them when the stone caught him full in the temple. He fell face first into the water. Cain panicked and dragged him out of the water, but despite Cain's attempts to revive him, Abel slipped into a coma. Cain watched his brother's body vigilantly throughout the night, but it was to no avail. Abel was slipping into eternity. Cain felt the shame from his impetuous act. He knew it was wrong, and he knew that it was not a sacrifice, but an act of anger done in cold blood. He thought it would be no different than watching one of the lambs die, but he was wrong.
Abel,
Cain called out.
"Oh, what have I done?"
Abel's body grew stiff. Laura approached Cain in the morning, and she was surprised to find Abel's head on his lap. At first glimpse, she was relieved that they were getting along. But then she saw the dark brown stain all over the ground.
"Cain,"
she cried.
"what have you done?"
"He's dead," Cain said.
"I wish he wasn't, but there's nothing I can do now. I'm going to bury his body. Will you watch his sheep and take them out to pasture?"
"Yes," Laura said. She realized that the choice for her mate had been made, and she was feeling uncomfortable. Cain had no trouble taking Abel's body to a distant area and buried it beside the beautiful river. He piled the sand with rocks, hoping that no animal would come along and dig it up. Then he went for a swim to try to get the blood off his skin and legs. The cool water brought a little relief from the pangs of his conscience. He surfaced looking straight into the eyes of a large lioness. He knew they didn't like water, so he stayed out in the middle until she finished her drink. He traveled back to his dwelling, trying to put as much distance between himself and the lioness as possible. He wondered if it would dig up the body of his brother. He came to the small hill overlooking their camp and saw me waiting for him. "Cain, where is your brother Abel?" I questioned. Cain replied,
"Am I my brother's keeper? Why should I know where he is?"
"You have spoken. Truly, you are not your brother's keeper," I agreed. "For even now his blood cries out from the ground for vengeance for your unlawful act against him."
"You are the one who wanted blood sacrifices," Cain retorted. "My grain offerings were never good enough for you. Lucifer told me to sacrifice my brother, and so I did."
"Lucifer is a liar, and he will always be so," I said. "Now you must live with the consequences of your deed. Since you seek no forgiveness, and you have allowed your heart to grow hard, I must send you away."
"But my sister, God, I was to take her as my mate. You can't send me by myself. I need someone,"
Cain implored. "Very well," I replied. "I shall allow your sister to go with you to establish your own cities. However, since you spilled innocent blood, you will bear my mark." At that instant, Cain, whose skin was dark bronze, became white as snow. He went into his dwelling to get his possessions, and Adam was the first to see him.
"Cain,"
Adam exclaimed,
"what has happened to you?"
"It is the mark of the Lord.
I sacrificed Abel, and now the Lord is sending me away. I'm taking Laura with me."
Adam was shocked. He was about to speak against the evil deed, but then remembered his own act of rebellion, eating the forbidden fruit. He knew there was jealousy between the two boys, but he could not believe it had ended in bloodshed and death.
"What have you done with his body? Maybe he's not really dead,"
Adam asked hopefully.
"He is dead, Father," Cain anguished. "I waited all night for his life force to return, but it didn't. I buried him by the lion's drinking pool."
At that moment, Eve walked up. She noticed that Cain had packed everything and placed it in a large deerskin bag.
"Where are you going, Cain? And what happened to your skin color?" "The Lord has banished me," explained Cain. "I am going to start my own dwelling place with Laura. I killed Abel. Lucifer told me to sacrifice him. I let him deceive me like he deceived you and Father. Now I have to pay with this mark and my banishment."
Eve had nothing to say in response to Cain's sin against Abel. She walked away and began to cry. Adam was stunned. He had never seen Eve cry before. It was a deep, mournful, and plaintive cry, and it shocked him to see the amount of grief she was bearing. It was as if her heart had been shredded and was hanging in pieces. He wished he had never brought the curse down upon them. But it was too late for regrets. He had disobeyed by eating of the forbidden fruit, and the dark clouds of sin gathered over the world. Evil, which had started out as one small act of disobedience, was growing at a rapid pace, and Adam knew he was powerless to stop it.
Chapter 3: The Wanderer.
Cain's white skin was blistered from the hot sun, and he felt pain as he had never had before. Laura felt badly for him, and she knew he had not really wished to kill Abel. But she knew the white skin was the mark of doing so. They stopped beside the river where he bathed himself and sought relief from his blisters. "We must make some kind of cover for you," she said to Cain as she sponged his back off. "Your skin is falling off in sheets." "It is my curse, my mark," Cain replied in torment. "It is justly deserved. I slew my brother, and I must live with the consequences of my action. Why don't you make us a fire, and we'll prepare some food? There's a land named Nod, farther north. We can journey there and start our own city." That evening, Cain knew his sister Laura, and they conceived their first child. They gave birth to many other children, and the size of their settlement grew quickly. Before 50 years had passed, they numbered over 50,000, and they began to migrate across the great land bridges to various parts of the world. They built themselves altars and idols, and they worshiped gods they had made with their own hands using bronze, iron, wood, and clay. They set up temples of worship wherever they went. The men took multiple wives and bred many children, oftentimes reminiscent of Cain's sacrifice to Abel. They sacrificed their own children to their gods, asking for a blessing on their harvest. Cain's descendants began to fill the earth, procreating until their numbers reached several 100 million. The only area they didn't settle in was the area surrounding the Garden of Eden. Adam's son Seth, born after Cain, had left and settled near the garden with his many descendants. Their people refused to take more than one wife and multiplied in numbers at a much slower rate. Traders and caravans from Cain's lands journeyed to Adam's land and traded their manufactured goods for the fine livestock Adam's descendants raised. Cain's descendants never sought out a relationship with me, but many of Adam's offspring did. Every year, the Adamites would gather together and offer up a calf as a sacrifice for their sins. Adam made sure the animal to be sacrificed was without blemish, and he always oversaw the proceedings. He trained the others how to perform this properly. After the sacrifice, I would send fire to burn and consume the offering, and the people would marvel. Adam repeated the story of creation and of their fall from grace. He told them of my plan to restore them all one day, so they could again walk beside me without fear. After Enoch's son, Methuselah, was born, Adam died. He had lived 960 years. They set his body on a funeral barge down the Euphrates, towards the Garden of Eden just to the west. Adam's descendants were now numbering in the millions and settled throughout the Mesopotamian area as far down as modern-day Ethiopia. All his descendants remained dark-skinned. Cain's descendants were unable to live comfortably in the hot areas because of their lighter skin pigmentation, and they migrated to the extreme northern areas away from the equator. They built great cities and mighty warlike nations. Their leaders took counsel with Lucifer and others of the fallen, who encouraged them to perform human sacrifice, fight wars, and engage in perversion and many other detestable acts. Many people today still don't believe there was a worldwide flood that destroyed nearly all of humanity, sparing only 8 people. Long before I sent that flood, I sent a man to try and turn mankind back to me. He was Adam's grandson, Enoch, and I am proud to call him my friend.
Chapter 4. A Man Without Blemish.
Nowhere in the ancient world was there another like Enoch. There were so many ways in which he resembled Adam that sometimes people mistook them for one of the same. He was handsome and stood over 9 feet tall. His upper body was massive and every muscle was toned and defined. His legs were thick like tree trunks, and he could run as fast as any horse on the plains. He was a herdsman who spent his time tending and caring for the herds of horses. These herds were so large the eye couldn't see them all on the horizon. He spent many of his waking hours building great stone walls to keep out the many predators who would sneak into the pastures in the evening and tear apart the young foals. Oftentimes, the predators would even descend upon the mare while she was in the foaling process. Enoch saw firsthand the horrors that sin had brought into the world. He sought for himself a wife and found himself attracted to his beautiful cousin Gala. She rode bareback through the hills and trained her horse Rublio to jump over Enoch's many stone fences. Enoch fell in love with her the first time he saw her riding, and they were married right away. Family members pitched in and helped them build a large stone dwelling near the Euphrates River. The land was lush and resembled a tropical rainforest. It had large clearings for farming, ranching, and many other dwelling places. Enoch's property was at the edge of the forest. There was only the stone-covered pathway leading towards the main city, joining them to the rest of civilization. Not only were they herdsmen, but they were horticulturalists as well. Gala's family had grown thousands of acres of herbs and flowers, and traded them to the children of Cain for furs, tools, and fabrics. They planted flowers on their land as well, and would dry and grind them up for the healing and medicinal purposes in which Adam had instructed them. Gala and Enoch also cleared a large area in the forest where they planted their own garden. It was unlike anything ever seen on earth. A small rose was over a foot across, and the sunflowers grew nearly 50 feet high. The germination time was rapid, with vegetables and fruits coming to seed within weeks after planting. Each found the other's interest fascinating. When Enoch was 65, Gala bore him a son, and they named him Methuselah. While Enoch tended the farm, Gala looked after their large herds, making sure the newborn foals had plenty of protection from the cunning packs of hyenas, wolves, and fierce cats that would somehow climb over the stone fences. Gala grew more and more adept with a bow and arrow, and taught Methuselah, who excelled in this skill as well. Predators soon learned that attacking this area was simply not worth it. One day Enoch was walking through the garden, and I visited him. "Enoch," I said, as I approached him. "Who is it?" he responded, squinting his eyes because they were not used to my glory. "It is I, the Lord." Enoch dropped to his knees in reverence. "Yes, Lord," he said. "What is it you would have me do?" "Your people have been trading with the offspring of Cain. They are a people who continually grieve me. They sacrifice their own women and children, and soon they will come seeking women from your tribe to replace the many they have sacrificed. You must go to them and warn them to turn from their wicked ways. Otherwise, the entire human race will become defiled. I have wished to keep those to myself who will walk with me and obey my precepts as you do." "Lord, I am but a herdsman and gardener. Surely you wish for a mighty man of valor like my cousin Ur, who rules over a mighty city. I dwell alone here with my wife and child." "I have not made a mistake, Enoch," I replied. "You know these people are idolaters and descendants of Cain who slew Abel. Now they wish to breed with your daughters, cousins, and sisters, and raise them in their own wicked ways. They are a people who do not acknowledge me. They have turned away from me and worship Lucifer. This is why I am sending you to give them a message before they sin so greatly against me that I am forced to reconsider ever creating mankind." "Yes, Lord," Enoch replied. "I will go and tell them. But please do not send me alone. It would be too hard on my family if I were to leave them. To whom do you wish me to travel to?" "Far up north there are people who call themselves Goths," I replied. "They wear antler-studded crowns and worship gods which their own hands have carved out of trees. Make them gifts of horses and warn them to stop their pagan practices, and perhaps they will heed your warning." Gala saddled up with heavy blankets on the back of her horse to prepare for the cold weather up north. Although neither of them had been out of the Mesopotamian area, they had talked to enough traders and travelers to know the difficulty that lay ahead of them. Gala wanted her family to at least be warm. Methuselah had grown to be an excellent rider, and he trained his own horse, a white and maroon-spotted stallion. He had raised the horse from birth, and they were as one when they rode across the wide stretches of pasture lands. Enoch rejoiced to be back on horseback as he rode atop his large gray mare. Leading his herd of nearly 50 strong, he wondered if it would be difficult to find food, but then realized that I would handle all the details. All they needed to do was obey. As they rode northward, the sky reflected an ominous gray color speckled with blotches of violet, only to turn bright red as the sun slipped below the horizon. They herded the horses together and found a place to camp out below a small range of hills. Enoch guessed they had ridden over 100 miles, and that they would reach the Goths within 2 weeks. He leaned on his spear and watched Gala and Methuselah settle down to sleep. He knew his wife would wake shortly to relieve him of his watch. A low-pressure system forced a mist to fall upon them, and Enoch got worried when he couldn't see the herd. He sensed their restlessness and unease at being so far away from familiar territory. He walked among them and talked to them by name, stroking their necks and giving them assurance that he was there to ward off all predators. He shifted the spear to a different hand as he watched a gleaming pair of yellow eyes approach the herd. One pair turned into another pair, and still another, and yet another. He realized that they were surrounded by an extremely large pack of wolves. He let out a short whistle, and Gala woke up, reaching for her bow. She woke Methuselah, who strung his short bow as well. Gala whistled back, and Enoch heard several of the horses shudder. Enoch knew they couldn't see the wolves, but he also knew they could smell predators. They shifted nervously on their haunches as Gala and Methuselah snuck up to join Enoch. He looked for their leader. He had already decided to attack first, wounding or even killing the alpha wolf, and thereby hoping to discourage the others into seeking easier prey. It wasn't hard to spot the one very large silver-gray wolf that stood out amongst all the others. It was circling, looking for a good point of attack. Enoch didn't want to throw his spear at the wolf and leave himself defenseless, so he pointed it out to Gala and gave her the signal. She drew back the arrow until the bronze tip was barely resting over her grip, and kneeled down low where she could get a clear shot from underneath one of the horses. She let the gut string rip and heard a terrible howl. She had scored a direct hit into the wolf's hindquarters. Several of the other wolves ran to its aid. Methuselah sent another arrow flying and hit another wolf. Enoch moved near to the edge and saw a lone wolf that was tearing the muzzle of one of the foals. It turned to attack him, and he was forced to bring the spear down hard and kill it. The horses stomped about nervously, sending up a small cloud of dust. Several of them reared their necks, whinnied and snorted, pawing the ground with their huge hooves. The wolves, now leaderless, grew nervous and withdrew, leaving their wounded and dead behind. Gala walked amongst the horses, calming them and assuring them everything was all right. Enoch walked up to the wounded wolf and began to speak calmly to it. It was lying crippled on the ground, and it snarled and tried to drag itself away. Enoch approached it carefully, but the wolf snarled at him. He took out a small snare and roped its head, keeping the snapping teeth away from his hands. Gradually, the wolf gave up and allowed him to muzzle it. Enoch lifted it up and carried it back to their camp. After washing away the blood and spreading an herbal mixture onto the wolf, he pulled out the arrow and packed mud into the wound and dressed it. The animal was exhausted from the loss of blood and fell asleep. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next morning, Methuselah fed the wolf and stroked its fur. Enoch approached him. "Well," Enoch said, "I think he's well enough to get by on his own. What do you think?"
"I think he likes me," his son answered. "Look how his lips are curled up. It's like he's smiling at me."
"Maybe he thinks you are his next meal." Enoch grinned.
"Seriously, Dad," Methuselah added, sounding frustrated that his father wouldn't listen to him. "Do you think I can keep him? He'd be a good watchdog. I know I could train him. My cousin, Emil, trained wolves to watch his sheep, and he's still using them. They respond very well to kindness."
"Okay, but if he gets feisty with the horses, we're letting him go. You better make a little bed for him and tie him up on the back of your saddle. We're going a long way today, and he's still too weak to run the whole distance." They marveled at the snow-covered mountains as they traveled further and further north. They had no idea they were being watched by an invisible foe. The wind whipped furiously about them as they traversed up a mountainous path. Gala reached out, tore off an icicle, and then put it in her mouth to taste it. "It's water. We'll melt these down for drinking water for the horses," she said. By the time the sun had set again, they were on top of a steppe. Off in the distance, they could see more snow-covered hills, and there was not a trace of civilization. They busied themselves getting water for the herd, melting icicles and snow in their large earthen pots. It was a seemingly endless task, and they were happy when all the horses had enough. Enoch fed them all ginger root, and he knew they would need to find pasture before long, or the horses would grow weak. That night, while everyone slept, he walked onto the steppe and called to me. I came down to walk with him. "Lord," Enoch exclaimed in surprise, "you heard my cry." "Yes, Enoch," I replied. "I have heard you, and I know the worries that weigh on your heart. You're a good man. There is no evil way in you. You have followed my commandments and traveled to a distant land to carry out my wishes. Yet you worry about the others. The Goths are only a day's journey away. Be forewarned that they are an evil people, but I will be with you. Do not let your fear grip your heart when you see their evil deeds. They follow the voice of another who wishes to destroy them." "Lucifer? The one who tricked Eve?" Enoch asked. "Yes, Enoch," I replied. "They follow Lucifer. Only they know and worship him as the wood god. He has caused them to sin greatly against me. Tell them that they have displeased me, and show them how to find me. Perhaps some of them can be saved." Enoch approached me and fell to his knees. "Why, Lord? Why honor me with this task? You are a great God, and mighty in power. Surely if you spoke, they would listen to you. Why have you chosen me? I am not a man gifted with words or persuasion. How will I know what to say to them?" "I will fill your mouth, Enoch. You need but to keep your heart willing and be ready to obey. I am with you and your family. Stretch forth your hands." When Enoch stretched forth his hands, they became hotter than molten gold. He marveled that there was no pain. "Touch that rock over there," I commanded. He did, and the snow and ice on the rock melted. Plants immediately grew up where he had touched. "Now take your hands away," I said. He did, and the rock again became covered in snow. "That will be a sign of life that the true Creator has sent you. For the one who rules them is a destroyer of all that is good. His heart is evil, and he will curse them from generation to generation," I explained. Lord, Enoch replied, thank you for visiting me, even as you did Adam. Thank you for my wife and child, and for counting me worthy to represent you. I will not let you down. Several days later, they rode into the great forest and were shocked to see the immense evil that had manifested. All around them, strung up in trees, were cages with dead bodies and skeletons of every size and shape. Monstrous birds were fighting over the decayed flesh still on some of the bodies. Several smaller cages held the bones of small children and infants. It was a repugnant sight.
Dad,
Methuselah cried out.
where are you taking us? This place is evil.
Don't be afraid, my son, Enoch responded. The Lord has commanded us to come here, and his hand is upon us. He has assured us that he will be with us the whole time. The horses were spooked, and their hooves clawed nervously. Before they rode another 100 feet, they were surrounded by a group of naked men, painted in various shades of blue. Their hair was cut in cornrows, and they had bones protruding from their topknots. They stared fiercely at Enoch and pulled at the reins of his horse. Enoch hopped off and landed squarely on the ground. They stepped back in awe when they noticed he was a full 3 feet taller than any of them. He held up his hand. It began to glow a golden color. They stepped back and gasped in surprise. I come to you in the name of the Creator, Enoch said boldly. He wishes for you to honor him, and not the false gods of the forest that Lucifer has tricked you into following. Enoch went over to a giant oak tree that was stripped of its leaves and had been burned around the base. From its many branches hung cages full of bones of corpses. He touched the trunk of the tree, and it began to pulsate with energy. From where his hands touched, the miracle of recreation took place. Branch after branch became alive with leaves and exotic fruit. The cages glowed as well, and those who were dead came to life and began shouting for their freedom. Enoch pointed to Methuselah and motioned him to climb the tree and set them free. As Methuselah was doing this, a short man with reddish hair approached him. His name was Pele, and he was the leader of the Goth. How do you bring back to life what is dead? Are you the one Lucifer promised would come help us? You are practicing evil in the sight of God. He has sent me to turn you from your evil ways, and to warn you that if you do not heed him, you will all be destroyed. Enoch's hand still glowed as he lifted Gala down. I am Enoch, son of God, and God has walked and talked with me, just as he did our forefather Adam, before Adam disobeyed and brought death to our planet. We are the sons and daughters of Cain, Pele spoke. We listen to no god except the god of the forest. Enoch pointed to the many who had been restored to life and were climbing down the tree.
And these whom you've tortured and killed,
Gala spoke.
Why do your hands commit such great evil in the sight of the Creator? He alone gives you life. Does not your very heart tell you it is wrong to do such deeds? This is an abomination, for even the animals should not be treated thusly. You should not take blood for sport.
Omla, a very short woman, stepped up face to face with Gala.
You know not the God of the forest. He bids us to make many sacrifices, and we preserve the strong ones by sacrificing the weak. It is the way of the forest. It is our way.
Omla stepped up to examine Enoch's hand.
You have magic in your hand. I am the watcher of my people. Can you teach me how to work that magic?
The gift is not mine to give, Enoch said without pride. It is the call which I was given. These horses are my gift to you. You can breed them. They will help make you swift and help you leave the forest and go out to the plains. There you can establish villages and grow crops. But first, you must show me the other death tree. I will bring back to life those whom the Creator wishes to return to earth to fulfill their years." Omla guided him from tree to tree, and hundreds of young children, mostly girls, were brought back to life. They told of their trip to another world and of the light and peace that they saw there. One girl named Hannah took a special fondness to Methuselah, who was embarrassed by her nakedness, and he had an awkward time speaking with her. "Why do you cover yourself?" Hannah asked, pointing to the garments he wore. "We in the forest wear nothing except the blue dye we make from the earth." Methuselah reached into his pack and gave her a small robe fashioned out of Angora wool. "Put this on and see why." She slipped it over her head and ran her hands over it. It fit her snugly, and she stepped by the brook to admire her reflection. "It is the fur of an animal. What is wrong with just your own skin?" "Isn't it easier for you to talk with me now that you are covered? Don't you sense that the embarrassment is gone?" Methuselah questioned. "It feels different, but I don't know why," Hannah replied. "I never had a garment on except for the cover of leaves at night. Why is it now something that is necessary?" "It is the Creator that made it so," Methuselah answered. "After the disobedience, when we could see good and evil, we could also see how He made male and female. He made the covering so that we would not lust after one another." She touched his arm and admired his strength. "You like my people. You're very strong and very big. Do you have a mate where you come from?" she asked. "No," he replied, wondering why it felt so awkward to answer her. "I think we better go back to your people. Let me lift you onto my horse. He will take us there quickly." In the middle of the forest, between towering carved-out oaks that blocked all of the sunlight, Enoch stood and debated with the many city fathers the new commands that I had sent them. One old man, white and withered, stood up before the congregation to speak. His voice was amplified through a large horn carved from the tusk of a rhinoceros.
"Who is the Creator to us but a myth?"
the old man said with disdain.
"A God who made us and then shoved us out onto this barren land to forage for food and toil amongst the endless thorns? Who is He to send this messenger to bring life to our dead sacrifices and then tell us to leave for the plains and become herdsmen? Have we Goth not done as we pleased? Have we not had enough from the gods of the forest? It's true, they request of us sacrifice, but is not death for life and even exchange? What does this Creator offer us? He calls us evil for our sacrifices, and yet they wear animal fur. I prefer to wear nothing but the blue. Those who would go, leave now. You are not welcome among us anymore."
The old man moved closer in.
"I have seen the Creator and have heard His voice. It was He who cursed me with this white skin and bid me depart of the land of Nod. But the sun was hot, and it burned down upon me. My skin, being fair, turned red and blistered. So I took many of my people, your father and mother, grandfathers and grandmothers, and brought you here to the land of Goth. And it is here that Lucifer has shown us how to survive. We have become a mighty people, feared by all. We have no need for a Creator. For have we not carved these dwellings with our own hands? I have seen death. I have taken blood. But what is one blood over another? Even the Creator takes the blood of the very lamb He has made. What does it matter if we take the innocent blood of children? To one is given the power of life, to another is given the power of death. What is more powerful, the hand that brings life, or the hand that brings death?"
Cain raised his staff and pointed it directly at Enoch. The end of the staff bristled with a strong, almost electric current, and a flame shot forth, which set the ground under Enoch's horse on fire. Enoch's horse reared up and trampled on a small child, knocking it to the ground. Enoch was taken off guard and reached down to take the child in his arms. He handed her to Gala. "It is true, Cain," Enoch answered. "You have the power of death, but you are still a living soul made every bit as much in the image of your Creator as your father Adam was. You know that death means the spilling of blood, and life is in the blood. That is why you can never cleanse your hands. But you can cleanse your heart if you will quit your evil ways. Look at this child you caused my horse to injure. This child did nothing to you, and yet hate has filled your heart." Into their midst, a large and ominous being materialized. It towered over everyone in the clearing. It walked on cloven hooves and had a wreath of holly in its hair. Its face was inviting yet foreboding. The people fell down before it, paralyzed with fear.
"You bring your golden hands and new thoughts to my people,"
Lucifer spoke.
"I beguiled your ancestors, and I will beguile you. I am the God of fire, and you will bow before me, Enoch. Otherwise, you will die."
Lucifer threw up his hands and brought down a rain of fire and falling branches upon Enoch and his small family. The horses started to grow frightened and began to buck. Gala's hair caught on fire. Enoch took his hand and touched everyone around him, and they became as new again. The fire was extinguished. "What you destroy, Lucifer, God will rebuild. Adam told me about you and the destruction that you brought to our planet. He also told me how you have been judged and must crawl on your belly before the Lord. So in the name of the Most High God, I bid you to crawl." Enoch commanded as he extended his golden hand. The man-goat was brought to its knees, and it began to crawl.
"I curse you, Enoch,"
Lucifer said as he crawled away.
"You may have won a small victory here today among the Goth, but I am not defeated."
The next day, Enoch and Gala watched as their son wedded Hannah. Enoch gave a gift of 2 magnificent horses to Hannah's father, Pele, the leader of the Goth. "Take these horses and care for them," Enoch instructed. "They will care for you and will help you outrun the many predators that could destroy your people. Make yourselves cities on the plains by the rivers, and know that if you put the Lord God, your Creator, first, He will watch you and bring a blessing to your life." "You have given us a gift of horses," Pele replied, "and you have taken what is most precious to us, our Hannah. Promise me that you will come back and bring her with you. We wish to see our children's children." Hannah and Methuselah came forward. They were both wearing the traditional Goth forest wreaths as crowns on the top of their heads. A huge ring of fire was lit, and she took Methuselah's hand, and they ran through it as the people cheered.
"I honor you, my husband," Hannah said. "I will be by your side in life and in death. My heart shall be your heart, and my life shall be your life. I say goodbye to my people to make a new people with you."
The entire tribe had gathered, weeping over Hannah. No one noticed Lucifer off in the distance, plotting and searching for vengeance.
Chapter 5 Cry of the Ancients.
Enoch returned to his homeland, wondering how long it would be before I sent him on another mission. He had heard of the rumors of a cruel people in the West who took slaves and did unimaginable things to them. He put it from his mind, since there was nothing he could do about it unless I sent him. He spent more and more time wandering through his flocks and herds, repairing the stone walls and fending off the many predators who hunted his livestock. He stumbled upon one of his sheep torn asunder while giving birth. The sight of the bloody and dismembered sheep and fetus horrified him. There were no tracks, and he wondered what type of beast had killed so effortlessly that he hadn't even heard it approaching. He was less than a few 100 feet away. He decided to build a blind and went back to their homestead to get Gala. She was pregnant with another child and preparing their evening meal. "You look saddened, Enoch," Gala said. "Tell me, what is wrong?" "Another ewe has been savagely killed in delivery. While I was less than a few 100 feet away, I couldn't even find its spoor." "What are you going to do?" she asked as she spooned out stew and hard-bread cakes. "Please, sit and take some food." "I am building a blind and will wait for the creature to return, and then I will slay it," Enoch declared. "Have you asked the Lord for help?" Gala inquired. "No, I have not bothered him." "Perhaps you should," Gala smiled. "I'm sure it would be no bother." "Yes, perhaps I should," Enoch said. "I will build the blind and pray. Where is Methuselah?" "He's showing Hannah the rivers where Adam used to dwell. She wanted to see where civilization began. They will be gone for several days." Enoch looked at her with concern. "You wanted to go, but you didn't. So you're saddened. Isn't that so?" Gala laughed off his question. "Saddened, no, but yes, foolishly I did want to go. It doesn't seem wise now. I am with child and I didn't want to make the long trip. Besides, this gives me a chance to spend some time alone with you. What more could I want?" "Come help me," Enoch said as he finished his bowl of stew. "We shall see what it is that is destroying the sheep and leaving no trace." They spent many hours getting the blind made so that it would look indistinguishable from the rest of the surroundings. They covered it with long plain grasses and heaped natural stone formations around it. Enoch had no trouble lifting the many boulders and creating a natural look. The sun slowly set and they entered their blind, waiting for the first sign of the intruder. As Enoch drifted off to sleep, Gala studied the small area in front of her where they had put most of the sheep. They would entice the prey by setting out their favorite food. She was mesmerized by the glow of the night sky and the moonlight, which bathed the surrounding hills. The effect was to make them look as if they were right at her fingertips. She heard a flutter and was shocked to see a large condor descending on her flock. She awoke Enoch and steadied her bow. The sheep bleated out as she fired, aiming high to cover its upward trajectory, and prayed that she would miss the sheep. The condor began to fall, releasing his prey. It fell quickly to the ground in the midst of the flock, creating a panic amongst the other animals. "I have it!" Gala cried out. She ran out with Enoch and they found the condor struggling in the grass. Enoch was taken back by its ugliness. The condor's head and beak resembled a human face. It was as if the bird had metamorphosized between the two species. Attached to the wings were two claw-like hands that were struggling with trying to pull out the arrow. It looked up in fear at Enoch.
"Oh, go away! Go away!"
the man-bird cried out. "Why are you attacking our flock? What are you?" Enoch challenged, aiming his spear at the foul-looking creature.
"Again!"
the creature cried out.
"I serve the Lord of the underworld. It was his bidding that I do. He says you must be punished with destruction for turning free the Goth. I can change forms to any creature that flies, but you have wounded me."
"Give your master a message," Enoch said as he stepped closer and slashed down towards the creature that stood up to challenge him. "I renounce his evil ways. We serve the Most High God, and no one else." The spear impaled the creature through the heart, and before their eyes it burst into flames. As it was perishing, a heart-rending cry rose up from the foul vapor. Gala wandered out into the middle of the pasture and found the helpless sheep that had been dropped when her arrow hit its mark. She picked up the injured animal and brought it back to their dwelling, where she mended its broken leg.
Chapter 6. Fallen Images.
Enoch and Gala gave birth to their second child, a beautiful baby girl named Tara. When Terah was born, Enoch took her and held her up towards the heavens and cried, "God, this one is your gift to me. I thank you." After a few years had passed and their child had grown, I appeared to Enoch in the hills and called him to another mission. "Enoch," I called out, making myself visible to him. "Yes, Lord." Enoch dropped to his knees and fell on his face. "Arise, Enoch," I said. "You and I shall walk and talk face to face." "Will I be leaving again soon?" he inquired of me. "Yes," I replied, "but this time your journey will take you to the edge of your world. There is another tribe of descendants from Cain that worship another in my place. It is an offense to me that they worship a pretender to my throne. Stretch forth your feet. I will cause you to walk upon high places, and those who behold you will know that I have sent you to do my bidding." Enoch sat down upon a huge boulder and stretched out his feet. Underneath each foot he could feel something solid yet invisible. He looked to see what it was, yet it was nothing that could be seen with human eyes. "Walk with me," I said to him. Enoch began to walk with me, and I led him up to the high places. He could not believe that his feet were touching nothing, and yet he was able to walk through the air as if an invisible staircase supported him. "Those whom you hold on to will be able to walk as you walk," I explained. "It will be a sign to those who no longer believe I exist. The people you need to see are 5 weeks' journey to the east. They call themselves the Oceanus. You must leave at once. My judgment is set and they haven't much time." Gala had no second thoughts about going with Enoch. She felt no fear under his protection, knowing that he was under the protection of one much greater. Terah, their daughter, was a beautiful young girl and had already developed a full vocabulary. She loved to ride horses and was excited to go on a journey with her parents. She helped her father pack up the supply wagon. As Enoch and Gala stood hand in hand overlooking their homestead, they glimpsed at the rolling clouds above them laden with moisture, and they felt the coolness of the morning air. "It will be quite a journey," Enoch said, "but God will be with us, and we will prosper." "I know, husband," Gala answered, holding on to Terah. "I still feel inadequate for the task." Enoch grasped her hand and began to walk, gazing out over the valley below them. "Don't let go of my hand," he cautioned her, admiring the way her hair flowed in the breeze. "This is to be the sign that we are sent by God Almighty. They shall see and believe." Gala squeezed her hand in his palm, thankful for his love and confident that he wouldn't let go. "I know God is with you, Enoch, and I am with you too." The trip to Oceana took many weeks. Much of the land they traveled had been farmed and grazed, but was desolate. The Canaanites had used up the good topsoil, stripped the forests clean, and then pressed on to other areas, abandoning the rutted and denuded hillsides. Enoch, Gala, and Terah climbed over peaks where hard granite protruded out in huge boulders. They carefully made their way over them as they looked for natural passages in the rocks. Each night, while they were setting up camp, Enoch would come outside to meet me. "Enoch," I called, "come here. I wish you to see the settlement of Oceana. It is vast." Enoch walked over to me, and I blew downward so that my breath parted the mist that had descended over the valley below. Beneath him, Enoch could see the tall buildings hugging the edge of the ocean. They were built from rocks hewn out of the surrounding mountains. It was the most impressive settlement on the planet Earth. "It is a huge area, Lord," Enoch said in amazement. "How many people live there?" "Over 80 million, I replied. "They get much of their food from the ocean, make their own garments and ships, and raise their own food on aqua plantations. Do you see the temple there?" I pointed out a huge cathedral-like building centered in the middle of the town. "It is there that they worshipped their god Molech. His real name is not Molech. It is Lucifer. None there worship me as their creator. The entire city walks in deception and violence. They are a warlike people using their ships to raid other peoples and take captives. They burn many of them and sacrifice to Molech. The cries of the innocent, whom they have slaughtered, have come to my ears. You need to tell them that if they continue in their evil ways, I will visit my wrath upon them." "Will they listen, Lord?" Enoch inquired. "I am but one man, and there are so many." "If even one listens, at least you will save the soul of that one. Now rest and know that no matter what befalls you, I am with you. No evil shall harm you, for Molech has no power against me." Ursula, the chief priest of Oceania, walked into the temple bowing in deference to the huge statue of Molech. The ashes of the daily sacrifice still burned hot, and he could smell the charred human remains of the many children that had been sacrificed to Molech. He shook his long blonde ponytail off his back, removed his jewel-encrusted scimitar-shaped knife from his wristband, and walked up to the large golden ceremonial washing bowl. He splashed cold water on his hands and wiped them on a cloth made of embroidered purple. The anguished looks of those he had burned just hours earlier tormented him. He thought of his own daughters, Tiara and Feli, playing in their home that overlooked the sea, and how they trusted him for their protection. He wondered why any god would be so bent on destruction that he could sanction the deaths of innocent children. He wished his family could sail away and escape the misery surrounding him. It was true that they ate well and had the most beautiful homes and clothing on earth, and a people very advanced in the sciences. Regardless, Ursula knew they were doing evil. Their hands were covered in innocent blood. Ursula walked back towards the statue and stopped. "You are lifeless," he said. "So surely you can't have a heart. Your feet are covered with blood, and yet you still demand more. What could an idol of gold want with blood? What is it that I am serving? Who are you, really?" The idol remained silent. One of the least known facts about my adversary is that he can't be in all places at all times, and that he is ignorant of much that happens on earth. Most of what he is aware of comes from second-hand information, for unless he can get people to do his bidding, he can accomplish nothing. My world is a physical universe, and only physical properties operate in it. Lucifer's only involvement is the degree of destruction he brings upon our world. Ursula walked out of the temple and looked down at the ocean surf crashing on the rocks. The mist felt cool on his skin and gave him a slight respite from the ache he felt in his heart. Overhead, Enoch's family descended from the hills, oblivious to the human drama unfolding before them. Enoch knew that I had called him to reach those who would turn from their sinful ways. "Gala!" Enoch exclaimed, shocked that they were so close. "Get in the cart with Tara. I don't know how they will react to outsiders." They descended down the last trail, which rolled past the large outer walls bleached white from the salt air. The huge gate, arched at the top, was over 80 feet high. On each side of the gate were rock carvings of winged serpents with their tongues out. There was an inscription written below the carvings: Wistre Yongoma Kaladan Feli. Enoch recognized the writing and translated it for Gala. "Evil and good are seeds of the same tree." Enoch recognized the author. This was a time-worn saying attributed to Cain. All around the gates were stalls where fruits, fish, baskets, cooking wood, utensils, and fine fabrics were sold. Everyone gazed at Enoch, the tall, dark man, and gathered in sort of a procession behind the cart. The city was built in a concentric circular pattern around the temple. By the time Enoch reached the temple, a large throng of people had gathered around him. Enoch stared up at the temple dedicated to Molech. It was a jagged structure, and the hand-hewn granite was moss-covered all the way up to the sphere, making it appear to be a huge man-made shrub. It was shaped like a pyramid with no windows, and a large balcony wrapped around the exterior. Enoch could smell the stench of decayed human blood. He swallowed his bile. He saw the high priest enter the front veranda and motion the crowd to be silent.
"Stranger," Ursula spoke, "you look as if you have come a long distance. What is it you seek? Speak, for I am the high priest for our god Moloch."
"Moloch is no god," Enoch spoke boldly. "He is an idol which you have fashioned with your own hands. I serve the true God, and I come with a message from him." Enoch studied the faces in the crowd. "The true God says, 'Return to me. Though you have served Molech these many years, and caused the blood of many innocent to flow as a polluted river, so shall my forgiveness flow to you as a fresh stream. People of Oceania, you who harvest the bounty from the seas I have provided, do not remain in darkness and ignorance. I abhor the death of the innocent ones and command you to cease following after Molech." The crowd turned towards Ursula. Everyone was waiting for his reaction to the treasonous and irreverent words of Enoch.
"And who are you to bring us such a word?"
Ursula replied firmly.
"Are you the one they called Adam, who was made in the likeness of God? Who are you that you should speak for the Creator? The world is now as it has always been, constantly changing back and forth even as the tides. Why should I give up the God to whom I gave my wife Julisia? You have not sacrificed your wife or your children for your God."
Enoch stepped out of his wagon and tied the reins. He began to climb into the sky above the heads of the crowd until he stood opposite Ursula. "I am not here as a magician," he addressed Ursula. "I am here because the Lord God Most High loves the people of Oceania. You see me now walking the winds. Come walk with me through the clouds. You will see the true God. You will feel his presence even as I do. You will know that God is love and that he loves abundantly." Enoch walked on the air and moved towards Ursula, extending his hand. Ursula took Enoch's hand and walked with him through the sky. Underneath, the people of Oceania gathered and watched their high priest walk with the stranger. It was an amazing sight for all of them.
"Men and women of Oceania,"
Ursula spoke from the sky.
"I am the high priest of Molech. You know I have that position because I sacrificed my wife for it. You know I have shed much blood, but look at me now. Even after all the blood sacrifice, Moloch could never let me walk amongst the clouds. I renounce Molech. I call on you, the citizens of our nation, to bring the temple down and let us serve the God of all creation, the God of whom Enoch has spoken. Let us turn from our wicked bloodbaths to seek evil no more, but let us seek after good." Runisia, the chief sculptor of the idols, stood upon a portion of the temple of Molech and shouted to the crowd,
"Is Molech to be thrown away for another god that does magic tricks? What need do we have to walk upon the wind as birds do? We have feet for walking on the ground and ships for sailing in the water. Molech has brought us an abundant harvest from the seas, and rich goods from all over. We, of all people of this earth, are the most fortunate. Does any one of you ever go hungry? Who is the god that brings us all of this sustenance?
Molech!
Who is this false speaker who tells us about some other god?
I shall serve Molech!
Gala watched as the crowd began to whip itself into a frenzy, and then she spoke.
"People of Oceania, listen to my husband Enoch, for his words are true. He has heard the story of creation, not the distorted version that Molech tells us. Who is it that causes you to sacrifice your sons and daughters? Who thinks about the pain of those who died on the altar of Molech? Are you so cold and callous that the tears of a child mean nothing to you? Are men like fish to be roasted for a God who cannot even speak for himself? My husband is not standing before you in some manner of trickery. He walks on the winds because he walks with the one who made the wind and the clouds and all you see before you. We have made this journey of many days, and now we stand as a living testimony that our God is the Lord, and that Moloch is but an impostor. Moloch has no power except that which you carry out for him because of your evil hearts.
Silence her!
A large woman cried out, her eyes ablaze with hate.
Moloch is our God, and you shall not come here and spread your lies. Seize her and sacrifice her to Molech!
The mob around Gala and Terah surged in, and they were seized and dragged off. Gala tried to tear free, but many hands were gripping and groping her everywhere. They lifted her and Terah off the ground and carried them into the temple of Molech. Enoch watched in horror, still standing poised in the sky above them. He walked quickly to the portico with Ursula to try to stop the tightly packed throng, but his way was blocked. The huge temple doors were thrown open, and Runisia, leading the way, hurriedly gave instructions to the temple guards to stoke the perpetually vigilant fire. Outside, the crowd jammed by the doors and continued to block Enoch. Ursula turned to him and said, "If your God is the Lord, then he will deliver her. For we are powerless to help. The people want her death, and they will make sure that she is thrown into the fire with your daughter. It is a quick death, and the fumes will overcome them immediately." Enoch was unable to speak. It was the lowest moment of his life. His heart pounded like a stone chisel into unforgiving granite. He wondered where I was. He looked around, and he knew that Ursula was right. He knew that they were in mortal danger. He hoped he still had time. Without looking behind him, he began to run as fast as he could. It was as if there was a spiral staircase in front of him, and he bounded up step after step after step. The cries of those below him began to recede until he heard nothing but the wind. He thought of his terrified child and Gala, who spoke on behalf of the Lord and was to now pay with her life. It terrified him. It was a price he had never considered paying. Was he to walk alone forevermore throughout the earth? Overhead, the air grew thinner, and he began to grow weak from lack of oxygen. He thought he saw a bright light in front of him, but it was only a break in the clouds. His steps grew shorter and shorter, and more difficult. Each moment seemed to extract the remaining energy from his muscles. His lungs began to burn with searing pain, as if there were coals on fire inside of him. He fainted and fell unconscious, his head resting on a cloud and his body floating above the temple. Runisia put on the garments of the high priest. He had watched the sacrifices many times, and he had always desired the position of high priest. He hadn't the stomach to put his wife to death, and her excellent assistance in sculpting gave him great status and income. He was overjoyed that this title seemed to come to him by accident. The oven was large and was made of bricks and mortar. The large grated door was fashioned out of iron. There was no escaping the terrible heat, and Gala and Terah stood in front of the frenzied crowd with their hands bound behind them. Terah looked up at her mother.
"Are they going to kill us, Mommy?"
Gala smiled back at her daughter, trying to reassure her.
"There is no need to worry, Terah. Either way, by death or by life, the Lord will deliver us."
The priests of Molech marched in, each one wearing white tunics with blue sashes. Their skulls were all clean-shaven. Tattooed over their ears were the marks of Molech. They danced around the idol, playing tambourines and beating different shaped skin-covered percussion instruments. The noise was deafening, and their bloodthirst was unquenchable. The idol remained silent as it always did. The men tending of the fire opened the oven. The heat that escaped was like fire bursting from the sun, scorching all those who were nearby. Many bystanders were knocked unconscious as others backed away from the dreadful heat. Runisia approached Gala, holding a dagger.
You have been judged to be a traitor to Moloch. For that offense, you and your child must die. You can choose to die by my hand and be fed into the fire dead, or to be delivered into the fire alive.
If we are to die, then let it be by the hand of the Lord, Gala replied. For it is he who gives us breath. And if he chooses to extinguish our breath now, then let it be so. From dust we were created, and when we die, we shall return to dust.
Several of the keepers opened the furnace door. 2 of them grabbed Gala and another Tara. As the group moved closer to the fire, they pushed the 2 forward. Gala nearly stumbled but kept walking, and Tara did her best to follow behind. Gala wondered why the flames seemed like a cool breeze to her. As she walked into the fire, she felt her hands freed as her bonds burned away. Gala instinctively reached down and took Tara into her arms. They smiled at each other. "You have spoken bravely on my behalf, O valiant wife of Enoch," I said as I appeared to them in the flames. "He chose you wisely, for you are a woman of wisdom and understanding. Do not be surprised at my presence, for I am God of the fire as well as God of the winds."
Thank you, Lord, Gala bowed in reverence. Thank you for sparing my life and the life of my child. Our death would be too grievous for Enoch to bear. These people are a wicked people. They see your signs and still refuse to believe.
"I am afraid their hearts are hardened and will not turn," I said. "They have been blinded and now walk confidently in that blindness, thinking that it is the light. Still, my heart rejoices that one has heard my truth and responded. Not all is in vain. You see, my daughter, my patience towards man is long and many times undeserved. Those of the seed of Cain are many. Their numbers continue to fill the earth. They continue to follow in the steps of their father, who was a murderer. They have swallowed the lies of the arch-deceiver and have chosen to walk in wickedness. Go from this place, for I have spoken destruction upon it." I spoke my last word and blew the door open. In the temple, those around the furnace looked on as Gala walked from the fire carrying Tara. They parted in front of her, mystified as to why the fire did not consume them. She looked at the faces around her and realized that I had made a way where there had been no way. She saw Ursula by the doors of the temple, and he was holding his 2 young children. He had stripped off his priestly robes and was wearing a simple purple tunic and a long white hooded cape. He smiled at her. "Enoch has gone into the clouds," he said, pointing up. Above them, storm clouds gathered and lightning began to strike. The thunderbolts hurled down furiously at the towers and walls of the city. "Come, we must seek a place of safety," Ursula said. "We can go to my dwelling."
No,
Gala exclaimed.
the Lord is visiting your nation with destruction. No one will survive. We must leave this place now. The Lord will show Enoch how to find us.
In the clouds, Enoch continued to sleep, and all around him there were such thunderous roars that his body was tossed about. I instructed his angels to lift him up gently and fly him back down to earth. They placed him on a grassy knoll in the hills, overlooking the valley and seashore of Oceania. As he slept, the storm intensified as the sky bristled with lightning bolts, striking fear into the hearts of all those in Oceania, for they were powerless to do anything. Underneath the surface of the water, huge tectonic plates of the earth's crust moved. A fissure opened from the top of the mountains all the way to the sea. The earth heaved and groaned. The plates, like 2 enormous titans, began relentlessly pressing into one another. Ursula, holding his 2 children closely, felt the earth shifting beneath him. They unhitched the horses from the wagon and mounted them. The horses did not appear frightened of the shifting earth. They bounded with effortless strides over the smoothly worn stones. All around them, they could hear the terrified cries of those whose dwelling places began to crumble. As they were galloping, loose pieces of roofing shale began to crash to the streets. Pots full of plants and fish oil fell from the ledges and crashed onto the ground near the horses' hooves. The horses remained undaunted. Gala, holding Tara, spurred her steed on, hoping to make it through the rubble. Ahead of them, the huge city walls began to heave, as piece after piece of the overhanging archway began to give way. The horses, sensing the imminent danger, began to charge forward as if their hooves were not even touching the ground. No sooner had they cleared the arch than it collapsed, sending up a billow of dust rushing after them. They rode on and descended the mound. They were quite far away before they turned back to look.
"The Lord is God," Ursula said. "He has judged us for our iniquities, and Oceania will be no more."
In the city, millions of people streamed from their houses. Most were in shock, and some were holding on to the dead bodies of their children. They rushed through the streets towards the open sea. Boats tied to the docks were overrun as people began to crowd into them, desperate to escape the city. Runisia, the owner of a small fleet, made his way down to the port. His docks were empty and his entire fleet had left the shore. He glanced behind him and watched as a geyser of steam and lava shot into the air. The missiles of fire shot very close to him, burning his cloak. He had no time to look for his family. He thought only about saving himself. Underneath, the plates buckled again, and Oceania began its final descent into the ocean. The ground under Runisia's feet separated and revealed a fissure that swallowed him into the hungry earth up to his waist. It was as if the whole city was built on stilts that suddenly collapsed. He looked back and saw the temple of Molech utterly destroyed, and the huge dragon heads falling into the mire that had oozed up out of the ground. Then the ground swallowed him alive as well. His mournful cry was drowned out by the cries of a banefully corrupt nation being swallowed whole. The friction from the gigantic plates rubbing together created a huge surge of kinetic energy and ocean movement, and the sea, which had been tranquil for hundreds of years, began to froth as if it were in its death throes. The first wave, which was about 25 feet high, hit the outer wall of Oceania. Several huge blocks of granite, weakened by the movement in the subterraneous region, broke away and dropped into the ever-expanding waters. The next wave was even larger and swept away thousands of people who were dragged over the walls by the angry sea. Many were crushed to death in the rocky shoals, swirling around in whirlpools. Each successive wave grew higher and higher, cleansing the diseased city as if it were a child's sandcastle devastated by high tide. The city disintegrated as the debris, loosened by the violent water, destroyed everything in its path. The screams of the inhabitants grew silent as the last of those who had sought refuge in the high towers were pulled out to their death by the tentacles of the relentless waves. Enoch awoke and walked back down to earth where he was reunited with his family. He looked back from a mountainside far enough away from the great destruction caused by the water. The mountain shook with a violent force and everyone was thrown from their horses. Deep in the valley below, a lake began to form. Another violent jolt shook the earth, and they watched in horror as the remnants of the city, like some enormous raft, began to float out to sea, as if it were in the hands of an invisible giant. It ebbed lower and lower the further it got from the shore, and when they could barely see it at all, it suddenly disappeared into the vast ocean. Ursula stood holding his two daughters.
"Are we the only ones to survive from my people?"
Enoch looked at him with pity.
"God's ways are right and true. Be thankful that when you heard our report, you chose to believe it, or you would now be with the dead. You are welcome to come settle with us. I will show you the way to walk with the Lord, and he will bless you. For the Lord will come as our Redeemer and save us from the sins that ruin us. Sin always starts with a small compromise. It can be like a pet snake. We take it into our bosom, feed and nurture it, and when it is full grown, it can strangle us like a boa. Sin does not remain small.
It is like the rot that infects fruit trees. It will multiply if not cut away. It will infect the entire tree. Without cleansing, we grow familiar with sin and accustomed to it. We become the host, and it demands our life. Some choose to struggle against it, but it is venomous and deadly and will not be dispelled. Some allow it to grow so big it swallows them whole. Their conscience becomes dead to it, and they live their lives in rebellion to God. Then death takes them, and forever they will live in eternity without God and without hope.
Ursula knelt down on the stones and prayed.
God, take these sins from me. The blood on my hands, the worship of idols, the lies to my people, and the pride and pretense of importance. Remove them from me, Lord, and I might walk with you, even as Enoch walks with you. Thank you for sparing me and my daughters from such great destruction, and thank you for your mercy.
Gela put her arms around him, picked up his children, and put them on her horse next to Tara.
I will be the mother to your children until you find one who can love them as you do. Let us go, for we have a long journey home.
Enoch swept his horse up into the air, and they all rode home on the wind. From my vantage point in heaven, I smiled. I had found a man with whom I was pleased. This man would do my bidding, with no thought of consequences. I gave them pleasant winds and sped the earth's movement beneath them. Before nightfall, they were descending on their own farm.
Father, Father, Methuselah cried out, you are back. We thought you'd be gone much longer, and you have brought a stranger.
Yes, son, Enoch replied, putting his arms around Ursula. But this man is no stranger. He is a brother, a believer in the Creator. God has destroyed his people, so now he will dwell with us. Although I am back, the Lord has told me I am to leave again soon.
Is there no end to your traveling, Father? Methuselah questioned.
There is no end to the iniquity on the earth, and to that purpose I am sent to bring the message of love and judgment of our God. The earth cannot bear the weight of all the iniquity. The innocent blood of many flows on the earth unavenged, and our God is an avenging God.
I will go with you, Father, Methuselah said.
Maybe you shall, Enoch responded. I shall inquire of the Lord. You will see firsthand how God's mercies are everlasting.
Chapter 7. The Land of No Return.
I advised Enoch that the trip would be too arduous for Gela and Tara, and confirmed his son Methuselah's request to go. As in the earlier travels, I wanted Enoch to trust me with his life, to know that I was a God who loved him and one he could abide in. I instructed him to take extra saddles and to prepare his wife for a long departure. This was a sad night in Enoch's household. Gela was not to be comforted. There was no word to be spoken that eased the pain she felt, knowing that his departure would be so soon. She knew where he was going, but knowing didn't ease the pain or her fear of losing him. Her heart grew empty as she allowed the depression to come upon her, blanketing her from my overwhelming love. I knew after several days that the busyness of taking care of their animals and their daughter would ease her heartache, and also that the unborn child she was bearing would bring her even more joy. The child would be yet another reminder of the great love she and Enoch shared. My knowledge could not be imparted to her, though. Believing in the future of my goodness was a lesson that she would have to learn on her own. It was something she needed to experience for herself. I had given her the gift of faith, but like a muscle, she would have to exercise it to lift the depression from her thoughts and heart. Enoch was quiet and said little to Methuselah for the first month of their journey. Many times, while Methuselah slept, Enoch would walk out of the camp to look up into the sky and talk with me. I encouraged him in his journey and reminded him how much I loved him and that I was pleased with his life. I could sense the aloneness he felt without Gela by his side.
He didn't understand that I wanted him to walk without her for a season. It was a warm day and the air was still. The hills were covered with grazing antelope and giraffes. Methuselah and Enoch rode through the herds without incident. Above them was the majesty of one of my favorite mountains, Kilimanjaro. It was covered with frost and rose majestically into the sky like a glacier transplanted to the middle of the tropics. It was oddly out of place, but commanded respect because of its overwhelming size. A ring of clouds surrounded the mountain like a smokestack, which gave it an air of mystery as the sky was blanketed in haze. "Father!" Methuselah exclaimed as the full majesty of the mountain came into view.
"I have never seen such a beautiful sight."
"Yes, son," Enoch replied. "Indeed it is beautiful. There is nothing more magnificent than that which the Lord has created. There is a stream over there. Let's make a camp." As they slept, I visited Enoch in his dreams. I told him to come to the top of the mountain. It was still dark when he woke with a sense of purpose. Overhead, the moon was shining brightly, and he began the long trek to the top. His legs were strong, and he ran most of the way, bounding over boulders and climbing higher and higher. The sun came out and warmed him, which gave him a renewed energy. With this fresh burst of power, he was able to make it all the way to the top. He looked down and saw the plains below. The huge baobab trees looked like small blades of grass. The acacia on the plains looked like specks, and the forest of bamboo that grew thick on the mountainside appeared to be a mat of green to his eyes. As he stopped to rest, I came down to visit him and to make my purposes known. "All that is before you my hand has made," I said to him. "The earth, the sky, the animals, the trees, and the flowers are all the work of my hands. And now I want you to warn those who practice wickedness that they are in danger of my judgment. In the heart of that jungle, Enoch, live other descendants of Cain. They are a people who devour the flesh of other humans and live in such darkness that even the light of the sun does not shine upon them. They have grieved my heart, and now you must warn them for me." "Will they turn from their ways, Lord? Or will you destroy them like you did Oceana?" Enoch queried. "My son, if one turns from evil, is it not enough? There is always one who seeks me and is willing to turn from the surrounding wickedness. But unless they hear the warning you shall speak, they will have no chance. Underneath the ground where you stand is a river flowing with molten rock so hot that it will destroy everything in its path. They look to this mountain to pray, and they look to this mountain as their God. But they are blind to the truth. Stretch forth your hand into the boulder," I commanded him. Without any question, Enoch thrust his hand down and watched it disappear into the surface of the rock as if it were a pool of water. "I will suspend the structure of all that is around you and allow you to pass through any material object. This shall be your sign. Bid Methuselah to stay with your horses, for the rest of the journey must be traveled by you and you alone. Do not be afraid. I have put my seal upon you, and no one shall harm your life." Enoch never questioned me. He believed me totally and never worried about his own personal security. Methuselah was uneasy about letting him go alone, but Enoch put him at ease and departed for the jungle, which lay further to the south. The vegetation was thick, and even the sun wouldn't penetrate the blanket of foliage. After a few short steps, Enoch found himself walking almost in total darkness. Birds of every kind and their constant chattering surrounded him. There was no turning back. Underneath his feet, the jungle floor was alive with snakes and small rodents. The fauna was breathtaking, and the aroma intoxicating. The Napoleon was in full bloom, as were the amaryllis. Enoch would stop often along his route and sample the different fragrances. In front of Enoch stood a wide path that had been picked clean by an enormous army of driver ants. The path led to the river, and the river to the Sorali people, who feasted on the flesh of other humans. Overhead, Enoch saw a large python slither down and capture an unwary rat. Behind him, a small herd of antelope trotted towards the riverbed. A parade of elephants watered and showered themselves on the bank, and Enoch was unafraid as he approached one of them, speaking softly. He was just like his great-grandfather Adam, who had a way with animals. The huge bull elephant lowered its trunk and lifted Enoch onto its back. They made their way down the riverbed. Enoch saw the beauty of the life I had made all around him and felt saddened at the destruction that would come if the Sirali people did not repent. The river grew wider and wider, and in the distance Enoch watched a cloud of mist rise up. There was the sound of a huge downpour, and the elephants grew wary. The river widened, and Enoch could see a huge stream of water tumbling over the falls. He spoke kind parting words to the elephant as he dismounted. He would go the rest of the way by himself. He watched as the elephant lumbered back down the riverbed to join the rest of its herd. As Enoch watched, he felt sadness come over him, for he missed Gala. He had never known the feeling of fear before, but now in the distance Enoch could hear the pounding and reverberations of the huge kettle-shaped drums that the Sirali people had made for their pagan feasts. They were pounding them in fast rhythm, and the sound carried all the way to the water's edge. The Sirali people were a physically large race. Most of them stood nearly 10 feet tall. On the tops of their heads were bushy crops of hair, resembling large bramble bushes. Most of them had piercing ice-blue eyes, nearly white in nature, giving them an albino look. Gambu, the chief of the Sirali, had laid claim to having slain nearly 10,000 warriors. He was a very large and imposing figure, and around his neck he wore a necklace fashioned of human ears. Around his waist he wore nothing except for a small leather strap and a gourd to cover his private parts. The camp was celebrating the Dance of the Lion. Several of the young Sirali boys had come back from stalking and killing a huge beast that weighed over 2,000 pounds. They had trapped it and bludgeoned it with huge spiked clubs, and then dragged the bloody carcass back to the village where they skinned it. They were taking turns dancing under the covering of the enormous animal skin. The villagers were laughing at their antics, and the young men embellished on the story of their great hunt. Gambu was keeping an eye on the young boys, waiting to see which one showed strong signs of leadership. He knew his days as leader would soon be over, and he needed to train someone to walk in his footsteps. The youngest of the boys was the son of Gambu's older sister, Uman. His name was Tira, and he was dancing about with a possessed fervor. Gambu knew that the spirit of the lion had come to dwell within him. The tribal dance stopped when they saw Enoch walk in amongst them. Everyone was taken aback by his skin, which had been blackened by the harsh exposure to the heat and sun. They surrounded him and then examined him with a morbid curiosity, as if he were a rack of beef waiting to be made into their next meal.
"People of Sirali,"
Enoch called out,
"I have been sent by the God of all gods, the Lord, the creator of the heavens and the earth. He commands you this day to stop your practices and aberrations and turn to him with all your hearts. Return to him as a nation, for your ways are a stench in his nostrils."
Everyone looked to Gambu to see his reaction to the mysterious stranger.
"What is your name?"
Gambu asked.
"I am Enoch, son of Adam, son of Seth,"
Enoch proclaimed.
"Why do you come amongst the sons of Cain?"
Gambu questioned.
"We have no place with you. The Lord, whom my father walked with, has bid me to come and warn you to turn from your wickedness. Your sacrifice of the innocent and your constant warring grieves him."
Lucifer suddenly appeared, masquerading as an angel of light. His hair was a golden yellow, and his huge white wings were tipped with black feathers. His skin was a bronze color, and it reflected as if someone were looking into a deep pool. The beauty of his face belied the evil that inhabited his being.
Enoch, son of Seth, Lucifer questioned, did the Lord send you again? Or have you come on your own to spy out the land given to the descendants of Cain? Have your flocks grown so large that you need the land of the Serati as well? Or are you just filled with envy?
Enoch was alarmed by the smoothness of Lucifer's lie. He studied for a moment, not recognizing him. "Who are you?" Enoch asked. "You look like a messenger of God, but you are ignorant of his commands to me."
I am no other than the Lord of the Serali. They sacrifice and pay homage to me, and I have made them a great people, Lucifer boasted.
"It takes no great power to capture and kill an animal, even one as great as the lion," Enoch countered. "I have done so myself. Why do you contradict the very word of the Lord? You are not a god. You have brought destruction to our planet and death to many. Your mouth speaks, and the sounds seem pleasant to the ears, but even though the words appear as honey, they taste bitter when they are swallowed. The Lord has given the Serali a chance to change and be saved. Would you rather they die and be condemned to hell as you are? The true God takes no delight in the death of the wicked, but wishes that all men be saved." Tira and several of the other youngsters gathered around Enoch and threw a net over him while he was responding. Gambu spoke. "We are not for any god except the one that we have. He has made us powerful and feared. I have slain 10,000 with his guidance, and someday we will rule the world. Now, Enoch, son of Seth, you will be a sacrifice as well." Enoch picked his way through their netting. Gambu was astonished and threw a spear at him. Before their eyes, the spear passed right through Enoch as if he was not even there. "You cannot kill me, Gambu," Enoch replied. "I have come to offer your people a hope and a life in this world based upon love, not upon death and subjugation. Yes, you may be mighty and you may be able to strike down many because of your power, but all you bring is death. What power is death against life? You can take and kill a living soul, but you cannot give that soul life again. Ask Lucifer, can he bring this lion back to life again?" Enoch shot a strong look at Lucifer. "Can you, great deceiver?" Lucifer cowered back and rejected the challenge.
Why should I bother? There are so many lions. Death is the great power over life. It is final.
"You cannot bring the lion back, Lucifer. You are a liar, and you bring only death. What do you know of our bodies that are created in the image and likeness of God?" Enoch continued. "We were created to love and cherish one another, and to love the Lord our God with all of our strength and hearts. You are no God. You are a liar, and the father of all lies." Enoch hopped into the pit and removed the carcass of the dead lion, carrying it as if it weighed nothing. He then flopped it to the side of the pit. He reached over and grabbed the skin off the children's heads and threw it on top of the carcass. "Lord, giver of life," Enoch prayed, "please show these people a sign that they might believe that you are the God of all life." The skin of the lion began to fuse with the carcass until the lion was alive once again. It was a huge beast, and it awoke confused. It looked around, wondering what to make of the crowd of people that surrounded it. And the villagers were now afraid and stepped back. They cleared a path for the confused beast and allowed it to make its way back into the forest. "It is one thing to kill a fierce beast for food or to protect your loved ones, but to kill other human beings for sport and personal gain is evil. You, Gambu, boast of killing over 10,000 men. What satisfaction has it brought you? Are you a better man now from all of your killing? Does the blood you spilled give peace to your heart? Or do the faces of the dead haunt you even as you sleep?" Enoch took the spear, which was buried in the ground, and carried it over to Gambu.
"Break your spear and forsake your life of war," Enoch stated. "Look around you at the abundance of food and game. Lead your people into peace and prosperity. Let the Sorali be remembered not for their fierceness, but for their love of all."
Gambu's face was filling with tears. His conscience, which had been turned off by the continual acts of evil he had been conditioned to perform, had been suddenly illuminated, and he was truly sorry for the way he had lived. He lifted the spear above his head and cried out,
"O immortal God, who gives all life, forgive me, your child, for the evil I have done against you. May I die if I ever lift up a spear against another man in sport or anger."
He brought the heavy spear down across his knee and broke it in 2 pieces. He looked at his people, who had now gathered around him.
"We will no longer raid other villages and practice the art of killing. We will be Sorari, the people of love. Let us turn our spears into plows and harvest the abundance that is all around us,"
Gambu declared. Lucifer walked up to the crowd that had gathered, and the ground was shaking beneath his feet.
Your enemies will torture you and drive you from this earth. The way of love is the way of fools, and you shall not live to see the foolishness of it. Without your weapons, you are no different from the apes which live in the trees amongst you. I gave you a chance for dominion and life, but now you shall die.
"Yes," Enoch replied, "we shall all die eventually. But when we die, we shall do so being welcomed into the arms of our Creator and knowing that our lives were pleasing to Him. We will not die as one who is wicked and forced to hide because of his own evil, but as one who heard His voice and is no longer afraid to be in His consuming presence."
Lucifer left, and Enoch stayed with the Sorali several days before beginning his journey home. When he returned to the camp, Methuselah questioned him.
"Father, why is it that some men hide from the truth while others embrace it?"
"It seems, my son, that those whose outward ways are the most evil are the quickest to ask for forgiveness. I believe it is because it is so apparent to their own conscience that they know there is no chance of redeeming themselves. Do-gooders cling to the illusion that their good deeds will lift them above the majority. In their delusion, they become proud and self-sufficient, becoming their own gods."
"Father, what now?"
asked Methuselah.
"Will the Lord send you forth again? There are so many people on this earth. Will He want us to visit all of them?"
"Perhaps, or perhaps not,"
Enoch said thoughtfully.
"No man knows the mind of the Lord. His ways are unsearchable to us. He bids us go, and we go. Stay, and we stay. That is why He is the Lord. He alone sees the end from the beginning."
Chapter 8 Hordes of Hell.
The cavern was dark, and stalactites and stalagmites were protruding everywhere. In the distance, Lucifer could hear the fires of hell. They were lapping onto the shore of the great cavern, and the lake was filling up with bodies. He gloated at the power he had in his dominion of darkness, and planned how all mankind would worship him. The refusal of Sorali to continue to pay homage with human sacrifice angered him, but he drew comfort in the fact that so many more did so under so many different guises. The lies he had perpetrated on mankind had caused them to almost totally ignore the very God who had created them. It brought Lucifer sadistic pleasure to be able to poke God in the eye by making his creation turn their backs upon him.
Is it love, God?
Lucifer gloated.
These you have thrust into the bowels of hell to be tormented? Is this your loving nature?
As he got closer to his minions, he heard the shuffling of feet and the cries of new victims being dragged into the abyss. A large demon with huge talons and a deep voice stood in front of him, holding a young woman's body. "Lord Lucifer," the demon spoke, "why is it we only get the dead ones to play with?"
"Who says you cannot walk amongst the living and mate with them?"
Lucifer pondered.
"Maybe you should, and we could create our own race, entirely subservient to us."
"Is that an order, Lord?" The large demon's face looked as though he were questioning the strange directive.
"Yes," Lucifer shouted. "Demona, it is an order. Leave these dead to their own fates, and go tell everyone it is time to make our grand entrance."
I knew what was coming next. The angels, being of male sexual gender, had the ability to reproduce with humans. I watched as Lucifer assembled millions of the fallen and gave them their new assignments. Most of them had already lost their wings and angelic appearance. Most humans would not know they were fallen angels, as they blended into Earth's population quite well. Lucifer organized them into divisions, battalions, and companies, and then assigned leaders. They were sent out to every corner of the globe. The human race had multiplied, and the Earth was home to more than 10 billion people. Lucifer's plan would ensure that their offspring would rule the planet. In single columns they marched. They were fierce, organized fighters and easily overran cities and countries. They commandeered boats and conquered even the far-reaching outer islands. Everywhere they went, they killed the defenders and raped the women. In their wake, they had spawned an entirely new race of human demonoids. The offspring were bred to have no respect or fear of God. Those women who gave birth were dying during the process because of the huge size of their children. The babies literally tore out of the womb, causing unstoppable hemorrhaging. In many of the occupied towns, the fallen stayed behind to rule over the area, ensuring that no harm would come to their progeny. One of the fallen, Taros, conquered the land of Nod. He put many to death by the sword, and together with his minions, set himself up in the large castle which Cain had built centuries before, migrating further north.
"Bring me new women,"
Taros commanded.
"I tire of them so easily."
His servant, a lesser demon named Phaeton, cowed before him.
"There are no more, Lord Taros,"
Phaeton replied, hoping to avoid Taros's wrath.
"All the ones here you have known already. There is only one city nearby we have not conquered, and that is Shiloh. It is said it is protected by God himself."
Taros stood to his full height, which was over 15 feet tall, and bellowed out,
"Then we must conquer it. Tell the men we are going on an expedition."
He drew out his sword and swung it in the air.
"Today, some will die and some will live, but we will rule."
There were over 500 demons that assembled with Taros as he went through the gates of Nod and headed for Shiloh, the city built by Enoch. They were a formidable band, both fearless and without mercy. They saw Shiloh's formidable walls from a distance. Enoch had constructed it according to the plans I had given him. It was 20 cubits high and surrounded by a moat 10 cubits wide and 40 cubits deep. The city rested in a valley protected by a large mountain range with steep granite cliffs. All the inhabitants of the city would leave during the day and tend to their farms and flocks, and at night they would return to sleep in the shelter of their walled enclave. Enoch had sentries posted at the entrance of the valley. They could see the hordes of hell coming long before they even knew they were being observed.
"Enoch!"
Ursula called out breathlessly.
"I have never seen such large warriors. They look like walking trees."
"Don't worry, Ursula," replied Enoch. "There are more with us than there are with them. Secure the gates and sound the alarm." The town of Shiloh was larger than 1 square mile. It contained a community area for horse riding and sports, and many houses and shops. Fruit trees of every description lined the streets and parks, and an underground stream fed a large reservoir in the center of town. The population was small, at only 50,000, but all of them were faithful to the Lord. They assembled, both young and old, to hear the words from Enoch about the threat to their community.
You know the hordes of hell have marched throughout the earth, killing the men and raping the women. Most of the human race has now been polluted, and many have intermingled with these demonic angels. Now they are upon us as well. Even as I speak, Teros, their leader, is approaching with a large force to take our town. When you see them, perhaps your heart will be full of fear, and maybe even your knees will tremble. But remember this, they have no power except the power of fear. Our God is able to deliver us from many or from few. These walls around us are not our protection. It is our relationship with God that will protect us.
Father!
Tara stood up to speak. She was a mature young woman and very beautiful.
I have heard evil things about what they do wherever they go and wherever they conquer. I, for one, would rather die than be subject to their evil touch.
My daughter,
Enoch replied,
let us not think of death. Let us think only of victory. We know these creatures can be bound, although they cannot be killed like a normal human. When you thrust one through with a spike or a stake, or even remove its head, it simply continues fighting. It is a spirit entity using a semi-human appearance. This is the mistake the other villages and towns made when they were attacked.
Enoch pulled out a large fish net.
They can be bound up in nets and then chained, and then dragged into chambers of darkness where the Lord will deal with them. We will entice them into our village, and when they come through the gates, they will believe we are afraid and are surrendering to their attack. Then we will strike. Ursula has given us a way to snare them into our nets, leaving them with no chance to escape. Yes, people of Silo,
Ursula spoke.
There are only 500 of them. Many times, Enoch and I have rehearsed a strategy for defense. We will keep the west gate partially ajar as a lure, and assemble the women and the children in the main gymnasium. There, they will create a loud noise as if celebrating, seemingly unaware that the attack is coming. Our defenders will be on the rooftop hiding with the nets. When the hordes rush in, they will be overconfident that they have an easy conquest. Then, we will lower our netting down and capture them.
Methuselah spoke up.
Ursula, what of those who break free from the nets? How do we fight them? I am sure some will break through.
Enoch picked up a large pole. It was wrapped with a black, tar-soaked cloth. He went over to the torch fire and held the pole over it. It burst into flames.
It is known that the minions of hell prefer darkness,
Enoch explained.
Light is painful to their eyes. They forsook their position in heaven amongst the God of light, and are now used to dwelling in darkness. Each man is to be issued a torch. Other torches will be lit and mounted on all of the walls. If an attacker gets loose, then thrust a torch in his eyes and throw another net upon him. Use your chains to drag their swords out of their hands. Now, let us pray,
Enoch said as he bowed.
God Almighty, the eternal and all-powerful God over all the earth and sky, we, your children, call on you this day. Don't let us be overcome with evil, but let us overcome the evil ones. Lead us not to the jaws of death, but come and be with us this day. We know it is not our might or wisdom that will deliver us from the hands of our enemies. Only your hands, O Lord, can do this. Fight for us. Destroy those who would destroy your people. The earth is yours, Lord, and we claim it for you.
Taros, the leader of the spawn of human demons, stopped before he entered the open gates of the city. He was surprised to find no defenders. He put his nose up into the air to see if he could detect the smell of fear, but instead he heard the sound of merriment in the background. The sound of women and children reveling echoed throughout the canyon.
Good,
Toros said.
These settlers are more ignorant than most. I smell no fear in the air. They don't even know we are coming.
Furton spoke up.
They don't even know we are coming. There are none in the fields tending the sheep, and no one tending the farms. That is unusual this time of the year, so close to harvest.
Furton,
Toros glared.
When I want your opinion, I'll tell you. Now get back to your post. Let us try to keep the element of surprise. Although their weapons have no power over us, they are an annoyance.
Enoch watched from atop the tower as the hordes of hell marched through the gates into the city. He nodded to those around him. As he thought back on their earlier trials, he realized that none were as serious as the one they now faced. I was happy for Enoch. He had the wisdom to call upon me for help. I knew his plan to capture the demons would only work temporarily, for flesh has no power against spirit. The instant he prayed, I sent a large cadre of angels down to protect the inhabitants of the city. Raphael, one of my wisest and bravest, led them. Invisible, they positioned themselves upon the walls and awaited my commands. The destruction the demons had inflicted on the human genetic pool was nearly total. The town of Shiloh was one of the few villages on earth that had not been inbred with the DNA of the fallen angels. I knew that soon most of the earth would be so polluted with the spawn of the fallen that I would have no choice but to destroy them all. This remnant at Shiloh was one I was saving for myself, one through which I would preserve the human race. Taros was full of pride as he came through the gate. I instructed my angels to wait until they were all inside. When Enoch gave the signal to throw the nets, I gave my signal as well. As the hordes of hell were struggling with the nets, I sent my messengers amongst them to strike them down and bind them with chains. The battle was over almost before it had begun. The demons were distraught that they had been captured, and began to taunt the townspeople until I allowed my angels to materialize in front of them.
Your days of marauding and destroying the sons of men are over, Taros,
Raphael spoke.
This is a town the Lord has preserved unto himself, a town where his ways are revered. You cannot disobey the Lord's commands, breed with humans, and get away with it forever. Raphael,
Toros taunted.
You know there will only be more of my kind. We have seen to it that the sons of men are our spawn now. There is nothing you can do about it unless you destroy them all.
Those that are your spawn will be destroyed, Raphael stated simply. Each and every one of them. Though it may be several hundred years from now, it shall come to pass. Enoch, come over here. Enoch walked over to where Taros was bound. This is the creature that so many have cowered from in fear, Raphael said. But you called upon your God, and he has delivered you. Remember this always. Today, God has bid me to take you back to his kingdom. Your son shall lead your village. Come and walk with me. As the villagers all stood watching, Enoch walked through the sky with Raphael. I had given him 365 years on the earth. The rest of the angels took the demons and cast them to Tartarus, a region in the bowels of the earth that is even lower than hell. There they were chained and abandoned for their evil deeds. They still wait in darkness for my judgment. The people of Shiloh lived in prosperity for many years. They thrived under Methuselah's leadership. Many avoided worshiping idols and offering detestable sacrifices. The evil influences around them caused some others to fall. and many of those who engaged in such practices left the city along with their families. As time went on, the population of the city dwindled. As Methuselah grew older, he became a great influence to his grandson Noah. He told him about the trips he had taken with Enoch and how Enoch had walked in faith and obedience to me. Noah took the lessons to heart, and every day he would go to the top of the mountain and cry out to me,
Lord, the wickedness of this world is growing greater and greater. Even my own cousins consort with your enemies. Deliver me from the evil that surrounds me.
When Methuselah finally died, Noah was greatly distressed. There was no one else in the whole world that was interested in my kingdom. All over the earth, men grew more and more violent, taking vengeance out on one another and spilling blood. The world's population grew at an astonishing rate until there were over 3 billion people on the globe. Yet only one wanted to follow me with all his heart. It grieved me that I had made man. Through their intermingling with the humans, the fallen had spawned a people unable to hear my voice. They were a people who tormented one another continually. Through violence and rebellion, male, female, young and old, no one was shown mercy. One day, Noah came up to the mountain sorely vexed. Many of the townspeople from the north had been skinned alive in their own fields and left to hang on poles like scarecrows. It had been Noah's responsibility to put them out of their misery. The blood of over 700 of his villagers had been spilled. He came up the mountain, his flaxen wool garment covered with blood. He stared at his blood-stained hands and cried out to me,
Lord, how long will you endure these injustices? When will you bring an end to this violence?
I descended in a cloud and spoke aloud to him, Noah, I have seen the wickedness and have seen the bloodshed. Yes, even the blood that now stains your hands has come before me. Now go down to the valley and build an ark, constructed from cypress wood, with the very trees from these hills. Coated with pitch inside and out, build it 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high. Then gather together 2 of every living creature. I am going to bring floodwaters upon the earth, and every living creature will perish. I will establish my covenant only with you, and will preserve your family as a remnant. Noah went down the mountain and assembled his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. He told them the plan I had given him, and they agreed to help. They took saws and tools and brought down lumber from the mountains using elephants to drag the huge timbers. Noah loved animals as much as Adam had. In spite of the years of being hunted and cruelly killed, they responded to his kindness. Out of the hills came troops of curious and friendly baboons. Noah taught them how to pick the bark off the large logs. He fashioned a large sawmill, powered by the mountain stream, and they began cutting the logs.
Father, Shem asked, Ham and Japheth are telling me I can't take Ono on the ark. They say that only 2 dogs are allowed, and one of them is not going to be my scrappy mutt.
Shem, Noah answered, laughing,
we know you love Ono. If he is still around when the Lord sends the floodwaters, we will find a mate for him and he can come. Ham can bring 2 of his favorite baboons, and Japheth can bring his favorite horses. Tell your brothers I expect them to gather more food and to pack it well so that it does not rot. The Lord hasn't told me how long we will be in the ark.
The people from Shiloh, with their hearts hardened against me, journeyed over to see what Noah was building. No one had ever seen a structure so big. The amount of wood used to construct it was over 2 million board feet. The entire forest around Shiloh was stripped bare. Noah tried to get the local people to help him with the construction, but the most assistance he could muster was to buy barrels of pitch from them. They engineered a system of weights and pulleys to build the boat from the middle of the hull upwards. I had instructed Noah to make 3 decks with ramps in between. and stalls for all the different animals. The plan also called for a trough watering system to keep the animals watered well for the long journey. Noah was a huge man who stood nearly 14 feet high. His sons were big as well, and though the ark was 40 feet high, there were many times he had to stoop down to finish the work between the decks. The wives helped with gathering the food, which took some years to accomplish. They built barrels and filled them with honey, oats, barley, wheat, and dried fruits of every variety. They had watched the eating habits of the animals and knew that some of them ate tremendous amounts of food every day. It took many, many years before they finished the craft. When it was completed, Noah began loading all of the different species on the ark. In many cases, he gathered the young of the flock. One day, he went with Japheth to search for the last type of bird he was to gather, a golden eagle. He said to Japheth, "Of all the birds, this is the hardest one to find." "Why is that, father?" Japheth replied. "It makes its home in the crags of the rocks, far from where any predator can reach its nest." "Is that why you brought the rope?" Japheth inquired. "Yes, I will have to tie the rope about your waist and lower you down. There you will find a nest. Take 2 of the young eagles and I'll pull you back up," Noah explained. "What if the eagle sees me?" Japheth asked. "The mother will give its life trying to get its offspring back," Noah replied. The face of the mountain protruded with granite, and as Noah lowered Japheth, he searched the horizon for signs of the mother. Japheth was most of the way down the side of the mountain when he spotted the nest. 7 or 8 young eagles were crying out for food. He swung over towards them and reached down to pick one up. He was surprised at how soft their feathers were. He turned them over to determine what sex they were. Taking 2 that appeared the most opposite, he prayed for God's wisdom in his selection. "Father, I've got them! Help me back up!" Japheth called excitedly. As Noah was pulling him upward, the mother eagle descended at lightning speed, diving at Japheth's head and entangling its talons in his hair. Japheth let go of the rope to defend himself and found himself tangled up and dangling in mid-air nearly upside down. The huge eagle fought fiercely, and Noah could see his son was in trouble. He doubled his efforts and brought the boy up almost to the edge of the cliff. Japheth's face was cut and blood ran into his eyes. The eagle was unrelenting. Noah took his staff, leaned over the cliff, and managed to land a blow on the back of the eagle's head. The eagle took his beak and grabbed at the staff. Japheth, seizing the moment, pulled the talons out of his hair and made his way over the edge of the cliff, where he pulled himself up. He was still trying to protect the young eagles that were squealing in distress. Out of the sky, another eagle descended with fury and began to attack Noah. Japheth grabbed his staff and began to strike at it. With each glancing blow, the eagle seemed to lighten its attack. Not wanting to seriously injure the mother, Noah was trying to come up with a way to escape, but realized that it was a fight to the death. He brought the staff up and struck a death blow. The mother eagle plummeted over the cliff. The second attacker, the father, seeing the peril of its mate, flew off to attempt to rescue the mother. Noah and Japheth were visibly shaken, and they remounted their horses. "Father, what will become of the young I left?" Japheth queried. "They will most likely die, son," Noah said. "But soon, according to the word of the Lord, everything will die. Those you carry in your pouch will replenish the earth, according to the word of the Lord." When they brought the young eagles back, they placed them into the cage that had been constructed to hold them. The boat's construction was finished on the outside, and because of its enormous size and odd shape, many people from the surrounding valleys came to look and scoff. Noah was carrying timbers into the side of the boat when he saw a group of revelers drinking wine and engaging in lewd behavior. "Please," he stated, "this ground is hallowed ground dedicated to the Lord. Take your revelry somewhere else."
Here, have some wine, Noah, a strange woman said to him. It will fill your heart with merriment. She leaned forward, exposing herself, spilling her overflowing goblet on his feet. The others in the group laughed. You're a long way from the rivers, Noah, she added. Maybe you should have built the boat where it could actually float, instead of here in a valley. Are you planning on making your own personal lake, too? The group was amusing itself at Noah's expense. The earth will be full of water, according to the word of the Lord. The wicked shall be destroyed, and the Lord will make a new start with people from our family, Noah told them.
Even if it rained for 100 years, Noah, there would never be enough rain to cover the mountains. You need another god, they taunted. The one you listen to is surely out of his mind. The gods you serve are not gods at all, Noah said. They are merely wood, iron, and stone abominations you've created with your own hands. I serve the living God, and the day will come when you'll wish you had listened to me and had put aside this wickedness. Now go back to your villages. You've had your laugh, and the Lord himself will laugh from heaven, just as you are laughing now. They left him alone, and Noah continued his work. He no longer even listened to their taunts. He was sad knowing that they were all going to die. Noah went up to a nearby mountain to get a pair of mountain goats. As he was carrying them down, I stopped him. Noah, I called. Yes, Lord, Noah answered. It is time. The wickedness of the earth I cannot bear any longer. The bloodshed and violence cries out, even as Abel's blood cries out from the earth. It is time for your family and the animals to enter the ark. Noah looked about and saw no clouds. I knew he was questioning me, but he spoke not a word of his doubts. Such was his faith in my word. Yes, Lord, he replied. As you wish. The largest beasts were loaded into the cages on the bottom level. The most ferocious of the beasts had been caged already, and they were wheeled in. Much of the food was already loaded. Ropes and halters led in the other more docile animals, like the giraffes and the elephants. The elephants could sense what was coming and were glad to be in a shelter. The system Noah had worked out for feeding the animals was quite ingenious. All the animals were to be on a vegetarian diet. None of them were permitted to eat flesh. Japheth led his horse and its mate down the long hallway to the place where he had prepared a stall. He pet their necks with affection. You are going to be the only 2 horses to survive, Japheth said, with tears welling up in his eyes. None of the others will make it. My heart wept for Japheth at the loss of his herds. His horse neighed, as if to respond. Ham came alongside him, leading 2 rather well-fed pigs. Was it difficult to make a choice, Japheth? Ham inquired. Only 2 out of a herd so vast? Yes, brother, Japheth said. That was the hardest thing I ever had to do. Well, one of my sows is pregnant, so although there are 2 going in, there will be more than that coming off, Ham chuckled. I'm sure the Lord won't mind, you think? No, Japheth replied. He won't mind. Have you brought oil for the lamps? Yes, Ham replied. Then let's go see Father. Perhaps there are some animals we have forgotten. Noah was tending to the smallest of the creatures, beetles, grubs, worms, crickets, ants, and bees. They were all in an elevated area and kept separate from one another. He was checking his list to make sure he had not forgotten a single animal or creature. Hi, Father, Ham said. Can we leave some of these bugs to drown? I've found enough of them crawling through my bed for a lifetime of misery already. No, of course not, Noah responded. It is as the Lord commands. Each creature has their own place in God's world. Now, assemble your wives upstairs. I believe all the animals and creatures are loaded, and soon the rain will come. Noah looked at his family. It was a great relief knowing that they would be saved. But he was deeply saddened at the many people he knew that would not be.
He began to speak to everyone gathered around. When our forefather Adam disobeyed God, he brought on this world a curse. That curse has meant violence and bloodshed. Think of how many we have slain in our lifetime. Animal pitted against animal, and human against human. The weak are devoured and the strong survive. It was not that way in the beginning, and God has regretted that things have turned out as they have. All of us here are very lucky. God has spared us from this terrible horror that is going to be visited upon the world. Not one living being is going to survive this deluge. So tonight, when you go to sleep, remember this and give thanks to the Lord for His abundant kindness towards us.
Chapter 9. The Titans.
The demons that had ascended from hell to mate with human women had gotten word about Noah's Ark. They knew that 2 of every creature from the globe had been gathered and had boarded the ark. From their perch high on top of Mount Olympus, they gathered in the temple, wondering if God was going to make good on his threat to destroy his creation. A very large, web-footed being with long golden hair stood up. His wings, once white and beautiful, and with a span of over 5 cubits, were now just small leathery stubs. His name was Zeus.
Maybe we should go back to our abode in hell,
Zeus spoke.
Surely, if the flood comes, it will destroy us as well.
We are eternal spirits, Zeus,
Achilles reminded him.
We cannot be destroyed.
Yes, we are spirit,
Zeus said.
But we have taken on bodies of flesh, and those bodies can die. Who among us can remain airborne for as long as the Lord will rain destruction upon the earth?
A hush fell over the room as a very large presence filled the place. The Dragon Master, belching smoke and bearing a wingspan of over 20 feet, descended to the large temple. His teeth glistened in the morning sun, and as he moved, his huge tail moved with him. No one dared to be in his path.
My ministers,
the dragon spoke.
No doubt you are discussing God's plan to destroy the earth. Our earth and our abode. I promised you we would recreate his own creation. And he has grown tired of our violence. He has pledged to destroy us and all that he has made.
The dragon approached a large pool of water and breathed a scorching flame into it, sending it upwards in a torrent of steam.
Let him dare if he will.
The dragon stomped about boldly.
I will destroy his precious rain just as I have destroyed his precious creation. There is no need for any of us to return to hell. We will make our stand here, and the next generation shall be ours as well. Let the humans die, but here on Mount Olympus, no water shall touch us.
As he spoke, the clouds gathered and lightning split the heavens. Torrents of rain descended, drenching the hills around them. The Titans looked to see what the dragon would do next. He turned to face them all.
I will take my battle to the very throne room of heaven,
the dragon boasted. But there was to be no reprieve for the Titans. The dragon's word only further sealed their fate. Mount Olympus was to be covered with water. Underneath the earth, huge troughs of underground streams broke loose, swallowing up all the lowlands and the islands. Instantly, people were caught unaware and swept out into the oceans and streams. The valleys began to fill with water, and the animals that were able tried to make their way up the mountaintops. Many grew tired and went to sleep, finding a strange peace even in their death. In the huge population centers, people were overcome with terror, and they struggled to save their valuables. They crowded onto the tops of their homes, holding their clothing and their prized idols. They cried out to the gods they had made with their own hands to save them, but their cries fell on deaf ears. The waters rose and rose until they covered the rooftops, and the survivors were swept out to the sea. Those who had managed to climb to the mountaintops had to fight mudslides and falling rocks. Many were killed on the way up. And the few who made it to the top watched in disbelief as the waters continued to rise. They knew it was only a matter of time before they died as well. Some repented of their evil lives and fell to their knees, begging God's forgiveness for their wickedness. Those people died in peace and rest. Others were so savaged by their hatred and pride that they cursed me for my judgment and shook their fists at the heavens. Everywhere, bodies were floating in the torrential rain. It looked as if a tidal wave had hit the entire world. Wooden structures, wagons, boxes, and tree branches were floating in a huge, widening whirlpool. A few people held onto the debris for days like drowning rats, but all eventually grew weary and sank to their death. The sharks feasted on the dead bodies, and some floating corpses were missing legs, arms, and heads. Dead and bloated animals were drifting and floating everywhere. They were decaying, and their stomachs were full of foul-smelling gases. By the billions, they floated on the top of the water. Even the largest of the creatures, the rhinos and elephants, could not survive the deluge. Birds and other airborne creatures tried their best to weather the storm, and some found perches on floating tree branches. But the constant rain made it impossible for them to fly, and they all perished as well. It was a disaster of unprecedented proportions, and the entire earth was covered by water. Not a single land mass was visible anywhere. It was a watery grave for a world that had gone into full rebellion against my plans. My garden of perfection had become a madhouse of destruction. The only survivors were 8 people and their menagerie in the ark. They were floating about and wondering when they would ever be able to set their feet upon dry land. In the ark, Noah and his family were restless. Unceasingly, they fed and watered all the animals and even assisted in several births. The constant pounding of the rain and the beating of the waves had caused them a tremendous amount of stress. "Father," Ham addressed him, "it has been many more days than I can even count. Why don't we send out one of the doves and see if he can find some dry land?" "That's a good idea, son. I will open the hatch and you choose one," Noah replied. They all went topside as Noah opened the small hatch atop the ark. The small bird, unaccustomed to flying, took off rather awkwardly. Flying ever higher, he searched about for land. He flew out of sight, and they all waited for him to return.
"Noah,"
his wife shouted.
"Look, there's a bow of many colors stretching from one end of the earth to the other. I've never seen anything so beautiful. God has painted the sky."
I spoke from the heavens, touched by their appreciation of my sign. "My children, never again shall I cover the earth with water. This sign, my rainbow, shall be an everlasting sign of my faithfulness to mankind. Only serve me with your whole heart, that the wickedness of mankind be no more in my sight." After they heard the voice of God, they saw the small dove. It had flown a long way and returned with a small branch from an olive tree. That night on the ark, they all slept peacefully. They knew their ordeal was almost over.
Chapter 10. The Covenant.
By the time Noah and his sons had repopulated the earth, the hearts of men had once again rebelled and turned against me. I found one true believer living among the Chaldeans, close to Babylonia. His name was Abram. I saw that his heart was pure and true. Among all the men of the earth, I knew I could make a covenant with him that would allow me to bring salvation to humankind. I knew that living among the people of his city, he would never be able to truly follow me and hear my voice. I placed restlessness in his heart to move away from the land of his upbringing and to become a wanderer. He and his wife Sarah, his nephew Lot, along with his servants, tribesmen, sheep and goat herders, left Ur of the Chaldeans and became wanderers, setting up tents as they traveled. Lucifer tried to deceive as many as he could with the power of suggestion. Although the fallen no longer had their own physical bodies, having been destroyed in the flood, they were every bit as prevalent through their residence in idols and through inhabiting human beings as well. I knew that Lucifer would never give up his battle to destroy my creation, and I had to give men the opportunity once and for all to be free of his evil meddling. One of Abram's servants came running into the camp.
Abram! Abram!
He shouted, catching his breath.
There's a battle by the well. Lot's servants are demanding that we quit using so much water. Come quick. I think they are going to shed blood.
Abram rushed across the plain to the well where servants from both sides had gathered, shouting at one another as to who had the rights to the water. Lot showed up as well, just in time to overhear most of the argument. Everyone looked at Abram as he stepped into their midst, his staff carried commandingly in his hand.
Stop your quarreling, all of you. God has prospered all of our flocks, and now we must separate. There is simply not enough water here for both.
Turning to Lot, he said,
You choose, my nephew.
If you choose the valley, we shall choose the plains. The choice is yours. Lot looked over the valley where Sodom and Gomorrah lay. He saw the fertile land, and he wished to raise his herd and family there. We shall choose the valley, Uncle Abram, he professed. Abram approached him and embraced him.
Then let us separate, and may the God of peace bless you. Come, everyone, for tonight we shall feast. Let us rejoice, so this parting does not bring us sorrow.
The party lasted until the early morning hours, with singing, dancing, and merriment for all. The next morning, Lot left with his wife, his 2 daughters, his servants, and his large herds of animals. It pierced Abram's heart to see him go, for Abram and Sarah had no children yet. Abram kept in touch with Lot through messengers. Years passed, and Sarah complained to Abram about being childless. Many times she suggested to Abram that they have children through her maid-servant, Hagar. Growing tired of his wife's constant nagging, Abram reluctantly agreed. Soon, Hagar gave birth to a son, and this elevated her in the sight of Abram. This caused a bitter feud to arise between her and Sarah. Hagar came to mock Sarah for being barren, and so Sarah called out to me.
Lord,
Sarah cried,
I cannot bear to be childless. It hurts so. Is the son of another to be the inheritor of my house?
Sarah, I replied, I shall turn your sorrow into joy and bring you a son. His name shall be Isaac. This time next year he will be born.
How is that to be, Lord? For I am old and my womb is dried,
Sarah asked. With me, child, all things are possible, I assured her. I kept Sarah's womb open, and Abram knew his wife. They gave birth to Isaac, and he was the joy of their household. But the bitterness grew between Hagar and Sarah, and before long Abram had to send Hagar away lest her son Ishmael kill the younger brother Isaac. After they left, I met them in the desert and provided for Hagar and Ishmael. I led them to another land where I prospered them. To Adam, I gave a new name, Abraham, which meant father of many nations. Abraham loved his son Isaac, and the day came when I was to test Abraham. I needed to find someone who could make the same sacrifice I was planning on making. As Abraham sat out on the hills under his favorite tree overlooking his flock, I spoke to him.
Abraham, take your son whom you love and offer him up a sacrifice to me on Mount Moriah.
Yes, Lord, he answered me, and then went down to get Isaac. He was familiar with sacrificing, having sacrificed various animals several times a year. Abraham called to his son, saying,
Isaac, the Lord wishes us to offer a sacrifice. Come.
Isaac obeyed without asking any questions. Abraham's heart was heavy as he and Isaac climbed Mount Moriah. It was late in the day, and he wondered if he could make it to the top before the sun would set and leave them in darkness. As they approached the top, Isaac glanced over at Abraham with a loving look. There was an altar that Abraham had used many times in the past for sacrificing lambs, rams, and cattle, and Abraham turned to ask Isaac to gather some sticks for the burnt sacrifice. When Isaac returned with a bundle of wood, he looked at his father, puzzled.
"Father, I see the altar, and I see the wood, but where is the animal for sacrifice?"
"Son," Abraham said, "the Lord has bid me to sacrifice you, the son of my promise. Give me your hands that I might bind you to the altar. Be not afraid, for you are my child, and my inheritance on this earth. The Lord told me that I would have many more descendants from you than there are stars in the heavens." Isaac instinctively obeyed and allowed himself to be bound. He was confused, for his father had told him many times that human sacrifice was prohibited. Abraham blanked out his own thoughts and set himself to the task of obeying my command. Every fiber of his being caused him to doubt and twist away, but he took out the ceremonial knife from the leather bag hanging from his tunic and lifted it to the sky. Isaac closed his eyes. He knew the pain would be minimal, and soon his life-giving blood would pour out of him. He wondered if he would ever come back to life. As the rays of the sun cast a purple haze over the mountaintops, Abraham drew his hand high up in the air. Before the knife could fall, my archangel Michael stopped his hand. Abraham was shocked. "There, Abraham, in the bushes. Look," Michael said. "The Lord has brought a ram for the sacrifice. Because of your faith on this very mountain, the Lord will offer up himself as a sacrifice, though it will be many years from now." Abraham sacrificed the ram. I thought ahead to mankind's future, when I would offer myself up on the same mountain as a sacrifice for mankind's sins. I thought of the pain of having the nails driven through my hands, and of my heart breaking from the overwhelming burden of carrying the sins of the entire world. That was the day my covenant with mankind was sealed. Abraham had offered up his son to me, and I would offer up mine for humanity. Abraham seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation as he descended down the mountain. It would not be much longer before the archangel Michael returned to earth, but this time he would destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. The twin cities were vexed with evil, and the blood of the innocent ran in torrents through the streets. Men had forsaken their love of women and lusted after other men, violently taking the innocent and lying with them. The perversions permeated the city, with the exception of Lot, his wife, and their daughters. Their family had grown so used to the evils that surrounded them that it seemed they were just a matter of course. I approached Abraham's tent with two of my angels. Abraham ordered his servants to bring them into the tent for refreshments and rest from their journey. He had perceived that they had come a long way. Michael looked at Abraham.
"Hello, old friend. We meet again."
"Where does your journey take you?" Abraham asked.
"We are sent to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. The violence and perversions of the two cities is a stench in the nostrils of the Lord."
Abraham's heart was heavy as his thoughts turned to his nephew Lot, Lot's wife, and their daughters. He thought about my loving nature and the sins I had forgiven him of.
"Surely, Lord, you won't destroy the city if there are 50 righteous, will you?"
Abraham asked. "No, if there are 50 righteous in the city, I will spare it," I said. Abraham thought again. He wondered if the servants of Lot, whom he had brought up to worship the one true God, had abandoned the faith and were idolaters like the rest of the population.
"What if there are just 20 righteous? Surely, Lord, you won't destroy the city if there are 20 righteous."
"No, if there are 20 righteous, I will spare the cities."
"Perchance that there are only 10?
Abraham reasoned. He believed that in his lifetime Lot had at least influenced 10 to remain faithful to his God. If there are but 10 righteous, I will spare the city, I added. The 2 angels who were with me left and traveled to the city of Lot's home. The wickedness of the people was great, and when the men saw the beauty of my 2 messengers, they began to pound on Lot's door and cry out. Lot answered the door and saw men overcome with lust crowding his door.
"Send us the 2 strangers," the mob cried out, "that we may know them intimately."
"It is an evil thing you desire to do," Lot replied. "Take my virgin daughters instead, for these men are angels of the Most High God."
Michael went to the front door. "Step aside, Lot."
"Men of Sodom and Gomorrah, the Lord has pronounced judgment upon your city for the wickedness of your hearts."
He raised his hand, and the crowd was blinded and left to grope in darkness.
"Lot, I perceive that there are not even 10 righteous in these cities,"
Michael reasoned.
"Take out only what you can carry, and come out from this people with your daughters and your wife. Fire will rain down upon the inhabitants, and the city and all herein will be utterly consumed. Only I warn you, when you hear the consuming fire, do not turn around, or you shall be destroyed as well."
Lot's daughters and wife grumbled as they prepared for their journey. They had accumulated many possessions and were sorely vexed at having to leave so many of their wonderful worldly goods behind. When they had reached a safe distance from the city, my messengers commanded fire to fall from heaven. A tremendous fire roared through the city, burning all it contained. Lot's wife longed for her house, her possessions, and the luxury she had lived in. She turned around to get just one last look. Instantly, she became a pillar of salt. Lot and his daughters continued their journey and left the uninhabitable plains for all time. Abraham witnessed the destruction of the cities and developed a new awareness of my holiness. In time, his sons Isaac and Ishmael became friends. After many more years had passed, Abraham died. He had grown weary of the struggles around him. His heart continually broke from all the sin and idolatry he witnessed. I was glad to see him face to face. Through his faithfulness and the covenant I shared with him, I would be able to send forth the Redeemer who was to be the Savior of the world. Abraham knew we both had something in common. We both loved our sons, and we were both willing to sacrifice them for the good of others. Such was the nature of our eternal covenant that rules over heaven and earth.
Chapter 11. The Multicolored Robe.
Abraham had a great-grandson named Joseph. He was the 11th child born to Jacob, and when he was young, he prayed to me to use his life as I had used the life of his grandfather and great-grandfather.
"Lord,"
Joseph spoke while wandering through the hills tending his flock of sheep,
"I don't want to be like my brothers, stuck out here just tending sheep. Use me, God, to bring glory to you. Let my life have purpose and meaning. Use me as you used Abraham."
I could see that though his request was weighty, his heart was pure. I knew that before I could use him, I would have to refine him. The heart, if it is not tested, becomes proud and arrogant. Self-made men and women have no place for my rulership in their lives. I also knew that no matter how Joseph was tested, he would come through victorious. That night, while Joseph slept, I gave him the first of many dreams he was to have in his life. I made him a tall stalk of wheat, and the other stalks bowed before him. He knew it meant that he was to rule over his brothers, and he foolishly bragged about this dream in front of them rather than just being silent and allowing the dream to unfold. It was the evening of his birthday dinner, and his father had an expensive garment of many colors woven for him. Jacob was proud to give this wonderful coat to Joseph as a gift, but his brothers were all jealous of their father's shameless display of affection and generosity. Joseph, beaming with pride in his new garment and sense of self-importance, decided to share his dream.
My brothers, the Lord visited me last night in my sleep and showed me a vision. I was a stalk of wheat, and you were other stalks of wheat surrounding me on all sides. You were all bowing down to me and paying me homage.
When pigs talk, we will bow down to you, Joseph, Reuben said, laughing as he said it.
Joseph, Jacob said, if your dream is from the Lord, it will come to pass.
But father,
Benjamin the youngest interrupted.
Why would the Lord want us to bow to our own brother?
Perhaps the Lord has special plans for your brother, Jacob replied. Maybe that is why the Lord directed me to give him such a royal cloak. But whether you bow to him or not does not mean God loves you any less. Jacob tried to take some of the sting out of Joseph's words.
Benjamin,
Judah added.
Joseph is but a dreamer. Only time will tell whether his dreams will come true or not. But if we are to bow to him, then better to bow to him than a foreign conqueror.
Although Judah wasn't always comfortable with Joseph's bragging, he usually overlooked it. But one day, out in the pasture, it was too much for him as well. He came upon Joseph standing in the middle of his brothers, and they were in quite an argument.
I'm better than the lot of you,
Joseph proudly challenged.
Which of you has a vision from God? Which of you will rule over me? I shall rule over all of you.
Several of the brothers started throwing punches at Joseph. He proudly stood his ground and fought back, his face getting bloodied.
Wait, all of you,
Simeon said.
Let's kill him and bury his body in the ground. We can take blood, smear it on his cloak, and bring it back to father. We'll say a wild beast slew him. Then we can be rid of him once and for all. Let's not kill him and have his blood on our hands, replied Judah. There is a caravan of Ishmaelites coming. Let us take him and sell him as a slave. We'll see how he rules over us then.
He wanted to release Joseph later, after his brothers had all gone. The brothers agreed. They bound Joseph and sold him as a slave. The caravan owners took him to Egypt before his brother Judah could rescue him, and sold him to one of Pharaoh's servants, Potiphar. My hand was with Joseph, and even as a slave I prospered him. Joseph was even appointed to be manager over the entire Potiphar estate. However, there were complications. Joseph was a handsome lad, and Potiphar's wife lusted after him. She wanted him to commit adultery with her, and did everything she could to tempt him.
Joseph, come here,
Kedra commanded, shouting from the next room. Joseph came into the chamber and saw her naked in the bath. He was embarrassed and looked away.
Would you please fetch some linen cloth for me? My servant has run off to fetch some more water, and I am growing weary of sitting in the bath,
she said seductively. Joseph grabbed her linen cloth and dropped it beside her. She rose from the bath without covering herself, flaunting her nakedness to Joseph. He backed away, trying not to look at her naked body.
Why are you afraid, Joseph? Potiphar is away.
Come, share my bed with me.
She stared him down, beckoning him to come with her hands.
I cannot, Joseph stammered. You are the wife of my master. I cannot betray him by lying with you. It would be a great evil in the sight of the Lord.
She brazenly walked up to him and embraced him. She began to run her fingers through his hair.
Don't you find me beautiful? Desirable? All the other servants do. Many have slept with me. I have been watching how you look at me. Yes, Joseph answered. You are beautiful, but you are married to another. I cannot do this wicked thing. Now, please, let me be dismissed.
Joseph turned to leave, but she seized the edge of his garment and tore it off.
Come back here. I order you. You are my slave, and I order you to lie with me.
Kedra was furious. She was not used to being turned down by men, and especially by those who were slaves in her own household. It was well known that she used her slaves for her own purposes when her husband was gone. Her neighbors made fun of her behind her back, but she was oblivious to all the gossip. A spirit of lust governed Kedra, and nothing could satisfy her constant cravings. As Joseph pulled away, he turned to speak to her.
Your husband has been good to me. I will never betray him like this.
For the rest of the week, Joseph avoided her. When Potiphar returned from visiting the temple of Ono, Kedra fabricated an elaborate lie.
While you were gone, husband, your slave tried to have his way with me, she said,
looking at his face closely for a change of expression. Potiphar said nothing.
I took this from him, from off my bed where he left it.
That is the coat I gave to Joseph,
Potiphar exclaimed.
You're not saying...
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying, she insisted. You should put him to death this instant. Imagine what he could have done to me if I hadn't resisted him with all my strength.
Potiphar suspected that she was lying, but everyone in the house had heard her accusations. Now, he was forced to summon Joseph and question him about the garment.
My wife says you tried to attack her. Is this so?
My lord, I would never do anything to disgrace you or the trust you have placed in me, Joseph said as he bowed before him.
Yet, can you explain how she came to be in possession of your garment? The very one I had made for you?
Potiphar exclaimed.
I could explain, but it is best not to. Do to me as you please, Joseph said.
Well, a sorry state you've left me in.
Potiphar was confused as to why Joseph did not defend himself.
I cannot sell you because your reputation is sullied. Now you are worthless as a slave, and I don't feel it right to order your death either.
Though that would be simple enough.
You shall be remanded to Pharaoh's prison, and there your fate shall be decided. I am sorry, Joseph. Your word doesn't count against the word of an Egyptian.
That day, Joseph was once again led away in chains. His dream was being tested yet again. As the iron prison gate hammered closed behind him, he realized that only I could bring his dreams to fruition. It was behind those gates that he grew to trust me.
Father in heaven,
he prayed,
have mercy on me and accomplish your purpose through me here in this prison. Let me find good in those around me and not bitterness.
As the prison doors closed around Joseph, I knew that he felt differently about his surroundings. He had learned to trust me, and he knew that whatever the circumstances in his life, he needn't worry. That same week, Pharaoh dismissed his cupbearer and chief baker. They had both displeased him. They were sent to the same prison where they met Joseph. Joseph's spirit of servitude was such that he couldn't help but be kind to everyone. And it wasn't long before the warden had Joseph running the prison. It was an arrangement that was agreeable to all. While the warden slept, Joseph organized the prisoners. He put Pharaoh's baker and cupbearer in charge of distributing the food and clothing, as well as managing the cleanliness of the prison. They became his two best friends and confidants, and Joseph became well acquainted with the intimate details of the palace while speaking with them. Frequently, Joseph would talk with me while working in the garden.
Lord,
he spoke one day,
it seems I have been here a long time. I'm wondering if I will ever get to see my family again. I know my father probably thinks I'm dead. I'm curious how my little brother Benjamin is doing. I know that you have your plans, Lord, and you have your own timing, just like you gave my great-grandfather a child when he was an old man. Please, Lord, be merciful to me. Please get me out of this prison so I may see my family again.
I still wished for the times when I would walk in the garden with Adam. I wished I could have walked with Joseph that day. His prayers touched my heart, and I knew I had to bring him out of the prison and into the role that I had been preparing him for. Even before he was born, I had appointed for him this role. That night, I visited the baker and the cupbearer with dreams. They were both aware of the dreams when they awoke, and they discussed them with Joseph the next day.
I saw birds eating bread from a basket off the top of my head, the baker told him. What does it mean?
Joseph already knew the meaning. He had the same dream along with an explanation from me.
You will be released from prison and will be executed immediately afterwards. I'm so very sorry, my friend.
Pharaoh's cupbearer discussed his dream with Joseph as well.
You will be released in 3 days and restored to your former position, said Joseph. Please don't forget me when you are free.
Everything unfolded exactly as Joseph had said, but the cupbearer forgot all about Joseph. It was nearly 2 years later when I visited Pharaoh with another dream. In the dream, thin cattle devoured fat cattle. No one could explain the riddle to Pharaoh, and the cupbearer noticed that his master was brooding and was growing very irate. He told Pharaoh about Joseph, who was immediately released from prison. He was cleaned up, given new garments, and brought before Pharaoh, where he was able to explain the dream in detail. He warned Pharaoh of the impending famine on the earth and told him to prepare for it. Immediately, Joseph was appointed regent over the entire kingdom of Egypt. He was second in command only to Pharaoh himself. Most men would have sought revenge against those who falsely imprisoned them, but Joseph learned to forgive and walk in love before me. He planned Egypt's survival wisely, storing their record harvests in huge silos. Soon, the rain ceased to fall and the crops began to fail in Canaan. Jacob sent Joseph's brothers to Egypt with money to buy food. Everyone except his father and youngest brother came before him for the purchase. None of his brothers recognized him. Joseph showed them special favor, giving them the choicest provisions and placing money in their sacks with their food. He encouraged them to return with their younger brother. Pharaoh had given Joseph a wife, and she bore Joseph his first 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. They were handsome lads, and Joseph loved them with his whole heart. He thought back on the evil his brothers had done to him and all that he had suffered, but saw that it was all because of my plan to save his family when the famine came. Back at home, his father became aware that the money had been returned and was told that the regent had asked them to return with their youngest brother. Jacob's faith in me was great, but it wasn't until they again ran low on food that he agreed to allow Benjamin to travel back with his brothers to Egypt. The 2 brothers returned with Benjamin, and when they arrived, Joseph invited them all to a big feast. He sent them off again with much grain, but instructed his servants to place a gold goblet in Benjamin's bag. A short while after their caravan had left, he sent a squad to have Benjamin arrested.
How do you explain returning my gracious hospitality by stealing the very serving vessel I filled so abundantly for you? Joseph questioned. I am sorry. The youngest of you will have to stay until you all return again. Sir, you cannot, Reuben pleaded. He is the only remaining son of our father's favorite wife. It will break his heart if we come home without him. I swear he is innocent. Put me in your jail if you do not believe us. But please let him go. My father already lost 1 son. If he should lose this one, it would certainly kill him.
Joseph was moved by the love in his brothers' hearts. He saw that they, too, had changed. He tore off his Egyptian headdress.
Reuben, Judah, don't you recognize me?
Joseph spoke in their native tongue.
I am Joseph. What you did to me was evil, but God has turned it around for good. Rejoice, for my salvation shall be the salvation of all of you. Go and bring our father and your wives and your children. Pharaoh will surely give you land to dwell on until this famine is over. Joseph, I am so sorry, Reuben said. I had meant to come back and rescue you, but now I'm afraid it was wrong what we did, brother, Judah added. Not only for you, but to our father. We were all jealous of your dreams, but now we see they really were from the Lord. Yes, they were from the Lord, said Joseph, but we are not able to unravel them in our own timing. The times and the seasons are from the Lord, and he lifts one man up and casts other man down. We are as dust in his hands, yet he is mindful of our weakness.
He never causes us more pain or sorrow than we can bear, and after we have borne it, He restores our joy. Blessed be the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob."
Joseph lived a full and happy life, surrounded by his brothers, nephews, and nieces in the land of Goshen that Pharaoh gave them, an area more fertile than anywhere on earth. I put a blessing on their people, and they became a great nation. But after Joseph's death, the Egyptians forgot about the Hebrew regent who saved Egypt, and they made slaves of my people. So I chose another deliverer, one who is to bring my people to a land of their own, the Promised Land.
Chapter 12, Prince of the Nile.
The first writings I delivered to mankind came from my servant Moses, nearly 500 years after Joseph had died and been buried. I showed Moses things I had never shown any human, the very drawing of my creation, from the separation of light from darkness, to the birth of the stars and planets, to the formation of the earth for all its inhabitants. Moses saw wonders he could barely even describe. Moses' mother disobeyed Pharaoh's population control decree, which demanded that the midwives kill all male children immediately at birth. Instead, she placed Moses in a small vessel made out of brush. She made it waterproof and placed it in the river close to where Pharaoh's daughter had often come to bathe. When Pharaoh's daughter arrived at the water's edge, she noticed the vessel wedged fast into the thickets and sent one of her maids to fetch it. Upon opening it, the baby began to cry. There was nothing Pharaoh's daughter could do to comfort him. She had no milk in her breasts, and she knew he needed to be fed. Moses' sister Miriam had watched the entire scene, and she approached Pharaoh's daughter to ask if she would like her to find someone to care for the child. Pharaoh's daughter agreed, and Miriam returned a short while later with Moses' birth mother, whose breasts were laden with milk and who gladly volunteered for the job. Moses was raised in the royal household as Pharaoh's son, along with Pharaoh's natural son, Tecumseh. Moses' birth mother had taken the time to explain to Moses who he really was, and it was her influence on him that kept him from worshiping Egyptian idols. His skills with chariots, horses, archery, and swords grew, as did his leadership skills. He enjoyed an opulent life in the royal palace, but it troubled him whenever he saw his Hebrew brothers working as slaves. "Father," he asked Pharaoh, "why are we keeping the Hebrews as slaves and forcing them to live like animals?" "If we don't, son, they will surely overrun our country," Pharaoh responded. "We must keep Egypt for the Egyptians. You are no longer one of them, for you have been raised here in our house. Look at yourself, Moses. You should be proud. Someday you will rule our country. You must not let your heart interfere with your head. A ruler who appears to be too soft soon finds his enemies will exploit his weakness. So be strong and courageous. Now, go with your brother. He is going to see how work is progressing on my new pyramid. The Hebrew stonecutters are not progressing as fast as we need them to." "Yes," Moses answered, bowing to Pharaoh. Moses knew he was directly in line to be the next Pharaoh of Egypt. He also knew Pharaoh was getting old and had become anxious that the tomb be finished so he could safely travel to the next world. Moses didn't believe in the purpose of the tomb. He knew that the body would return to dust and that no treasure from earth was going to travel into the afterlife. He was troubled as he left the palace and decided that if ever he had the chance, he would do something about the many injustices that had been heaped upon his fellow Hebrews. Tecumseh turned to Moses as they rode along in a chariot. He whipped the horses and laughed when Moses nearly fell off into the dirt.
"You are not used to such an aggressive driver. I teach these animals who is the ruler," said Tecumseh.
"Yes, brother," Moses replied. "I have seen how many animals you have taught. Our stables are full of those who have learned their lesson and are now lame and halt."
"Maybe it's just that Hebrew heart of yours, Moses, that bleeds for the less fortunate," said Tecumseh. "Perhaps you don't like being the son of the Pharaoh, and you would rather toil among your own brethren. But if you were toiling among them, you wouldn't be privileged as your brother Aaron and your sister Miriam have been."
"My brother," said Moses, "it wasn't that long ago when Joseph, a Hebrew, ruled this land of ours and kept all of Egypt from starving. Look what we have built. Surely they're the most magnificent structures in the world. One can only care for others when he sees it as his duty to God. Many years ago, Cain asked the Lord if he was his brother's keeper. The Lord banished him to the wilderness and marked him forever because he violated the very law written in his own heart. Surely, brother, your heart tells you to love and to be kind, but your fierceness and pride keep you from listening." They spent the rest of their journey in silence. When they arrived at the great city of Ramses, there were slaves lined up and chained as far as the eye could see. They all toiled under the whip of Pharaoh's army. The only Hebrews spared the whip were those who were managing the construction of the great monument. Tecumseh pulled the chariot to a stop.
"I am going to consult with a master builder to see what can be done to get this tomb completed faster. Why don't you amuse yourself among your brethren?"
Tecumseh said in a mocking tone. "I shall," Moses answered, jumping from the chariot and shaking the dust from his tunic. As Moses walked up the path towards the monument, he noticed how the Hebrews cowered from him. Several snuck a look at him, and he tried to look back with compassion. But he could plainly see they were a terrified and oppressed lot. As he turned a corner, he came upon a dreadful sight. An Egyptian slave driver was beating an old man who had obviously outlived his usefulness, and with every crack of the whip, Moses grew more furious. As the man reached up to deliver another blow, Moses grabbed a stone and threw it at the Egyptian, knocking him down. He went over and tried to administer aid to the Hebrew, who was cowering away from him. Then he checked the body of the Egyptian guard and realized that the guard was dead. Moses tried to cover it up and buried the dead man in the sand. He didn't see the old man glancing back and watching him. Killing the Egyptian did not make him feel good, but he did feel some satisfaction at having helped a fellow Hebrew escape such mistreatment. Aaron spotted Moses sitting outside the royal residence the next day.
"Moses!"
he called. Moses looked up and nodded, as if to acknowledge his brother, yet was too weak to respond. Aaron took out a small basket.
"Miriam made you some honey cakes, Moses. There are rumors about that you killed an Egyptian."
Moses was shocked and felt a wave of nausea pass through his bowels. "What rumors?"
"They say you killed an Egyptian guard who was mistreating one of our countrymen," Aaron said.
"How would—" Moses stopped short, not sure whether or not to disclose the full truth to his brother. "Yes, it is true."
"Then it will only be a matter of time before Pharaoh finds out, and your stepbrother shall surely use it against you," Aaron said.
"What should I do, Aaron?" Moses asked. "Do I stay here and face the punishment? I never meant to shed the guard's blood. I couldn't stand back and watch him kill an old man. What would Jehovah have thought?"
"He would have thought you did the right thing," said Aaron. "But remember, to the Egyptians, we are not even people. We are slaves, property. And you have done something that they will view as unforgivable. You must leave Egypt or they will kill you. Our people wanted desperately for you to become Pharaoh and set us free. But now we must look to another. Come, stay with us tonight in Goshen, and tomorrow we shall give you new clothing. Then you can leave for the wilderness."
Moses went with Aaron and spent the night at the home of his mother. It was a sad night for all of them, for none of them knew if they would ever see him again. He took off his finery and exchanged it for the clothing of a Bedouin. He left while it was still dark, making himself a small raft and crossing the Nile. It was fortunate that it was low tide season, and the river was not running in its fullness. He walked most of the next day until he became weary, and then sat down to rest. "O Lord," he prayed, "guide me through the desert. Bring me to a place where I might live, since I am now so far removed from my family. I choose to be counted with your people, Lord. Now do not utterly forsake me." He wandered through the wilderness all the next day, and was near exhaustion when he stumbled upon a watering hole where 7 young women were watering their animals. Robbers appeared and were attempting to steal their flock. Although tired from his long journey, Moses disrupted the thieves and helped the women fill the trough with water for their animals. The women returned home with their water jugs after giving Moses a drink and filling his goatskin. Moses took his rest in the acacia grove that grew around the well. The women returned to their father Jethro and told him what had happened. He bid them to go back and invite Moses for supper.
"So," Jethro stated, "you are the man who saved my daughters from the robbers. Where are you from? By your looks, you appear Egyptian, but your clothing is that of a Bedouin."
"I am Hebrew, but raised in Pharaoh's own family. I slew an Egyptian and had to flee. I have only been gone 2 days now," Moses said.
"Where are you going?"
Jethro asked. "I don't know," Moses stuttered, a little embarrassed by his voice and his impediment.
"Then stay with us," Jethro insisted. "There is food enough, and shelter as well. Though it is a barren land, we find substance here. I am a priest. Our village is small, but we are a peace-loving people. We raise livestock and grow food. Not what you were used to in Egypt, of course, but—"
"You needn't make excuses for your humble food," Moses said. "It is quite delicious. The Egyptians increase their wealth at the misery of others. You come by your food honestly. It is much more palatable to me knowing it was grown honestly." Because of the traumatic events, Moses had now developed a stutter.
"Then it is settled," said Jethro. "Zipporah, please make up a bed for our guest in the new room."
That evening, Moses slept better than he had slept in years. Although he was far away from his home, he felt a peace he had never felt before. It wasn't too many months later when he married Zipporah, and several years later their first son was already walking about.
Father! Father!
The young Zadok jumped on Moses' lap after he returned from a day of tending his father-in-law's sheep.
"Yes, son?"
Moses beamed. "What is it?"
Look at what I made.
Zadok showed him the short walking staff.
It is just like yours. Grandfather showed me how to carve it out and bend the top.
"It's not just like mine," Moses replied. "It's much better. Now, go to tell your mother to bring us both some bread and drink. I've worked up quite an appetite." For many years, Moses wandered through the hill country tending sheep and caring for his family. His memory of his past life grew dim, and before long he began to regard himself as just another shepherd. It was then that I was able to intervene and show myself to him. It was a windy, overcast day. Thick clouds covered most of the sky except for a bit of light coming in from the horizon. Moses was weary from searching for a young ewe that had wandered off. His heart was downtrodden. It was one of his favorite animals, and he had spent most of the day looking for it. He worried that the wild beasts that roamed the hills may have devoured it. He looked over and saw a bush burning brightly. The flame was shooting into the sky, but there was no smoke, and the bush was not being consumed. He came over to investigate. As he drew near, I called out to him, "Moses, Moses, take off your sandals, for the ground that you walk on is holy ground." He immediately bent down and removed his sandals. Even from 50 feet away, he could feel my presence. "Who is it bids me to come?" he queried. "It is I, the Lord," I told him. "You must return to Egypt and command the Pharaoh to let my people go." "Who shall I say has sent me?" Moses asked. "Tell them I am that I am has sent you," I said. But Lord, you know that I cannot speak. I stutter," Moses complained. "Even now, Moses, I have sent your brother Aaron to fetch you, and he shall be your mouthpiece," I explained. "But Lord, who am I that they shall believe me? I am just a man," Moses stated. "Take your staff, Moses, "And throw it to the ground," I commanded. Moses did, and it became a serpent. "Now, pick it up," I said. He did, and it became a staff again. "That shall be your sign I have sent you. Now go. The time of deliverance has come for my people. You shall become a strong nation, and I shall lead you into the promised land, a land flowing with milk and honey. But you shall have to remove the other inhabitants, as their wicked ways weary me. The blood of the innocent, which they have slain to their god Molech, has become a stain before me." So Moses met his brother Aaron in the camp, and together they went back to Egypt, where his stepbrother had ascended to the throne. In all, it was nearly 40 years that Moses had been in exile. As they crossed the Nile, Aaron reached over to help Moses get his foot out of the mud. "Brother, the years have treated you well. I was not expecting to find you in such good health," Aaron observed. "And you, Aaron? How is our sister, Miriam?" Moses replied. "She is well. She has become the chief midwife and has developed a good reputation as a healer. She knows her herbs and potions. We will stop at her house before we go to your brother, Pharaoh." Egypt was at high flood season, and everything was green. Moses' heart swelled with pride as he saw his former homeland in all its glory. No wonder the Egyptians were such proud people, Moses thought. They had such beauty around them. He saw that the Sphinx was nearly completed and wondered how many of his countrymen had been buried alive when the former Pharaoh had died. The injustice chafed at his heart, and he was more determined than ever to make sure my people went free. "Moses!" Miriam cried, her heart filling with joy upon seeing him. "I am back," Moses replied, embracing her. "Aaron already told me that mother and father are dead." "It was horrible," Miriam stated. "They were both buried alive with Pharaoh. We couldn't do anything to stop it. We always thought that you would be Pharaoh someday, but now—" "I met the Lord, Miriam," Moses said. "He appeared to me in a burning bush and spoke to me. He told me to tell Pharaoh to let his people go." "Oh, Moses," Miriam cried, "I'm afraid we're all much too used to being slaves. We have been slaves now for 400 years. This Pharaoh, your stepbrother, is much harder than even his father was. He doesn't even give us one day off a week any longer. We work every day, sometimes late into the night. Our people die like the flies the Egyptians worship." Moses looked around. "But there are so many of us. Surely the Lord has blessed our people even in captivity. The Lord will set us free, Miriam. Aaron and I will go see Pharaoh. You will see." "Well, come inside and I will make you some honey cakes. You can have something sweet to drink, perhaps pomegranate juice. You must clean up, Moses. You can't go before Pharaoh wearing those rags. Come, you can wear one of our father's old robes. We must make you presentable, or Pharaoh's guards will never grant you an audience." Moses and Aaron walked up the banks of the flooded Nile. All around them, their countrymen were working the Egyptian fields planting cotton, flax, and wheat. The sun beat heavy upon their heads, and by the end of the 5-hour walk they were drenched with sweat. They stopped to refresh themselves in the pool outside the royal city, and then proceeded through the gate. "We are here to see Pharaoh," Aaron informed the gatekeeper. They were summoned in and made to wait in the vestibule outside the royal chambers. A royal official approached them and noticed their travel-weary condition. "You have come a long distance to see Pharaoh. May I ask what the nature of your business is?" "I am Moses. Do you remember me, Piata? You used to be my servant when I was young." "Times have changed, Moses," Piata replied. "What is it you wish to see your brother about?" "Tell him the Lord says, 'Let my people go,'" Aaron spoke boldly. The Pharaoh greeted the arrival of his long-lost brother with a sense of superiority. He knew that if Moses hadn't left, he wouldn't have been made Pharaoh. It was with mixed emotions, ranging from past jealousies to newfound pride and superiority, that he had Moses and Aaron ushered before him.
Moses, what brings you back from exile? You're not here to claim my kingdom, are you? He said, laughing. No, my brother. The Lord has heard the cries of his people, and he asked me to speak to you for him, Moses explained. Who is this Lord you speak of, and what does he tell you to speak to me? Pharaoh asked. He is the Lord, the creator of the heavens and the earth. He is the one who was and is from the beginning, the one who has always existed. And he says to you, "Let my people go." Aaron spoke to Pharaoh for Moses. I do not know this God, and I see no reason that I should let my slaves go. Our whole economy rests on the back of their labor. There are many gods. Why should I listen to yours? Pharaoh asked. The Lord told me you would need a sign, Aaron spoke again. Moses stepped back from his brother's throne and threw down his staff. It turned into a deadly cobra, writhing about. The women of the court grew nervous, and several shrieked in horror. Then Pharaoh clapped his hands, beckoning his magicians. 3 of them came forward and threw down their rods. All the other rods became serpents as well. But the serpent from the rod of Moses ate the others. Very impressive, my brother, Pharaoh spoke. But as you can see, it is just a magic trick. Go now, for I have no intention of setting your people free. The Lord told me that he will turn the waters of Egypt into blood if you do not let his people go, Aaron warned. Moses was angry and stormed out of the royal palace with Aaron. That night, I sent my angels to Egypt, and everywhere except Goshen, they turned the water into blood. The next day the cry of Egyptians was great, and they pleaded with Pharaoh to let my people go. There was utter chaos in the land. Outside of Goshen, there was not a drop of drinkable water. Even the water in the holding jugs the Egyptians used for water storage had been turned to blood. The people pleaded with Pharaoh to do as Moses said, so that the plague would be removed. Pharaoh once again summoned Moses and Aaron, and he promised to heed my command if I would remove the plague of blood from Egypt. I knew Pharaoh would not do what he said, for I knew his heart, and I knew that many more plagues would be necessary before he would obey me. I also knew that Pharaoh spoke only what was convenient for him to save face before his people. So when Moses went to assemble the Hebrews to leave, soldiers prevented them from doing so. Moses and Aaron returned to the royal palace and spoke with Pharaoh once again. Why did you lie, brother? You said you would let my people go, Aaron questioned for Moses. Yes, I did. But I was just thinking that it is harvest time now. Maybe after harvest I can let your people go. I cannot spare them now, Pharaoh recanted. The Lord told me that you would harden your heart against his purposes, Aaron spoke for Moses. If you will not let his people go, tomorrow your palace shall be covered with frogs, and the entire land of Egypt shall be covered with frogs, until you bend to the will of the Lord. The next day, the entire land of Egypt was crawling with frogs, just as Moses had promised. The people again complained to Pharaoh, for the frogs were found everywhere, even in their food bowls. The air in Egypt was permeated with the stench of the dead frogs the people had killed. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron once again. Very well. Take away these frogs, and I will let your people go, Pharaoh promised. The third plague I sent was unannounced, and lice covered the entire land of Egypt, the only exception, the land of my people, Goshen. No lice were found there, and not one of my plagues had affected them. And so it went through 9 different plagues. The Pharaoh had yet to heed my words. It was time for my final plague. I knew this one would so break Pharaoh that he would indeed let my people go. I instructed Moses to have the Israelites gather up what they could from their oppressors, borrowing their gold, silver, and costly garments.
In my justice, I had determined to extract back wages for my people for their years of slavery. I told Moses to visit Pharaoh one more time before I pronounced my final judgment.
Pharaoh, the Lord has told me to come before you one last time to speak with you.
Aaron spoke for Moses.
He is no longer asking. He is telling you what he is about to do. Until now, you have seen his mercy, but now you will see his wrath. Since you have hardened your heart against him, he will send his messengers tonight into the land of Egypt, and all the firstborn of Egypt shall die. When this comes to pass, you shall surely let his people go.
No, Moses, I will not, Pharaoh insisted. Go, and do not come to see me again.
You are no longer welcome here. You bring only misery to my people. Tomorrow, brother, after you have seen the judgment of the Lord, you will let his people go, Aaron added.
I instructed Moses to have all the Hebrews slay an unblemished year-old lamb and splatter its blood on their doorstep in the shape of a cross. They were then to feast on the lamb. I was going to send my avenging angels, who would utterly destroy the firstborn of every family and flock in Egypt that did not have the doorpost so marked. Those who marked their doorpost would be passed over. That very night, the avenging angels struck and every firstborn died. The cry in Egypt was exceedingly great, and Pharaoh was grief-stricken by the death of his firstborn. He called Moses to tell him to take my people and to leave. The Hebrews left heavily laden with the goods of Egypt. Most walked, but the old, lame, pregnant women and very small children rode on carts. They numbered in the millions and followed in a great procession with Moses and Aaron leading them. Never before had anyone heard such a shout of glorious praise. They carried the bones of my servant Joseph with them, and they headed over the Sinai towards the land I had promised them in times past. It was less than a fortnight journey, but one that would extend for 40 years because of their disobedience and lack of faith in me. When my children came to the Red Sea, they stopped, wondering how they were going to get across the water without boats. Several of those acting as rear guards announced that Pharaoh was coming towards them with his entire army of soldiers and fast-moving chariots. My people began to panic. Their trepidation even affected Moses, and he cried out to me, asking what he should do. I told him, "Why are you crying out to me this way? Tell my children to move forward and to watch. This day they will see the Lord fight for them."
"Stand still," Moses commanded the people. "You shall see with your own eyes the deliverance of the Lord."
As Moses stretched forth his rod, he commanded the elements to obey his words. The Red Sea parted, and the people walked through on dry land. Just as the last of the people walked through, Pharaoh's army attempted to give chase and followed them onto the dry seabed. The evil spirits that were guiding Pharaoh mistakenly thought they could hold back the water as I had done. The army began to ride through on dry ground, with the walls of water towering far above them, held in place by my unforeseen force. The fallen saw my angelic forces holding back the waters as they attempted to do the same. But when the last Israelite went through the path, Moses lowered his staff. The waters were set loose, and the fallen found themselves powerless against the elements of nature that I alone created. Pharaoh's army was utterly and completely destroyed, and his many soldiers, chariots, and beloved horses drowned, buried beneath the sea. My people began their journey to the Promised Land, where I would teach them obedience and faith. After many weeks of traveling, the people finally gathered to rest. I summoned Moses up to Mount Sinai to give him a set of 10 commandments as rules and guidelines for my people to follow. I allowed Moses to dwell in my glory for 40 days. He experienced the serenity and tranquility of the eternal realm. And then he asked to see my face. I had spoken to him and given him instructions of how to build a dwelling place for my presence. I also gave him guidance on how to rule justly over his brethren. Lord, Moses asked, would that I could see your face and behold your glory. No man can see my glory and live, I replied. But when my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft of the rock and cover you with my hands until I have passed. Then I will take my hands away, and you will see my back, but my face must not be seen. As my glory passed over him, it filled his being with the blinding light of my presence, so much so that when he descended the mountain, no man could look at him, for he was glowing. For many years Moses led my people as they wandered, enduring their complaints and rebellions. Their clothes and shoes never wore out. Each day I supplied them with manna from heaven, but just enough for that day only. Still, they would not trust me. I sent 12 men ahead to spy out the promised land, and only 2 came back with favorable reports. The people refused to enter. The old generation did not believe I could deliver the land into their hands. I marched them about for 40 years until the older generation had all died off except for Moses, Joshua, and Caleb. Moses had been faithful to me, except during one trial where he struck a rock and portrayed me incorrectly as an angry God. Therefore, I had forbidden him to enter the promised land. When my people passed over the Jordan with Joshua leading them, I bid Moses come up to the mountain, and I showed him the promised land. He was still smiling when I took him to be with me.
Chapter 13. Right-Hand Man.
Many people question the Bible, especially concerning the conquest of the Promised Land. They view me as a vengeful God who cares nothing for the inhabitants of the earth, yet this could not be further from the truth. There is never a human child born that I do not fawn over, nor one that does not delight my very being with special feelings of love and tenderness. Each one is assigned his own angelic protector, and each one is free to choose if they will follow Lucifer or me. I gave Joshua orders to drive out the wicked inhabitants from Canaan. In many instances, he was given orders to kill every living being, including livestock. Why did God have him go to such lengths? So many have asked. The animals and the children could have done nothing wrong. If you believe that, then you couldn't be more wrong in your assumption. The fate of both men and their animals is intertwined. Canaan is a land of stark beauty and lies very near the birthplace of civilization. It is mostly an arid country, mountainous, dry, and dusty. It was also the breeding ground for evil. Fallen angels and demonic beings so populated the area that I had to have my people eliminate their strongholds. Fallen spirits are the cause of most of the earth's woes. They are the forces behind cataclysmic weather, such as typhoons, hurricanes, and tornadoes. They have learned to alter the weather to the extent that they can dry up rivers and bring droughts, such as the one you see worldwide today. They follow the commands of their evil leader, Lucifer, who is intent on destroying my creation. Canaan was so filled with demons that every living being carried about scores of them. I knew that if my people were in close contact with these inhabitants, that they would be similarly infected. I chose Moses to lead my people out of Egypt, but Joshua I appointed to lead them into the Promised Land. Joshua was a man unmatched by any other. He was strong and courageous, with dark flowing hair and arms and legs stronger than steel. He could outpace most horses at distances that would set records even in today's world. It is said that great followers make great leaders, and Joshua excelled at both. "Joshua," I called to him after I had taken Moses, "it is up to you to conquer the Promised Land." "Yes, Lord," he replied, his eyes glaring into the sun, searching for me. He secretly wondered if I would allow him to see me as I had allowed Moses to see me. But I knew Joshua did not need any outward sign to believe me like Moses had. He was a man of faith like his ancestor Abraham. And like Abraham, he obeyed me without question or excuse. "Lead my people across the river Jordan," I said. "Have the priests stand in the middle with the ark, and I will dry the Jordan up before you. I have given the land into your hands." That day, the people saw that I was with Joshua just as I had been with Moses. They all crossed safely in spite of the flood conditions of the river. The inhabitants of Jericho, a huge fortified city with enormous stone walls, refused to venture outside. They trusted their safety to the thickness of their city walls and believed that they were impervious to attack. The city dwellers of Jericho were given over wholeheartedly to evil. Each year they picked young infants and fed them into fires as a sacrifice to their god Molech. The cry of the innocent had moved my heart to destroy them all. I commanded my people to march around their city each day for 6 days. The 7th day, I commanded them to march around 7 times and then blow their shofars while shouting praise to me. The last time they marched around the city, my heavenly messengers, encouraged by the praise and adoration of my chosen people, pushed the walls down. Not one inhabitant of the city was spared except for Rahab the harlot and her family. Rahab had helped to hide the Hebrew spies as they scouted out the city. Joshua and my people went from city to city, conquering the land that flowed with milk and honey. Joshua was an excellent leader, but he was growing older. He wanted to capture the entire promised land, but it became harder for him to lead the Israelites to victory. His eyes grew dim and his joints were increasingly sore. I could see that each new campaign was taking its toll on his health, so I gave him a respite from the battles. "Joshua," I commanded him, "divide the land up now between the tribes and have them fight their own battles. Set up an altar at Shechem and have them come and sacrifice 3 times each year. On the side of the altar, write the words of my commandments, so that my people might live in peace." So Joshua gathered all the people together at Shechem and spoke my words to them. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, has said. I have kept my promise, and I have brought you to the land that I promised to your father Abraham. I have made you a mighty nation, and have given you this land. Do not fail to drive the rest of the inhabitants out of the land. You will live here now, and you will eat grapes from vines that you did not plant, and olives from trees you did not plant. Eliminate all of the false gods that your forefathers served in Mesopotamia and Egypt. For I am a holy God, and I will not tolerate any rivals. If you leave me to serve false gods, I will bring forth your enemies to punish you," Joshua added. "So if you are not willing to serve him now, say so. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Joshua died at 110 years old. He was buried. My people also buried the bones of Joseph in Shechem. Many years passed. During this time, I appointed judges to rule over Israel. Gradually, my people gave up the fight against the other inhabitants of Canaan. The Canaanites that survived were no different than their forefathers. They committed evil in my sight by murdering the innocent, defrauding one another, and worshiping idols. Lucifer had set a stronghold among them, and the other fallen angels still occupied key places in my chosen land. The prophet Samuel, whom I appointed to maintain a standard of righteousness, was rejected by my people. They clamored for a king so that they could be like the other nations, ruled by someone they could see. After witnessing the untold blessings I had given them, they still rejected me. Samuel was distraught, but because his heart was pure, I granted my people their wish. I picked Saul to be their king. He was impetuous and proud. Yet still I put my blessing and anointing upon him. After a short time in my service, he sinned against me. After his victory over the Amalekites, instead of waiting for my servant Samuel to offer up the holy sacrifice, Saul made the sacrifice himself in direct disobedience to my command. No man can come before me with evil still in his heart, as I am a holy God. I tore the kingdom away from Saul's hand and had a young forgotten shepherd boy named David anointed to be king in his place.
Chapter 14. My You.
Few men have touched my soul as David has. He was lovable, like a tender lamb, and he spent every night out in the pasture writing and singing songs to me. For hours he would play on the small harp his father had given him. His voice would echo out over the valley, and my servants would come down from my throne room and dance while he sang and played. They begged me to remove Saul from the throne and place David upon the throne of Israel. I knew that without refining, he could never survive the temptation of pride and the cruelty that kingship seemed to bring upon those chosen to serve in this role. I knew that without preparation, he could never establish the kingdom I wished to establish, a kingdom where my glory could dwell among men. "Lord," David called out to me, "why must I sit among these sheep while my brothers are at war, slaying your enemies, the Philistines? Haven't I proven myself a man? Have I not slain the mountain lion and bear with my own hands? I have shown no fear in these trials, Lord. Please bring me to a place where I can serve you in a greater way. Help me to drive these heathen from your land. Those who defile Israel with their false gods should be destroyed. God, there is none like you and none higher than you. None with the majesty and the power you possess. There is no one who deals justly with the children of men. All other gods are liars and deceivers, and they wish to drag men's souls down to Sheol. You are my God. You alone pardon us of all our iniquities. Lead me out of here, Lord. Lead me to a rock that is higher than I, that I may see your goodness in the land of the living. Blessing, honor, and glory belong to you, Lord." My angels gathered around and bid me to send David into battle. I placed the idea in his father's heart to send David to the battlefield with food for his brothers. This would be a big step in David's preparation for kingship. David was exhilarated when Jesse told him he would be going to the battleground to bring food to his brothers. For weeks, the Philistines had sent Goliath out into the field to curse me and exalt his god, Dagon. Not one of my soldiers were willing to face Goliath. He was over 9 feet tall and had 6 toes on each foot. Each day he was in the battlefield, taunting the front lines of the Israelites and blaspheming my name. When David ran into the camp with the food and drink for his brothers, he heard Goliath cursing me and began to question those around him. David knew Goliath was the grandson of his grandmother Ruth's sister, Oprah, making he and Goliath second cousins. "Who is this that thinks he can speak disrespectfully of the Lord our God?" demanded David. He was about to rush into the battleground with nothing but his staff, but the soldiers around him held him back.
"Wait a minute, young fellow,"
an Israelite said.
"You can't rush out there. He'll kill you in an instant."
"Then give me your sword," David challenged, attempting to lift the heavy weapon.
The soldier laughed. "You're just a shepherd boy. Who is that basket of food for anyways?"
"It is for my brothers," David said. "I have come all the way from Bethlehem. My father Jesse sent me."
"Well, you will find the sons of Jesse near the tent of King Saul. Now, go and leave the fighting to the real soldiers."
David left angry that not one warrior had defended my name. He alone was willing to fight to the death against anyone who slandered me. Before he met up with his brothers, David stopped in front of the tent of the king, where Saul rested with his son Jonathan. "O gracious king," he said, bowing low before Saul, who was laughing and eating.
"What is it, young shepherd boy?"
Saul replied, spying his harp.
"Have you come to bring us a song?"
"No," David replied. "I have come to bring food for my brothers, the sons of Jesse. But I would like your permission to strike down the man who is defiling our God."
"Goliath?"
Saul asked.
"Do you not fear him? He stands as tall as 2 of you.
Though he stands with his head reaching the clouds, surely I can bring him down to the earth. The Lord Almighty will deliver him into my hands," exclaimed David.
"Armor bearers," Saul called, "give this lad one of my suits of armor. Let us see if he can do as he says. I see no one else around here that will rise to this challenge. We have endured this mocking for weeks already, and I have grown weary of it as well."
They put the king's armor on David and gave him the king's sword, but it was too cumbersome. David knew he would not be able to maneuver quickly enough to survive. So he removed the armor. David stooped down and picked up 5 small stones that lay adjacent to the cooking fire. He put them into his small leather pouch. Then he pulled out his sling and made sure the leather was well oiled. He looked up to heaven and committed his way unto me.
"Go then,"
Saul said, troubled and embarrassed by his own lack of enthusiasm.
"May the Lord be with you to vanquish his enemy."
David walked through the lines and down to the valley. Goliath saw him and made his taunts more personal.
"Who are you, Israelites, to send a young boy against me? A whelp, not even weaned from his mother's teats."
Goliath took a step backward, shaking his head in disgust.
"You come to us with your sword and your shield, Goliath,"
David proclaimed.
"but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, a name you shall defile no longer."
Goliath began to move slowly across the battlefield towards David. David bid him move closer. He took out a stone and wrapped it in his sling. He began to swing it round and round his head, letting it arch out farther and farther. The stone gathered more and more momentum. David moved his hand at blinding speed and waited until the giant was only 50 paces away. Then he let the stone loose, and it rocketed forward, separating the air currents like a bolt of lightning. It struck Goliath directly in the forehead and burrowed deep into his skull, killing him instantly. David walked over to Goliath's body as the Israelites were cheering him on. He took the sword out of Goliath's hand, the very sword that had slain many of his countrymen, and cut off Goliath's head. He took the head to present to King Saul. The soldiers watching were now full of courage, and they ran across the battlefield, sending the Philistines into a panic.
"Mighty king,"
David said humbly to King Saul,
"God has given me favor and allowed me to triumph over his enemies. The Lord can do his work, whether by many or by few. There is no God like the Lord, and no God more worthy to be praised than him, the God of the living and the dead."
"Can you play a song for us, David?"
Saul requested.
"Tormenting spirits have besieged me since I disobeyed Samuel and made my own sacrifice to the Lord of hosts."
David began playing his harp and singing.
"The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He comforts me in times of trouble. He prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Though I stumble, I shall not fall, for he carries me in his everlasting arms."
David repeated the song over and over again, and the tormenting spirits left Saul, and he slept soundly. The next day, David was eating alongside his brothers before making the journey back to his father when Saul's son Jonathan rushed in to see him.
"David, David,"
Jonathan said excitedly, pushing his long curly hair from his face.
"I have great news, friend. My father has chosen you to be his court musician. You can stay with us. There is no need to return to your sheep. We can spend our days hunting the Philistines, and in the evening you can sing to my father and drive from him these tormenting spirits."
David was ecstatic.
"That's incredible, Jonathan. I prayed to Jehovah to let me stay, and how quickly he has heard my words. Get some food from your sister, and we'll go to the river. I am going to say goodbye to my brothers. They care for me little, and they are going back to their wives and my father." "Don't worry, David," Jonathan said. "I will be your brother."
"And I will be yours," David added. For months, David and Jonathan went throughout the hills carrying out their own raids on the Philistines. Together they routed and slew them, and they had more courage than any of the other soldiers in Israel. My hand was with them, and before long hundreds of young Israelite men joined them. Many thousands of Philistines died at the end of their swords. The god of the Philistine people, Dagon, was but a large stone idol built by human hands. But they worshipped the idol as a god. The spirit that inhabited the idol was Raman, a mighty fallen angel who had been cast into hell. Raman oppressed his followers severely, and most of them willingly gave up their firstborn as a blood sacrifice to him. This coastal-dwelling nation was corrupt and spread their depravity everywhere. Their wealth came from the sea and their bountiful land, which yielded precious crops and fat livestock. With their ships they spread their corrupt practices throughout the world, and encouraged other peoples to worship idols as well. Raman issued an open challenge for dominion, and it was my plan to use David and his band of mighty men to defeat him. Saul had many opportunities to eliminate the Philistines. He continually refused to take decisive action against them. He would make ill-advised compromises, and he tried to live at peace with them. But Raman had sent the demonic hoarders to torment him and clouded his judgment. The only relief Saul had was when David played the harp and sang. Only then would angels come and bind the demons. When David stopped playing, the demons would return. They were deceptive spirits that bombarded Saul with thoughts of jealousy and rage. Many times, even while David was still playing, Saul would pick up a spear and hurl it at him. Saul lived in misery, tormented by these evil spirits. Saul's constant unjust persecution of David only drew David and Saul's son Jonathan closer together. They shared a special friendship, and the bond between them was as iron. They both were protective of this friendship, and in battle they were nearly inseparable. Numerous times, one of them would willingly put themselves in harm's way to the benefit of the other. Their bond was their source of continued victory, and neither loved his own life more than the life of his good friend. It was this lineage that would give birth to the Savior of the world nearly 1,500 years later. The rage continued to grow in Saul's heart until he was unable to discern the voice of the demons from the voice of his own conscience. Confused and hurting, he could no longer distinguish right from wrong. One day, David and Jonathan returned from an overwhelming victory against the Philistines. They had slain tens of thousands and emerged victorious. The women in Gilgal ran into the streets and celebrated loudly. The whole last mile that Jonathan and David traveled towards the summer palace of Saul, the women sang to them and threw flowers. "Saul has slain his thousands, but David his tens of thousands," they sang. Their cry echoed throughout the hills and reached the ears of Saul, who had given his daughter Micah in marriage to David. Saul was overcome with jealousy, and his fear of losing the throne caused him to plot the death of David. Even Micah, Saul's favorite daughter, could not soothe him. Saul vowed to kill David, and that evening, David decided to leave to save his own life. Micah chose to stay in the palace, living in luxury rather than suffering hardship on the road with her husband. David, the mightiest warrior that had ever lived, traveled alone, taking with him the sword from his victory over Goliath and his harp. He sojourned towards the hills, traveling at night and in the daytime, hiding in caves from the bands of men Saul sent after him. At first it was a solitary life, but my spirit went with him, and later other warriors, disillusioned with Saul's tyrannical rule, joined him. He composed many beautiful songs in the hills, as he prayed and called upon me to help sustain him and deliver him from his enemies. This was his greatest victory. He learned that no matter what the outward circumstances appeared to be, my power was greater. My provision supplied his every need. His hunting skills came back to him, and he found delicious wild berries and fruits to sustain him. The warriors who joined him followed him faithfully, with as much fervor as David had shown battling those Philistines who were raiding and burning the Israelite villages. Saul and his army always seemed to be one step behind him. David offered his services as a warrior to others and protected many of the wealthy farmers. He asked only for food and provisions for his ever-growing band of followers, the mighty men of valor. One day, he sent his messenger to ask Nabal, the husband of Abigail, for some provisions. They had served Nabal well, driving off his enemies and saving his flocks. But Nabal was proud, boastful, and ungrateful, which are three characteristics that make one odious to all. David was outraged when Nabal refused to honor the terms of the protection agreement. Abigail, Nabal's wife, knew her husband was acting foolishly. She loaded up provisions immediately, taking them to David's band of men who were preparing to slay Nabal. She begged forgiveness for her husband's lack of integrity. David, pleased with her gesture, let his anger subside. Upon returning to her house, she found Nabal dead from a heart attack, and she packed more provisions and returned to the camp of David.
"I have come to see my lord David," Abigail announced.
David's self-appointed bodyguard looked her over, admiring the cut of her garment and the curves beneath which it could not hide.
"Just a moment," he said. "I will fetch him for you."
When he returned with David, she blushed upon his glance on her comeliness. "Yes," David responded. "How may I help you, my lady? I see that you have again returned with more provisions. These are more than our arrangement called for."
"My foolish husband has died, and I have no one. If you would have me, I have come to be your wife," Abigail said without a trace of fear. "If you will have me, I will serve you faithfully all the days of my life."
"Yes," David smiled. "Come, you shall be my wife." Even in the middle of David's exile, I brought him companionship. As women do, Abigail insisted that they settle down and build more permanent camps, making life more comfortable for all of the men as well. She directed the planting and the tent making, and encouraged her servants to marry members of David's bodyguard. The camp was no longer a place of sadness. It was full of mirth and gladness. Before long, there were young feet running about, and happy faces greeted their fathers when they came home from battle. Try as he might, Saul was never able to destroy David. Instead, his own problems grew worse, and he found himself surrounded and besieged more and more by his enemies. "David," Joab said, "why don't we attack Saul? We could easily defeat him now. The people will be glad to follow you as the new king. You have their hearts." David thought for a moment and then replied, "Joab, if it is the Lord's will that I be king, then it is the Lord that will have to do it. I will never lift my sword against Saul, since he is the Lord's anointed." "But he has attacked us, given your wife to another man, and murdered your family," argued Joab. "I know what he has done wrong," David said, "but I shall never repay evil with evil. Saul is my king, and he is yours as well. The kingdom is in God's hands." David knew that in my time, Saul would be removed from his throne. He believed the promise made to him by my prophet Samuel, but did nothing to make it self-fulfilling. His heart was steadfast, and my enemies were his enemies. Never had anyone fought as valiantly as he, smiting Philistines until the blood ran up to his knees. At last the day came when the kingdom was torn from Saul. While Saul was wounded on the battlefield, he took his own life. A messenger arrived with Saul's sword, and to provide to David the news that Saul and Jonathan had fallen in battle. "How the mighty are fallen," David sang, his mournful voice bringing his band of warriors to tears. After a season of mourning, David returned to Jerusalem and was welcomed by all. The kingdom had finally been delivered into his hands, and he ruled it fairly. As a man, David was not without flaws. His anger bordered on wrath at times, and his affairs with women corrupted his sons Solomon and Absalom. When he strayed, I always gave a word of correction through my prophet Nathan to steer his heart back to me. And David would listen. He had to endure the death of his first son with Bathsheba, a son conceived in adultery, and also the death of his rebellious son Absalom, who tried to usurp the kingdom from him. He pleaded with me to be allowed to build my temple, but his hands had shed much blood, and I could not allow it. I did allow David to amass wealth and supplies for the temple to pass on to Solomon. David died an old man at peace, and I took him to my bosom. The many songs he wrote are forever sung in my golden city.
Chapter 15. Wiser.
One of the most misunderstood and misquoted people in the world is my servant Solomon. When his brothers were outside playing and teasing his sisters, he sat in the courtroom with David, asking questions and watching how David ruled my kingdom. It was from his father that he learned to love me, and it was from his father that he learned to desire women, which was to be his downfall. "Solomon," I called out to him in his sleep after his father had died. "Yes, Lord." He rose up and tied a robe around himself, walking out into the veranda and gazing up at the sky. "Speak, Lord. Your servant is listening." "Now that your father has passed away and you are the ruler of Israel, you can ask me for anything, and I will do it for you." Solomon thought for some time, not really sure what I meant. He had an idea and shouted it to the heavens.
"Lord,"
Solomon reasoned,
you say I can ask for anything. So, Lord, I ask that if I am to rule your kingdom, let me do so with wisdom. My request to you is for godly wisdom."
"You have asked wisely, Solomon," I said. "Many would have asked for riches, military power, talent, or recognition. But you have asked for wisdom. Because you have asked for wisdom, you shall be given wealth, power, and the respect of all nations. You shall be given peace from your enemies. Now, Solomon, be a wise ruler and obey my commandments, that it may go well with you all the days of your life." Solomon began the rule of the kingdom as no one had ever done before. He dispensed justice equally, never favoring the rich or powerful. He never overtaxed anyone, and helped his people to prosper by strengthening the trade between the nations of the world. It was a time of unparalleled prosperity, and no one went hungry. Even slaves were treated very well. His father David left him a great amount of treasure, which he multiplied by investing wisely. He opened mines and pulled wealth out of the earth. In his dreams, I would tell him where to dig, and his workers would hit the richest veins of gold that had ever been discovered. When a man's ways are pleasing to me, even his enemies will be at peace with him. And so it was with Solomon. His enemies were at peace with him because for many years all that he did was pleasing to me. Because David had left so much wealth for Solomon and had appointed him to build the temple, Solomon was able to immediately begin the work set before him. He assigned over 150,000 people to the task of building the temple on Mount Moriah, where I had appeared to Abraham. Years later, I would appear there to his father David as well. Kings from all over the world sent Solomon supplies and craftsmen who came from distant nations to help with the construction. Solomon spent 20 years building the temple, and after that, he had his own palace constructed. Finally, the day came for the dedication of the temple. Solomon stood before me and then knelt down to speak. "You rule in the heavens, Lord. How is it that your presence can dwell in this temple? You keep your covenant with your people, and you show us your love when our hearts dwell in obedience with your commands. You have kept the promises you made to my father David, and now, Lord, let everything that you have promised come to pass. Come down here, Lord, and judge the innocent and the guilty in fairness. When you hold back the rain because we have sinned, Lord, then send the rain when we, your people, repent.
when there is famine in the land and crops are destroyed or locusts plague us. Please listen to the prayers of your people when we repent. You alone know our thoughts and our deeds. Lord, deal with us as we deserve, so that we may give you the honor you deserve. When we go into battle, let it be because you have commanded us to fight. Do not forsake us, Lord, but go before us and give us the victory. Let the nations of the world know that the temple is your dwelling place. And when foreigners come to pray, please hear them and answer their prayers. And if your people are removed to foreign lands because they have sinned against you, then hear their prayers even from a great distance and forgive them. Come and dwell in this temple. May your people find happiness because of your goodness towards all. Do not reject the king you have chosen, and remember your servant David.
I descended onto the temple that day. It was full of my dazzling light, and my holy fire fell from heaven. They offered 142,000 cattle and sheep, and my fire consumed their sacrifices. They spent 7 days for the dedication of the altar, and 7 more days for the closing celebration. After it had ended, I appeared to Solomon in his palace. Solomon, I have heard your prayers, and I have found your sacrifices acceptable. The temple is where sacrifices are to be offered to me. I will watch over this temple, and I will hear the prayers that are offered here. If you serve me and obey me, keeping my covenant, I will keep the promises I have made to your father David. But if you turn away to follow other gods and worship them, then I will abandon this temple I have given you, and people will ridicule it and treat it with contempt. For many years Solomon followed me wholeheartedly, but later, in an effort to strengthen his relationships with other nations, he said, I will take wives from other kingdoms and strengthen my alliance through them. When the foreign women came to Israel, they insisted on having shrines built to their idols. Solomon was led away and began to worship Astarte, the goddess of Sidon, and Molech, the detestable god of Ammon. He built another shrine to worship Chemosh, and he abandoned the covenant I made with him. Twice I appeared to him, warning him to cease the worship of those other gods, but each time he turned away from me, and he was more afraid of losing the political alliances he had formed with his wives' nations. He thought destroying the temple to the other gods would cause hardship for him. My wrath was kindled, but I remembered the promises I had made to his father, and I allowed Solomon to live in the midst of his trespasses. Disobedience brings its own scourge. I visited his country with famine and pestilence. Though they had gold and silver in abundance, food became scarce until even dove's dung sold for the price of a bushel of wheat. The more he worshipped other gods, the more oppressive he became to his subjects. He extracted more and more wealth from his countrymen and kinsmen. He began to covet and hoard the fortune I had given him so freely. Entire walkways were inlaid with gold, and entire chariots overlaid in gold. Huge golden shields were made, and Solomon's heart was lifted up with pride. His father David had lived a very long life, but I knew that if I had permitted Solomon to live as long as David, he would be lost forever to my kingdom. I allowed a wasting disease to come upon him. Solomon looked over his kingdom from the top room of his magnificent palace. He was too weak to walk, so his servants carried him about. He sent for the finest herbalists and doctors that the world had to offer, but the disease was incurable. Even on his deathbed, Solomon turned to worshiping other gods. Lord, he cried out one day, realizing that his life was almost over. Forgive me, Lord, for forsaking you and leading my people into idolatry. You have responded as you warned, allowing this disease to overtake me. Lord, forgive me for using the power and wealth you gave me for evil instead of good. Lord, there is none above you, and none more merciful than you. You have promised to pardon abundantly, so please, forgive me for my sins against you. He passed away moments after his prayer. One of my angels went and rescued him from the fallen. He had used his wisdom rightly at the last, and came to me in humility of spirit, knowing that I would pardon his sins against me. He left behind a legacy of wealth that no one will ever be able to match. But with his idolatry, he also sowed the seeds of destruction for his kingdom. It wasn't long after his death that Israel split from Judah, and the tribes began to war against each other. The peace of Jerusalem was over.
Chapter 16. The Heart of a Lion.
My people had sinned so many times and ignored so many of the warnings from my prophets that I finally allowed Jerusalem to be destroyed. A remnant of my people were carried off into captivity in Babylon. Among those carried off was a young man by the name of Daniel, who along with Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were selected to be educated in the royal palace in Babylon. The palace of Nebuchadnezzar was as magnificent a structure to man as the temple had been to me. Its gardens were irrigated by machines, which brought water from the Euphrates River to the top of the terraced mounds. Plants from all over the world grew in abundance there, and they were tended by the myriad of slaves the Babylonians had captured in their conquests. It was among all of this luxury that Daniel was raised. When he grew older, he began to see that the food from his table came from the offerings to idols at the temple of Baal. He went to his head instructor to request permission for a change of diet.
Lord Balas,
Daniel bowed before his teacher.
I have come to ask you to permit my friends and I to go on a more simple diet. Please excuse us from eating of the king's table and the king's delicacies, and allow us to eat vegetables and fruits from the garden. We will drink only water as well.
Daniel,
Lord Balas replied,
if anything happens to your health, it will mean the forfeit of my life. This is a chance I cannot take.
Then just test us, Daniel requested. If, after a short while, our health is not as good as those who eat from the king's table, then we shall go back to our current diet.
Balas agreed to the test and allowed Daniel and his friends to switch their diets. Almost immediately, Balas could tell how much healthier Daniel, Mishael, Hananiah, and Azariah were. These four were thoroughly educated in the arts of the Chaldees, including medicine, astronomy, architecture, horticulture, foreign languages, and music. The masters of the world were their teachers. Copies of my law had gone with these four men, for the Babylonians believed in preserving the writings of those whom they had conquered. Each evening after their studies, Daniel and his friends would gather in the garden before their bedtime and read the words of Moses, David, and the prophets. I had sent many of my servants in times past to warn their forefathers against idolatry. From their garden study, they could smell the stench of humans being offered up to Baal. They knew many of their countrymen had been sacrificed in the temple of Baal as well.
O Lord Jehovah,
Daniel prayed,
please give me strength to testify before the people that you alone are God, and that there is none above you. It is you that sets one ruler in place and tears down another. God, please don't let my enemies and your enemies triumph before you. Let us follow in the paths of our forefathers who forsook following you to follow after these vain idols made with human hands.
When Daniel finished praying, he walked outside where he had a clear view of the palace of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was the supreme ruler of Babylon, and the one who had sacked my city and looted my temple of all its treasures. Daniel had witnessed wagon after wagon of gold being taken out of my temple and transferred to Babylon. In the distance, he could see workers assembling a huge structure that was rumored to be modeled after the emperor, and Daniel secretly wondered for what purpose he had been sent to Babylon.
Daniel,
Mishael called.
Today we are to have an audience with our benefactor, Nebuchadnezzar. Our master bids us to put on our finest garments, and there is to be a feast in his honor. We are all to attend.
Tell Lord Ballas I am not feeling well, Mishael, Daniel answered. I won't be missed, and I'm trying to decipher these tablets I found in the ruins of Babel. I understand your concern with the studies, Daniel, Mishael answered. Don't worry about me, Mishael, Daniel replied. Lord Ballas will get full credit if I can decipher this code. Daniel's 3 friends went to the feast without him. Daniel was in great contemplation, attempting to decipher the tablets from Babel. The tablets were engraving on a hardened limestone, and stripping the layers of dirt and dust away to reveal the cuneiform writings was a tedious task. Daniel was working with a sharpened piece of flint, doing his best not to alter the tablets in any way. He wondered about Noah's son, Shem, and about Nimrod, and the tower he had built to study the stars. The Babylonian astrologers had already made their own minds up about the constellations, but David was digging for a greater truth. I was moving his heart to reveal to all the witnesses that I alone created the heavens. As he carefully cleaned the tablets and read, he came across these words: I confused the language of man and separated them to all the ends of the earth. Daniel stopped reading. In spirit, he could sense a foreign presence.
Who goes there?
Daniel challenged.
Identify yourself.
An apparition manifested before him, and the room seemed to heat up. Daniel could make out the shadow of a large winged being.
I am Lucifer, the angel of death. I am the one who rules Babel, and those tablets you are interpreting belong to me.
Lucifer lied.
You may be the angel of death, but these neither belong to you, nor shall they be returned to you, until the Lord has given me the interpretation. I see you fool the people into worshipping Baal, that lifeless idol made of gold. The God I serve is able to deliver me from your hands. Now be gone,
Daniel said boldly.
Very well,
Lucifer said menacingly.
I shall leave, but your friend shall pay dearly, and later you will pay also. This is my kingdom, and all of Persia is mine. My subjects are your masters. So you will serve me, Daniel, or you will die.
I will neither serve you nor entertain you any longer, Daniel said defiantly. Now depart from me before the Lord sends one of his champions to vanquish you.
Lucifer left, and shortly after he was gone, Daniel discovered the box-formed writing and how similar it was to the many languages he had already assimilated. In the center of the tablets was a Zoshides with symbols of the 12 constellations over them. As Daniel studied them, he found my hidden message to all. He stayed up all night writing it down, and the next morning he barely woke up in time for breakfast. Lord Ballas entered Daniel's bedchambers, and finding him asleep at his desk, woke him gently. You missed the Emperor's banquet, Daniel.
Yes, Lord Ballas, Daniel apologized.
I was close to discovering the meaning of the tablets.
Did you do so? Lord Ballas said, barely able to contain himself.
I did indeed, replied Daniel. These signs are the constellations, and they tell the creation and the future hope of all mankind. Look here, Daniel said as he pointed, at the woman Virgo. She is to be the virgin mother of a God-man who will be born to deliver us from the evil of this present world. See the 2 twins, Gemini? They represent God and man working together as one. The scale Libra represents the judgment of man, and we are all guilty and unworthy of standing before our Creator. This one here, Aries, is the lamb that will be slain for the forgiveness of all sins. The Cancer symbol, crab, is the power of our Creator to hold us all and take us away from the earth. The bull, Taurus, is God's coming judgment on the world and the trampling down of evil. That one there, the fish, Pisces, is the great harvest the Lord will take from the earth. This one, Aquarius, carries the water that will be poured upon the entire earth.
The Capricorn goat is the sin offering sent out from among us, because God is a holy God. And the scorpion is a symbol of the sting of sin and God's death on our behalf."
"That is amazing," exclaimed Lord Ballas. "And I never knew that the zodiac spoke those truths. Our astrologers corrupt it for their own gain by predicting the most outlandish tales of one's talent and future, and what to do on certain days.
God wrote us a very clear witness in the stars, yet men corrupt the true message of God to serve their own selfish needs instead. What happened at the banquet?" Daniel asked.
"Nebuchadnezzar has decided to make a statue of himself, taller than any statue ever made. He is using his wealth from the plunder of your temple to do so. He is declaring himself to be a god, and he will require all men to bow before it."
"We shall never bow, Lord Ballas," Daniel said resolutely.
"Yes, I know, Daniel," Lord Ballas replied. "I have secured permission for us to travel, so we shall not be here. But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be. May the Lord have mercy on them."
Daniel, visibly disturbed, said bluntly to Lord Ballas,
"I am no coward, and I want to stay here with them."
"No, you are not a coward," added Ballas. "But perhaps the Lord just wishes to preserve you. It is not your choice anyways, it is mine alone. You are much too valuable to risk. You are the best student I have ever had, and you know all of our dialects, writings, and languages. There is no one alive that knows more about our country than you do. You will leave tomorrow."
All that night, Daniel stayed up with his 3 friends, praying for strength for them to resist bowing to the king's idol. In the morning, Lord Ballas approached me.
"Daniel, say goodbye to your countrymen. It is time for us to leave."
"Don't worry about us," Hananiah said. "We will not bow to anyone except the Lord." "Yes, Daniel, go and preserve our ways and our law. Beseech the Lord to continually give us the strength to remain steadfast,"
Mishael said. Azariah approached him and handed him a gift. It was a small scroll rolled up.
"These are the writings of my father, the scribe. Please take them with you. You can give them back to me if we live."
Daniel fought back the tears and walked out with Lord Ballas. They climbed into the chariot and began the journey out of Babylon. Throngs of people were assembling in the streets, curious to see the statue that had been made to glorify Nebuchadnezzar. Ballas looked at Daniel and remarked,
"It is stupefying how being a king over such a magnificent kingdom is not enough. Instead, Nebuchadnezzar wishes to be a god as well."
"That is the way with men, Lord Ballas," Daniel spoke softly. "Our hearts are given to evil. We deny the Creator that fashions us, and then think that we alone are responsible for the good that comes to us in this life. We don't accept that the Lord Most High rules over the kingdom of man, and he sets over it whom he will. Where are we going?"
"I need your translation services, Daniel," Ballas replied. "Emissaries are coming from the east, and I am hoping to win concessions from them so that Nebuchadnezzar does not have to raise another army and go back to war. Peace is much better for our country than war. War takes so many of our young men and leaves so many of our young women widows."
"I thought it was an honor to die for Baal," Daniel asked.
"It is not an honor to spill the blood of your whole country just to enlarge your kingdom. It is folly,"
Lord Ballas said flatly. As they rode out of the city, they passed under the thick walls and down the hill towards the Euphrates. The noise of the city had died, and all Daniel could hear was the pounding of the horses' hooves, which lulled him into a dream. He saw his friends standing up while everyone around them was bowing to the image of gold glistening in the sun. Nebuchadnezzar, dressed in all his magnificence, looked around at those who paid him homage. He saw the 3 Hebrew slaves still standing, and became enraged.
"Bring those 3 before me!"
Nebuchadnezzar commanded the chief officer of the guard. The officer of the guard mustered up a small cadre of soldiers and forcefully grabbed the 3 young men. He pushed them in front of Nebuchadnezzar, where they were forced to kneel.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Nebuchadnezzar said.
"Don't you know that at my command I can have you cast into the furnace?"
"Be it as you will, O great king," Meshach said respectfully. "If you need to throw us into the furnace, our lives are in the hands of our God, who is able to deliver us. But know this, O king, we shall not bow before your idol, for it is written, 'I am the Lord your God. You shall not have other gods before me.'" Nebuchadnezzar was furious.
"Heat up the furnace and throw these young men in. If they are not willing to bow before me, we shall send them to meet their God."
Daniel saw the furnace being heated up in his vision, and the 2 guards that had opened the door caught on fire and perished from the excessive heat. The hands of his 3 friends were bound with cords of flax, and they were stripped of their robes down to their tunics. The guards that led them up the brick walkway to the huge metal furnace succumbed to the heat as they pushed the Hebrews through the door. The door of the furnace remained open, and from his throne Nebuchadnezzar could see inside his furnace. He saw 4 men walking about unbound, and the 4th appeared to him to be a son of God. He turned to the attendant next to him.
"Did I not cast 3 men into the furnace?"
Nebuchadnezzar inquired. "Yes," his attendant replied.
"Then why do I see 4 in there now? Does not the 4th man resemble a son of God?"
"Yes, Lord," the attendant replied. "And none of the men that you sent in there have died." Nebuchadnezzar beckoned to his guards.
"Tell them to come forth out of the furnace."
The captain went up to the furnace, but remained at a safe distance from the open door. He shouted to the men,
"Come forth, for your punishment has been rescinded by Lord Nebuchadnezzar."
The 3 Hebrews walked out of the furnace and up to the captain. They were aglow with a brilliant light, and not even the hair on their heads was burnt. The captain brought them before Nebuchadnezzar.
"Surely your God has preserved you, for not even the smell of smoke is upon you. Many of my own guards have perished carrying out my orders. Therefore, I decree that the people of any nation or language who say anything offensive against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego will be cut into pieces and their houses reduced to rubble. For there is no other God who can deliver in this way."
The edict was proclaimed throughout the empire that I was to be respected and acknowledged as the true God. Even before Daniel traveled back to his home, he heard the good news and the story of my faithfulness to his friends. Upon hearing it, he went outside to the top of the highest mountain and fell upon his face.
"O God, how wonderful you are,"
Daniel prayed,
"bringing peace and deliverance to the oppressed. The gods of this world are vain, but you, Lord, are a God that answers prayers. Let my life bring glory to your kingdom."
Upon returning to Babylon, he noticed a remarkable change in the way people treated him and his friends. One day he heard alarming news. Nebuchadnezzar had a dream. And since none of the wise men were able to tell him his dream or the interpretation of the dream, they were all sentenced to be put to death. Daniel was shocked, and he assembled his 3 friends to pray that night. But the next morning, he had received from the Lord the dream and its interpretation. The captain of the guards arrived and led Daniel to the royal palace to stand before Nebuchadnezzar.
"No one could tell me my dream or its interpretation, and it troubles me greatly," Nebuchadnezzar said to Daniel. "So what is the use of saving wise men if they are not wise?"
Great king, this is so you may know that there is a God who knows the thoughts of men's hearts, and he rules in the heavens, Daniel said. When I heard that all of us were to be put to death, I beseeched the Lord for the answers. He has looked upon me with great favor and has shown me your dream and its interpretation. You were a great tree, and you covered the whole earth. Birds nested in you, and animals would come to seek your shelter. Then the tree was cut down for 7 seasons, and afterward the tree grew back.
That is correct, Nebuchadnezzar answered. Pray, tell me what it signifies, for the dream troubles me greatly.
O great king, Daniel began, I wish the interpretation was different, but are you not the ruler of the earth, a great and mighty king? However, in order that you should know that there is a God who rules over the affairs of men, you shall be cast out of your kingdom for 7 years, and shall go about as a beast of the field. You shall eat grass like the cattle, and then, when you have learned that it is God alone who rules over the kingdoms of men, you shall be given back your throne.
Nebuchadnezzar thought about the dream and its interpretation.
There is no one in my kingdom who has given me the knowledge that you have. You undoubtedly are favored by God. Daniel, stand.
As Daniel stood up, Nebuchadnezzar took off his signet ring and his mantle.
I now proclaim you to be my chief regent, to rule over Babylon and answering only to me.
With one word, Daniel was transformed from being a slave to being a ruler of the mightiest kingdom in the world. He governed the kingdom with mercy for all. He ferreted out corruption, enraging many who had previously made money on graft and bribery. The kingdom grew and prospered under Daniel's guidance. Daniel was required to wage war against the Egyptian pharaoh Necho. The Babylonian king was victorious, and it was a period of relative peace. One day, while walking along the city walls, Nebuchadnezzar looked around his kingdom, and his heart was lifted up in pride.
Look at all that my hands have made,
he said in his heart. At that moment, I struck him down and sent him to live as a wild man with the cattle for 7 years. The Jews in exile grew strong and prospered. At the end of the 7th year, Nebuchadnezzar regained his sanity, and shortly thereafter he died. His son ruled in his place for a short time before defiling my sacred ornaments. I directed Darius the Mede to conquer Babylon, and so he retained Daniel to be chief counsel. The other officials were jealous, and they conspired against Daniel. They were looking intently for a way to have him removed from power, so they urged Darius to make a decree that no one could pray to any god other than Baal. The king listened to them and decreed it law. It was Daniel's habit several times a day to go out on his balcony and pray while facing Jerusalem. This, of course, was in direct violation of the decree signed by the king. The jealous officials brought this to the attention of Darius, forcing him to take action against Daniel.
This is madness,
Darius stated to his advisors.
I should be able to change the decree I have made, no matter what the custom is. This is our principal regent, a man who saved us from famine. Why should he not be able to pray to his God? Didn't Nebuchadnezzar give him that right years ago?
King Darius, you know well the laws of the Medes and Persians. Once you have issued an edict, it cannot be rescinded. Daniel must be fed to the lions,
his advisor stated. The officials wanted to rid themselves of Daniel once and for all so that they could carry out their corrupt practices. Darius summoned Daniel and said to him,
Daniel, I am sorry, but my hands are tied. I cannot rescind my edict. But I do know that your God is able to save you from the jaws of the lions.
The king's guard took Daniel and placed him in the den of lions. Darius tore his clothing and went to his palace. All night he prayed and fasted. He asked the Lord to save Daniel as he loved him. In response, my holy angels stood with Daniel and closed the mouths of the lions. The next morning, the king rushed out to the den and cried out,
"O Daniel, was the God whom you serve able to deliver you from the mouths of the lions?"
"Yes, my king," Daniel answered as they pulled him out of the den. "The God whom I serve sent an angel and closed the mouths of the lions. As you know, I have done no evil."
"Let us rejoice for your safety, my friend," the king exclaimed. "But those who persecuted you shall indeed be destroyed.
The king was furious and ordered that the devious advisors, along with their families, be thrown into the lion's den. The lions ripped them to pieces in seconds, and no one was left alive. Daniel was left to live in peace, and under his rule the remnant of my people prospered in Babylon. I began to prepare them, however, for their eventual return to Jerusalem. Daniel's heart was broken because there no longer was a temple for my people to come and worship me in Jerusalem. He was also anxious to know when I would send the Messiah that would save the people from their sins. He knew that the blood of the goats and the lambs that they sacrificed, and the grain offerings and offerings of oil and wine, could never completely atone for the sins of mankind. He knew my own hand would bring salvation to the world. Every day, Daniel would pray and inquire, and he knew when the time was right that I would send him the answer. And I did. "Rise, Daniel," I said, "and fast and pray. I will send a messenger to tell you when the Messiah shall come. Write down the words I shall give you, for they shall be a sign to all future generations." Daniel stopped eating and spent his days and nights in prayer. Unseen to him, the prince of Persia came against my messenger Gabriel. But Michael, the protector of my people, came and held back the prince of darkness. "Arise, Daniel," Gabriel said. "You are a man highly esteemed by the Holy God. He has chosen to reveal his plans to you. From the time the edict is issued to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, there shall be 70 weeks of years. After the 69th week, the Messiah shall appear, but he shall be rejected. Following that, Jerusalem shall be trodden down by the Gentiles until the final week. In the middle of that week, there shall be an abomination in the temple. But at the end of the week, the Messiah shall appear again to reign forever. Go now, for those words are sealed up until the end of time." Daniel did not live long enough to see whether or not the words I had given him would come to pass. But afterwards, King Artaxerxes issued the decree to rebuild and restore Jerusalem. Exactly 69 weeks of years, or 171,480 days later, my son Yeshua, a descendant of King David, was born to a virgin named Mary in Bethlehem. My promise had come to pass exactly as I had told my prophet.
Chapter 17. The Lion of Judah.
No moment in history will ever compare with that moment in Bethlehem, when I decided to dwell among men. It might seem confusing how I could be the Father in heaven and yet be the Son of God on earth, as well as the Holy Spirit. This has to do with my divine nature, and it is not so unlike human nature. Humans are composed of 3 parts: body, soul, and spirit. I have always been 3, and yet 1. So the Jesus walking among man was indeed me. The Jews were not expecting me to be a God-man, even though I told them there was no man who could bring salvation, and only my own arm would bring it. I foretold my own entry into humankind. I know all about man. I designed every genetic code, every atom, and every subatomic particle. I consider the creation of mankind my crowning achievement. But even though I have all knowledge about mankind, I knew I would need to become one of them to really experience what it means to be human. I voluntarily left heaven and humbled myself, choosing to be born to poor parents in a desolate stable among animals. It was not an easy birth. My mother was young, and I was her firstborn. Her labor was hard, and if not for the quick actions of my father cutting the cord, which had wrapped itself around my neck, I could have suffocated. Joseph was a wise man and loved his young bride. He was not about to let any harm come to her. The joy Mary felt was boundless. She knew the child she had carried full term was a miracle child. She knew that I was the Son of God, and that she had been chosen for a very special role. She rejoiced in this role and gave herself wholly to motherhood. The evening I was born, the shepherds came from their fields to look upon me. As I lay in the animal's manger, where I had been wrapped in linen clothes, I knew who they were. I knew their hardships and their perils, and I rejoiced for the honor they showed me. I had arrived on a hostile planet. The world I had made was in full-scale rebellion against me. The wise men that traveled from the east, following my star, were enticed by King Herod to betray my location. Herod wanted to have me killed. Even from the very beginning of my short life, I was a wanted man. Gabriel led Joseph to take us to Egypt, where I grew up free from the envy and treachery of the wicked King Herod. It was a world of bondage and poverty. Not only had the beasts and wild animals of the sea and land turned upon men, but also man had turned against man. Countries were at war with one another, and the victors cruelly killed and maimed the vanquished. This bore the mark of the death angel, whose shadow was evident everywhere, bringing death and torment to the living. But an even more horrible destiny is left to those who died, having never pledged their faith in me. Of all the nations established on earth, only the Jews observed my laws. Some only observed the outward laws of dress and diet, while others observed both the outer and inner laws, which specified how men were to behave. Those who had ascended to positions of power in Jerusalem only sought to protect their positions. Very few would look for truth and righteousness. I learned about the rebellious leaders early on. When I would debate with them points of law and try to show them the heart of the lawgiver, instead, they would adhere to a rigid interpretation of the shallowest observation of the law. They were amazed at my knowledge of Scripture and history, but for the most part were unwilling to change. Rather than reason with me and honestly confess their faults, they wanted to hide behind their outward acts and appearances. They compared themselves one to another, forgetting that there was a higher standard of love that I had given them. When I was 30 years old and had taken care of my mother and the rest of my family, it was time to fulfill my mission. Some years earlier, my earthly father, Joseph, had died. I bid my mother and brothers goodbye, and I went to see my cousin John, who had followed the calling placed on him from childhood. Many thought he was the Messiah, though he told them clearly that he was preparing the way for another to come after him. It had been many years since I had seen him. When we were young, we were more like brothers and had many great times together, hiking, swimming, and discussing the Lord's plan for Israel. Now, his followers had spoken to him concerning the miracles I was performing. "Better that I decrease, that he might increase," John replied. The crowds gathered around him near the Jordan River to listen to him preach a message of repentance, love, and the forsaking of outward appearances. The common people loved him and ignored the temple officials who looked upon him as a threat to their tenuous peace treaty with Rome. When I approached him, a glimmer of recognition came to his eyes.
"My brother," John said, "I have need for you to baptize me."
"No," I answered. "It is proper for us to fulfill what is right. You must baptize me." He took me in his rough hands and hugged me so close I could smell the wet bearskin that he wore. Then he submerged me under the flowing waters of the Jordan. Coming back up from the water, a beautiful dove came down upon me, and a voice spoke from heaven, the voice of my Father. "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Yes, it felt good to hear. Father God was pleased with me. He was pleased that I had been an obedient son and had provided for my mother. He was pleased that I had abstained from the sins of the flesh, which so easily entrap the young with their changing hormones. He was pleased that I had chosen to battle the death angel for control of the hearts of men. His words were a divine melody to my ears. I don't know how they affected the others that were around me. I walked up from the riverbank and followed the Holy Spirit's urging to consecrate myself for the battle to regain the world. The wilderness of Judea is a solitary place. There are small bubbling brooks, but for the most part it is a barren wasteland with desert cacti, gnarled trees, and small desert animals. For 40 days I fasted. After the 3rd day, I could have eaten the bark from a tree and refreshed myself with some water. The hunger pangs finally eased, but then I began to grow lightheaded. I spent my time in prayer, speaking aloud entire passages of the Holy Scriptures that I had committed to memory. I sought shade during the day, so the sun and heat would not sap away all my energy. And at night I gazed upon the heavens, marveling at the beauty of the sky. It was resplendent with shooting stars and constellations as far as the eye could see. The moon would come up and shine brightly upon me, and I would go for long walks plotting the course that was laid out before me. I prayed for the men who had become my disciples, and I prayed for John, who would be sorely tested. I also prayed that I could honorably complete the purpose for my life. Time passed swiftly, and day blended into day, and week blended into week until 40 days had passed. I was weak from hunger and lightheaded, my body drained of all energy. When the death angel Lucifer appeared before me,
Jesus, if you are the Son of God,
he taunted,
why go hungry? If you wish, can you not command the very stones you are sitting near to become loaves of bread?
It is written, Lucifer, that man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God, I replied. Then Lucifer led me to the holy city. He set me on top of the pinnacle of the temple.
If you are the Son of God, then throw yourself down, for it is written, He shall give His angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone.
Yes, I answered, but it is written again, do not tempt the Lord your God. Lucifer was frustrated at not being able to cause me to use my divine nature for my personal benefit. So he carried me to an even higher mountain and caused a vision to appear before me. The vision was of all the kingdoms of the world in all their glory. It was the world I had created and that had fallen into his control.
If you fall before me and worship me, Jesus, I will give you all this,
Lucifer said convincingly. That was his problem. He was not satisfied with being an angel. He wanted to be worshipped as God. The created wanted to be worshipped as only the Creator deserved. With the last energy I possessed, I raised my voice.
Get thee away, Lucifer! Thou shalt only worship the Lord God, and Him only shall you serve.
With that statement, I collapsed, and angels came and ministered to me, bringing food of such potency that immediately I was revived. Lord, Angel Triumph spoke, his white face shining brighter than any sunlight that had ever warmed the earth. Why won't you let us just vanquish the fallen? Why must we sit by and watch him torment you so? Yes, Lord, Isaiah agreed. I would be happy to bind Lucifer and drag him to the bottomless pit myself. Thank you for the nourishment, I told them as I gazed over my heavenly army with tenderness and pride. I know you all would serve me with your last breath. I watched you before as you cast him and the other rebels to the earth. But this battle, I cannot let you fight. I must fight this battle alone as a human. All the Father and I can permit you to do is to watch until the sacrifice is fulfilled.
Can't you tell us of the sacrifice?
Everlasting said, his golden hair vibrating with power. I cannot, lest the fallen know of it as well. For now, this must be hidden from all. Suffice it to say that our way is the only way. The heavenly host came to a standstill and stopped to listen to the God-man, who was the embodiment of all they held dear. What you see these next years will cause you much pain and wonderment. You must not intervene, even if it looks as if I have no chance. No matter what the enemy does to harm me, know this: the Father has given me the grace to endure all things. I look to the prize awaiting us, our bride redeemed from sin and destruction. Michael stood up, towering over everyone.
It will be as you say, Lord. We shall not intervene in your trials, but may we aid in your divine working among men?
I was pleased. Yes, Michael. I will perform many wonders on this earth, so that men will have no excuse for rejecting me. I will cause them to see and hear things that they have never experienced, and all of you may help bring those things to pass. It is time for the kingdom of God to come down and dwell among men. The time of the evil one's dominion is nearly complete. Through Adam's disobedience, authority and power was given unto Lucifer. But now I have come to take back what was lost. After that, I went down and began to hand-pick my followers. They were a rough and unlikely group of rebels, tax collectors and fishermen. The world began to experience the kingdom of God among men.
Lord,
Darius, a Roman centurion, asked,
my servant is ill. Will you heal him?
I looked upon him with compassion. Certainly, I will go with you.
No, Lord, you needn't come,
Darius said.
It is enough that you say the word, for I am not worthy that you should even enter into my home. Say the word, and I believe that he will be healed.
I spoke the word, and his faith had touched my heart. I had not seen faith like this throughout all Israel. Trustworthy and Salasio, two of my trusted warriors, arrived at Darius's home as the demons Archinote and Stinger were tearing at the soul of the servant.
Loose him,
Trustworthy commanded, flashing his bright sword in the eyes of the fallen and corrupted angel.
By whose authority do you speak?
Stinger laughed.
I'm afraid you are too late. He is already dead, and we shall not let his soul loose. He is ours for the eternal fire.
He threw a barbed weapon at Salasio, who fended it off and returned a flashing arrow into the side of the fallen angel. Salasio gasped for breath as the hot spike worked its way near the blackened heart chamber.
The word has been spoken by Jesus that he shall live,
Salasio said with authority.
And it is time that you remember how to bow your knee to your Creator and Master.
Stinger found himself unable to hold onto his chain. Archinote attempted to carry off the squirming soul, but found himself trapped by a band of light burning into his torso.
You as well, let him go,
Trustworthy commanded. Trustworthy, full of confidence in the word of Jesus, pulled the chain apart and set the spirit of the man free, taking it safely back to his waiting body. Archinote sneered at Trustworthy from the other side of the room.
You may have him now, but we'll see who has him in the end.
The two demons vanished into the air, ascending towards the dark chamber beyond the light of the sun. As they entered the liquid black area, they ran into the cadaver, keeper of the dead.
Where is the soul I sent you to fetch? You know how our Lord enjoys tormenting the young and innocent.
He grinned, exposing teeth, which were honed to sharp points. Archinote bowed subserviently to his overseer.
Lord Cadaver, there were two from the old guard who fought with a passion we had not witnessed before. We barely escaped. We have both been wounded, and they claim possession of the soul and put it back into the lifeless body. He is alive again.
Cadaver thought for a moment, wondering how he could remove the blame from their incompetence.
You must tell the story personally to the master,
he responded. He will be interested in every detail.
Stinger cowered back.
We are not worthy to go before the Master. Can you not tell him we are up against a new force?
No, he will need to hear it from you both. He may have questions.
The Death Angel sat on a throne that resembled polished black onyx. His garments flowed around him like clouds, and his beauty mesmerized those who followed him and who continually sought audience and favor with him. His wings were arrayed with musical instruments, and when they moved, the chamber was filled with melodious sound. Next to his throne sat an impressive array of weapons, each one polished and deadly.
Cadaver,
he said, ignoring the two lesser of the fallen.
have you brought me my soul?
Not as yet, Master. There is a problem that needs your attention,
Cadaver said humbly. The heat of the Death Angel's glare forced Stinger and Archinote to their knees.
We have never failed you before, Master,
Stinger said.
We have no fear of the old guard, yet today they fought with renewed passion, and we could not retain possession of the soul. Could not retain possession?
Lucifer snorted.
Who dares to challenge me?
From across the chamber, Maduk, a very large demon, came before the throne and bowed.
I was following Jesus as you ordered, Master. I heard him speak to the centurion that his servant would be healed.
Not one of you were able to retrieve him,
sneered Lucifer.
Leave me at once. We must destroy this Jesus before he ruins our entire plan for mankind.
Dala was a being of small stature with dark, hollow eye sockets, and a robe that covered his every feature. He stepped from the shadows.
I have been grooming the high priest of the temple. Perhaps we could bring him to see the miracles of Jesus. He would grow furious at the popularity and fame of the new Messiah, and I could surely persuade him to have Jesus killed.
Octonu, a multi-limbed being with eyes on the end of his limbs, approached from under the throne. He spoke with several voices blended together.
Most of the Sanhedrin are already under my control. They steal from the offering, keeping the best meats for themselves. They only keep the laws in regards to their outward appearances. Their inner beings are dead to the laws of the Mighty One. Take a full battalion: Rubio, Incendiary, Ichabod, Godiso, Rahil, Wool, Gund, Juno, Devon, Matouche, and Biblionotex. Make sure everyone knows of his good deeds. Turn the leaders against him. We will make certain his career as a do-gooder is a short one. Now, go, and I will prepare a chamber for him when they finally bring him down.
That day, many demons descended to the earth. They were everywhere among the religious leaders, constantly challenging my way of love and bringing with them a spirit of strife and jealousy. The fallen angels went among the temple leaders, stirring up hatred and jealousy. They compelled the leaders to frame a young woman in an adulterous act. The religious leaders thought they had me in a bind when they dragged the young woman before me to be stoned.
What say you, Jesus?
Janina bin Hab said as he held a stone in his hand.
The law says that if anyone is caught in adultery, that person should be stoned.
I looked into the hearts of those who had set the woman before me. She had been caught in the act, and they brought her before me stripped of her clothing. I looked on her with compassion. If I say follow the law, they will stone her, and my message of forgiveness will look foolish. On the other hand, if I say forgive her, they will accuse me of breaking my own law. The woman cowered before me on the ground, where she had been forced to sit. Their gaze was fixed upon me as I knelt down and began writing in the dirt quietly. As I scribbled in the dirt, I wrote out each of the men's sins so everyone could clearly see them. Liar, thief, adulterer.
Then I commanded,
Hearken! He among you who is without sin, let him cast the first stone.
One by one, they slowly began dropping their stones and walking away, until finally only I was left alone with the woman. Woman, I asked, does no one condemn you? She looked up, her eyes passing from left to right, and seeing no one around, said, No one, Lord. Then neither do I condemn you, I said lovingly. But go and stop this kind of sinning. The mercies of God are everlasting. The leaders were furious that their plan had been thwarted, and so they continued to seek a new way to destroy me. I picked my disciples from common men. Judas was a thief from a very young age. He had grown up poor and wasn't beyond stealing to supplement his meager income. When I put him in charge of the coin purse, no one could believe it. He took out small sums for himself, buying himself sumptuous meals and staying at nicer inns while traveling. Each time he would look at me and wonder if I knew, but I refused to treat him differently than the rest. John was the closest to me and loved me as no other could. He hung on every one of my words, meditating on them long after they were spoken, and allowing each sentence to burn through his clouded human understanding to the divine spark that had been created within him. Lord, he asked, how is it possible to love someone who is your enemy? I find myself unable to do this. John, I replied, all love comes from God, and he that knows God will know how to love. If you have no love, you do not know God. If you have seen me, you will know my Father, and if you ask him, he will give you the love you need to love your enemies. Peter walked up and interjected, always competing with John to be the closest to me. Rabbi, the Romans are a scourge and a defilement to our land. They tax us unfairly, desecrate our holy places, and worship idols. Why don't you drive them out, Lord? There are many who would lay down their lives to help you do this. Peter, I replied, the Son of Man has come to lay down his life for the many. Those who live by the sword shall die by the sword. From the beginning, man has killed man, starting with Cain and Abel. And now, violence and bloodshed is common. But this is not how my Father intended for this to be when he made it. He made it to be a place of perfection. The true victory needs to be won by the heart and not by the sword. To kill for the purpose of removing savagery just replaces one kind of savagery with another. Come, let us go across to Galilee. The crowds here are wearing me out. We all set out in a large fishing boat. I was fatigued and fell fast asleep. Andrew and Peter were tending the sails when a large storm suddenly rose. Waves began to break over the sides of the boat, filling the vessel with water.
We will kill them all,
boasted the fallen angel Marduk, as he whipped the seas into a frenzy. Peter went over and shook me. Lord, we are perishing.
Peace, be still.
I let out my command, seeing the demonic activity behind the storm. Immediately the storm ceased, and the sea became as a sheet of glass. The disciples marveled as the waves died down instantly. Who is this? John asked Peter. He even has command over the wind and the seas. He must be the Son of God, Peter answered, unsure of where the answer came from. Who else could control the very forces of the wind and the sea? Lucifer had been unsuccessful getting me to sin, but that was not the case with Judas. If I could set up a confrontation with the Romans, Jesus would manifest his power, and we would rule the world, Judas thought. Lucifer planted yet another thought in Judas's mind. You would have all the money you could spend, and live in a luxurious palace that even Herod would be jealous of.
all the world would be at your feet. The demon's horde managed to turn every good deed and miracle I did against me. If a cripple was healed on the Sabbath, religious leaders voiced strong objections to it. Once, I freed a man besieged by a legion of demons, and the townspeople complained because a herd of pigs drowned themselves trying to escape the demons. The townspeople insisted that we leave, and my disciples and I became less and less welcome wherever we traveled. I had a friend, Lazarus, who lived in Bethany with his 2 sisters, Mary and Martha. Their olive trees had brought them wealth, and none of them had married. I oftentimes stayed with them while my disciples returned home to visit their wives and families. Everyone knew that we were friends, so when I received word that Lazarus was deathly ill, everyone expected me to go and heal him immediately. Instead, after hearing of his condition, I waited until he died. When the word reached me that Lazarus was dead and buried, I decided to go. Most of my disciples were perplexed by my decision, but no one questioned me. By the time I arrived at their house, Lazarus had been in the grave for 3 days, and his sisters were in mourning. The body was wrapped in grave clothes and was buried in a hillside cave. Mourners were all about, and I felt the sorrow in everyone's heart.
Lord,
Martha said,
if you had been here, my brother would not have died.
The look in Martha's eyes cut me to the bone. I had lived with men 33 years, and yet they still did not understand. It hurt me deeply that Martha thought that I did not care about Lazarus. "Your brother shall rise again," I answered.
Lord, I know he shall rise in the resurrection at the last day,
Martha answered. "I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me shall not perish, but shall have eternal life," I replied. "Do you believe this?" I asked her.
Yes, Lord, I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God,
Martha replied. "Roll back the stone, so you all will know the Son of Man has power even over death. I say, Lazarus, come forth." My shout attracted the attention of all those within hearing distance, and they rolled back the stone. A figure appeared in the doorway of Lazarus's tomb, covered head to toe in grave clothes. He walked out of the tomb alive. The mourners and all the others standing about were stunned. Lazarus had been dead for 3 days and had come back to life. He returned alive from Abraham's bosom, where the righteous await the resurrection. I walked over to Lazarus, who fell at my feet and proclaimed, "My Lord and my God, I was dead, and you brought me back to life. Do not fear that which can kill the mortal body, and then do nothing. Rather, fear him who can cast both the soul and the body into the fires of hell," I said, for the people looking on rather than Lazarus. The demon hosts surrounding the graveyard were infuriated, and they began to sow a deep-seated hatred into the Pharisees. However, many of the religious leaders became believers that day, but they never publicly professed it. Judas sought out Ananias to set up a conflict that would catapult me to the status of ruler over Israel.
"We cannot get to Jesus," Ananias said. "If we try to take him, he avoids us and disappears into the crowds, and we dare not arrest him publicly, lest the crowds revolt and we have a rebellion on our hands."
"Make it worth my while, and I will deliver him to you," Judas promised. Ananias opened his purse and pulled out 10 pieces of silver.
"Will this do?"
he asked. Judas looked at the money and shook his head. "Make it 3 times that, 30 pieces of silver. What you're asking me to do, it's very difficult. This week, we may retire after Passover. It is his custom to pray long hours in the night, so I will come personally to lead him to you. Then you can question him. As you know,
His influence increases daily, and nothing that stands against him will triumph.
Very well, Judas, Ananias stated, counting out the money. You shall have your 30 pieces, and I shall have my blasphemer.
The mood at Passover was sober. I knew that the hour of my trial had arrived. I knew that the temple leaders wanted me dead, and that nothing but my innocent blood could ever pay for the sins of the world. I watched as my disciples fought for position of power and influence around me. Judas, my betrayer, seemed uncomfortable and in a hurry to go. It has been appointed that the Son of Man shall die, and after 3 days he will rise again, I said solemnly.
Lord, Peter said, we will not let them kill you. They'll have to kill us first.
No, Peter, I replied. Even before this night is over, you will betray me 3 times. For it is written that if you smite the shepherd, you will scatter the sheep. There is one among you who will betray me. It is the one whom I shall give this bread dipped in the wine. I dipped a piece of bread in the wine and gave it to Judas. Do what you must do quickly. Judas was afraid to go through with his plan. He wondered what would happen if I refused to defend myself, as he had never seen me use one miracle to my benefit. Lucifer took full possession of the body of Judas and led him to the court of the high priest.
Who goes there?
Asked the servant who answered the door at the court.
It is I, Judas. Gather your men and I will show you where to find Jesus.
Judas had no choice but to go through with his betrayal. After the Passover meal, I went to the Garden of Gethsemane. I knew before this night was over, I would be handed over to the Gentiles to be crucified. I had seen that horrible type of death firsthand, and had listened to the agony of those nailed to the crude wooden crosses while their lungs slowly filled with blood, and they suffocated to death. I had watched the crows feed off of their flesh while they were still alive. This was a terrible vision that left me weak.
Father, if it be your will, take this cup of suffering from me, but nonetheless, not my will, but yours be done.
I was sweating, and drops of blood were pouring off of me. I looked around to see if any of my disciples had been able to stay awake. They were sound asleep. Could not one of you remain awake with me in my time of need? I asked. A group of soldiers came into the garden with their torches throwing off sinister shadows. They were led by Judas, who approached and kissed me. Judas, you betray the Son of Man with a kiss? I asked.
Are you Jesus?
The temple guard asked. I am, I replied. The temple guards fell over backwards and landed on the ground as if being knocked over by a powerful wind. As they lay there, Peter took out his sword. When the guards got back up, Peter swung it powerfully and cut off the ear of the high priest's servant. I stooped down, took the severed ear in my hand, and placed it back onto the servant's head. He was healed instantly, and the ear was restored. I motioned to Peter to put his sword away.
My ear,
the servant said excitedly.
He healed my ear.
They took me before the high priest and the council leaders for the trial. They produced false witness who accused me of threatening to destroy the temple and of blasphemy. The high priest was furious that they didn't have the power to stone me to death, so they took me before the Roman prosecutor, Pontius Pilate. Pilate was afraid to pass judgment, so he released me to King Herod because I was a Galilean.
Tell me, Jesus,
King Herod said, expecting a show.
Can you do one of your miracles for me? Are you the King of the Jews?
You have said it, I replied. My answer pierced his mocking spirit.
Very well,
Herod said, seeing that he would get no further response from me.
Give him a kingly garment and send him back to Pilate.
I grew weary from being forced to walk over the roads. I was pushed to and fro by the malicious guards. The unseen demonic forces that were thirsty for my blood drove them. I stood again before Pilate, who had ignored the dream of his wife. She had implored Pilate to release me because of it. Pilate grew bolder and bolder in his speech to me.
"Speak, Nazarene,"
Pilate commanded.
"Don't you know that I have the power to have you crucified?"
You have no power except that which has been given you from above. Those who have placed me in your hands have the greater sin.
"Tell me, Nazarene," Pilate said, "are you king?"
My kingdom is not of this world, I replied softly. If it were, my followers would come and rescue me. A group of the Sanhedrin stood listening at the doorway.
You see that he claims to be a king. He has blasphemed the Most High God. Our law demands that he die.
"I find him guilty of no crime," Pilate said firmly. "Take him and let him be scourged."
Pilate walked out onto the veranda where he could address the large crowd that had gathered. Some of them were believers in Jesus, but many were instigators hired by the Sanhedrin to influence Pilate's decision.
"On this day,"
Pilate began,
"we have a custom of releasing one of the prisoners. Tell me, shall I release Jesus to you, or the murderer Barabbas?"
Release Barabbas to us!
Ananias yelled, encouraging the crowd.
Yes,
Caiaphas the high priest shouted.
it is fitting that Jesus should die for our nation.
Caiaphas did not seem to fully comprehend what he was saying. Although Barabbas could not see the mock trial that was taking place, he could hear some of what was being said whenever there was shouting. Judas was watching and was being tormented by Lucifer, who had possession of his body. He returned to the temple and approached Ananias, holding the bag that contained the 30 pieces of silver.
I have betrayed innocent blood,
Judas said, throwing the money at the feet of the temple officials. Phineas picked up the silver coins and said to the others,
We can't put this money back in the treasury. It has been tainted with blood. Let us use it to buy Potter's Field, where they can bring those too poor to afford grave sites to be buried for free.
The demonic fury of the guards was savage. Every inch of my body was beaten with a 9-tail leather thong embedded with metal and shards of bone. My flesh was torn away, strip after strip, until after 39 lashes there was not one spot on my body that was not bloodied. I was marred completely and no longer resembled a living being. Afterwards, the guards marched me back before Pilate, who paraded me before the bloodthirsty crowd.
"Behold the man!"
Pilate exclaimed as he eyed the crowd, which had only grown larger and more unruly. They were all clamoring for my blood. From his prison cell, Barabbas was listening intently and trying his best to hear what was being said. He could not hear what Pilate was saying. He could only make out the shouts of the crowd. Pilate addressed the crowd once again. He understood that I was innocent and he did not want to crucify me. He hoped they would pity me, seeing me beaten this badly.
"Who do you wish that I release to you this day? Barabbas, or the one they call Jesus, the Messiah?"
Barabbas was startled and jumped slightly as he heard the crowd shout loudly,
Barabbas!
Pilate asked the crowd calmly,
"And what shall I do with this man Jesus?"
Barabbas grew petrified when the very next words he could hear were,
Crucify him! Crucify him!
Give us Barabbas!
Another shouted. Pilate was confused, as this was not the response that he had planned on. Once more, he pleaded with the crowd, hoping they would not demand that he sentence me to death.
"What shall I do with this one whom they call the Messiah?"
Crucify him! Crucify him!
They shouted over and over again. Pilate went in front of the crowd and ceremoniously washed his hands.
My hands are free of the blood of this man. His blood shall be on your hands.
The burden of the betrayal, the beatings, and the weight of the cross took its toll on me. I was weakened, and I stumbled in the narrow street. The Romans grabbed a man from Cyrene and forced him to carry my cross, which I could no longer lift. I looked around and saw the women of Jerusalem weeping. Most had been sleeping during my trial, and were shocked to see me being led to such a horrible death. At the top of Golgotha, which means place of the skull, I saw my mother and John. They had not abandoned me. My body winced with pain when they stripped the cloak from me, reopening many of my wounds. I allowed them to put me down onto the cross, where they pounded huge spikes into my hands and feet. I grimaced as they hoisted the cross skyward, and shuddered as the cross slammed into the hole made to keep it upright, tearing my tendons. All around me the Roman soldiers laughed, completely desensitized to my suffering. As was the custom, they had offered me wine mixed with drugs prior to the crucifixion. This was their single act of kindness, but I had refused. Now, the intensity of the pain was such I prayed for strength to finish my mission. The sky overhead grew dark. I listened to the taunts of the religious leaders who wanted me to prove I was the Son of God by coming down from the cross. Far off in the distance, I could feel Judas's despair as he hung himself. I spoke to my father, pleading for mercy on those who had betrayed me and had brought me to this unjust end of my life on earth. I was born into this world to offer forgiveness, and the world's response to that offer was my execution.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do,
I called out. One of the thieves on the cross to the left of me began to taunt me, saying,
Why don't you save yourself and us? Get us down from these crosses.
But another thief, being crucified on my right, called out,
Why are you mocking him? We deserve to die for the wrongs we have committed, but he has done no wrong.
Looking towards me, he said,
Rabbi, please remember me when you come into your kingdom.
He did not completely understand what he was asking for, but he recognized that I was different. I was innocent.
I tell you that this day you shall be with me in paradise,
I said. Around us, the sky grew dark, and the sun was blackened. I struggled with every breath as I pushed up on the nail. I felt the full weight of man's judgment, the full penalty for the sins of every man who had lived or ever would live, was placed squarely onto my being. The strain was incomprehensible, and my heart burst from the agony. I uttered my last words.
Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit.
At that instant, an earthquake struck, and the centurion that was guarding me exclaimed,
Surely this is the Son of God.
Hours later, another soldier made sure that I was dead by shoving a spear into my side. Out of the wound flowed blood and water, as my blood and plasma had separated when my heart had burst within me. Freed from my mortal body, I descended into the bowels of the earth. I greeted the righteous who had died believing for my salvation. I saw David, Enoch, Adam, Abraham, Daniel, and a host of others as well. Multitudes of angels came along with me to claim the souls of the beloved. The moment we arrived, the death angel appeared with his host of warriors.
This is my abode, Jesus,
the death angel snarled.
You have no authority here.
Dangling from the death angel's side were huge keys. I reached out and took them. I have come for the keys of death and life. They once again belong to me.
But I received them when Adam transgressed,
Lucifer protested.
The Father turned them over to Adam, and when Adam disobeyed, they became mine.
Yes, I replied. By listening to your lies, Adam fortified his rights to you, which had been entrusted to him by the Father. Consequently, all his descendants died in bondage to their sins. But the innocent blood you took, my blood, has paid the price for those sins. You thought that by killing me, you could thwart the Father's plan to regain rulership of the planet. Lucifer, you did exactly what the Father expected you to do. Do you not realize yet that you can never thwart the Father's will? It is not possible to overthrow the living God. By the very act of killing me, you have opened wide the gates of death, and all who died believing in my salvation are free to leave and dwell with us in heaven. I turned to my angels who had accompanied me there. Take these who have been faithful and have waited for my coming, and bring them to the Father, that they may be with us in heaven.
Wait!
Lucifer shouted, bitterly defeated.
What right have you?
The right of divine justice, I answered. You have shed innocent blood, my blood, and that blood has become the sacrifice for all sin and for all time.
But how could I know that?
The death angel lamented.
You have deceived me.
No, Lucifer, I replied. It is you who have deceived yourself. You desired to ascend to our throne. You desired to claim the created world for yourself by disposing the very God who created you and gave you your beauty. It is you who has lied and deceived. You are the deceiver.
What of those who refuse to believe in you?
Lucifer asked.
And those who reject your payment for their sins, what shall be their portion?
Their lot shall be with you in the everlasting flames of torment that were created for you. The fires will keep your rebellion in check. Your time is very short, Lucifer. The gates of heaven are open to all who will call on my name, and they will receive the power to become sons of God. The power of death and the grave shall no longer rule over them, for I shall give them eternal life.
You are the Christ,
the death angel acknowledged.
It is true that I could never get you to fall, not in thought, word, or deed. Even as you hung on the cross, you forgave those who put you there. But I make you this promise. I shall ascend to your throne and take a multitude with me who will overthrow you. You shall see. I shall force you to worship me, and you will bow at my feet.
I have always been from the beginning, Lucifer, I explained. You never saw me in the heart of my Father until it was time for me to come forth. And now another comes to rule in the hearts of my people, the Holy Spirit. He shall lead my people into right deeds and thoughts, and teach them to love and persevere even though you try them with fire and torment. Nothing you do will ever take them out of my hand. You may torture and torment them and increase your evil, but you shall see that love is not weak. I walked among the lost, the souls of the damned, and looked at them with compassion. I knew that they were now forever lost in their sins. I came to Goliath, whom David had slain.
Jesus,
Goliath begged.
Can't you get me out of here? This torment is too much to bear. Might I go to paradise like my cousin David?
You were strong while on earth, Goliath, but you chose the pathway of evil. You worshipped demonic gods and killed my people even though your heart told you to love. You could have chosen life, but instead you chose death. Your cousin David chose to always humble himself and ask me for forgiveness. But you chose pride and self-will. There is nothing I can do for you now, for it is too late. Row after row of the damned sat in cells, writhing in torment from the stench of the sulfur and the continual burning of their skeletons. Each one was calling out to me,
Jesus,
Cain cried.
I know now that I am my brother's keeper. Tell Abel I am sorry I took his life and that what I did was wrong. I know that now. Please take me with you out of this inferno, for I can bear it no more.
I cannot take you with me, Cain, I replied. You still do not understand. It was not the act of killing alone that brought you here. It was the violation of overriding my will that placed you here. It was the fact that you never expressed remorse for your deed. You never asked my forgiveness for violating my will, and now, look at where your choices have brought you. If only you had listened to your conscience and come to me for forgiveness as your father and mother had, I would have forgiven you, and today you would have been with me in heaven. There is only one life, Cain, and no chances remain after death. Remember, it is appointed for a man to die once and then face judgment. With your last breath also goes your last chance at forgiveness. I am very sorry, but now it is too late.
Jesus! Jesus! Son of God!
The voice called out from a skeletal figure close by.
I let your people go. Can't you let me go as well?
Pharaoh, Pharaoh, I replied, you lived in splendor on the earth. We gave you a kingdom above all others in wealth and prosperity. You chose to build monuments to yourself and your family, using people as slaves and grinding them to dust. When your servant Moses came to you, you treated my people with even more contempt. What evil did you not commit, Pharaoh?
Jesus, if only I had known what I know now, I would have believed. I swear it. If you give me another chance, I will change. Tell Moses, I am sorry. I made his people suffer so. He warned me.
There is no second chance, Pharaoh, I continued. We have to contain the evil which you practiced and keep it from spreading throughout the universe. The worm which devours you and the fire which burns over you keeps this evil in check. It is the only way. You have set yourself against God and rejected his love and forgiveness. You chose to follow the example of Lucifer, the death angel, and to compel others to worship you as a god. There is only one God, one Lord, and one Creator. You chose your eternity by not choosing to follow the very law that I placed in your heart. Therefore, you have condemned yourself to hell. You knew what was right and just in your heart, and you had proof right before your eyes, Pharaoh. Miracle after miracle was done before you, and yet you scorned and mocked your Hebrew brother, my most humble servant, Moses. You threw away your chance for forgiveness and chose to live your life in vanity and pride. Your kingdom is as dust, and the treasure that you stored for your afterlife has been looted and is in a state of decay. Gold and wealth profit you nothing here. I loved you, Pharaoh, as I love everyone I have created, but I cannot change your past or the way you chose to live your life. When you set your mind and heart against me on earth, you relinquished your chance to spend eternity in heaven. Now I must go. You shall not see me again until the final judgment day, when the fate of all will be set. The death angel himself shall be judged and cast into the lake of fire forever. Sadly, your gods were idols made by human hands, and they cannot save you now. You turned from the mercy that was offered to you, Pharaoh, and now this is your abode.
No, please,
Pharaoh pleaded.
I know what I did was wrong. Please give me one more chance. I'll make everything right. Please, Lord, please, I beg you.
For 3 days I walked among the damned, seeing firsthand the sorrow they had brought upon themselves. Then, while my friends on earth still mourned for me, I returned to my earthly body. The Roman guard witnessed the huge gravestone being rolled back by what seemed to be a huge unseen hand, and he fled in fear. My body, wrapped in white linen, returned to life. Covered with my glory, I walked out of the tomb and set out on the journey towards Emmaus. Mary was the first to find that my tomb was empty, and she ran to tell the others. They argued whether or not it was possible.
"I won't believe it,"
Thomas said, until I put my hands on his scars. While they were assembled together, I walked right into their midst without even opening a door. I approached Thomas, who fell to his knees. "Thomas," I said, "put your hands on my wounds and believe."
"My Lord and my God,"
Thomas answered. "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe," I proclaimed. For weeks I appeared to my disciples and many others. Over 500 people in all saw me firsthand. I began to prepare my disciples for my second departure from the earth. I instructed them about the Holy Spirit, who would dwell inside of them and give them the power to do miracles and even raise the dead. They would be able to do everything I had been able to do and even more. Then the time came when I was to make my departure from the earth. So they followed me to the Mount of Olives.
Go into the world, I proclaimed, and baptize them, making disciples of every nation. Lo, I will be with you always, even until the end of the world.
I rose bodily into heaven and left behind witnesses who would begin the process of passing my message of forgiveness from generation to generation. Wherever my followers went, they pushed back the darkness. They have established hospitals to heal the sick and missions to educate those bound to the traditions of human sacrifice and hate. They have built institutions of learning and science and made significant contributions to bettering man's condition. But their message was not without cost. The first generation of believers suffered and died by the thousands at the Colosseum in Rome, martyred for refusing to worship Caesar as a deity. And every generation has their faithful who continued to spread the message of truth, bringing it to nearly every nation in the world. The call has gone out to every creature, accompanied by signs of wonders. To this day, Lucifer continues to deceive the masses, wreak havoc with the weather, divide families and nations, and spread misery everywhere. Multitudes have ignored their opportunity to be saved and have found themselves separated from me for all eternity. Science and archaeology have proven my word to be true. Although the world remains skeptical, no one has ever been able to disprove my resurrection from the dead. Yet even today, many neglect the great salvation I have offered them and have chosen to remain in bondage to their sins. So now I leave you with these words given by my prophet Isaiah many years ago. Come, let us reason together, says the Father. Though your sins be as scarlet, I will make them whiter than snow, and though they be as crimson, I will make them as wool. I can offer freely the solution for the most serious problem all mankind will face, which is sin. That solution is my forgiveness through faith in me, simply believing that I am the Son of God and that I was raised from the dead. And then confessing this with your mouth is all that is required. Everyone is welcome. No matter how far you have strayed or what you have done, you are welcome to join me. The Spirit and the groom say, come. Let whomever wishes come. You will not be turned away. My heaven has room for all. Trade in your hell-bound life for a life in heaven. No ear has heard, nor eye seen, the wonderful things which I have prepared for those who love me. Is that someone you? Do you love me enough to see life with a view from above? Say this prayer. Dear God, I have sinned and walked in favor with him. I have ignored the penalty for sin that you paid on the cross. Now, Jesus, I believe you are the only begotten Son of God, and I believe that you rose from the dead. Please forgive me for my self-will, my selfishness, and my evil thoughts and deeds. Please help me to forgive others as well. Hold me close as I walk through this world and never let me go.
In Jesus' name, I pray.
You've been listening to View from Above, written by Brian Stewart and narrated by Scott Jeffers. For other audio materials by this narrator, please contact the publisher. View from Above is a Boat Angel Family Films production. All materials copyright 2021, Boat Angel Family Films.